Part second of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad. The Isabels, Chapter 8, Section 2. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part second, The Isabels, Chapter 8, Section 2. The rain began to fall again, first like a wet mist, then with a heavier touch, thickening into a smart, perpendicular downpour, and the hiss and thump of the approaching steamer was coming extremely near. Decoud, with his eyes full of water and lowered head, asked himself how long it would be before she drew past, when unexpectedly he felt a lurch. An inrush of foam broke swishing over the stern, simultaneously with a crack of timbers and a staggering shock. He had the impression of an angry hand laying hold of the lighter and dragging it along to destruction. The shock, of course, had knocked him down, and he found himself rolling in a lot of water at the bottom of the lighter. A violent churning went on alongside. A strange and amazed voice cried out something above him in the night. He heard a piercing shriek for help from Senor Hirsch. He kept his teeth hard set all the time. It was a collision. The steamer had struck the lighter obliquely, heeling her over till she was half swamped, starting some of her timbers and swinging her head parallel to her own course with the force of the blow. The shock of it on board of her was hardly perceptible. All the violence of that collision was, as usual, felt only on board the smaller craft. Even Nostromo himself thought that this was perhaps the end of his desperate adventure. He, too, had been flung away from the long tiller, which took charge in the lurch. Next moment the steamer would have passed on, leaving the lighter to sink or swim after having shouldered her thus out of the way, and without even getting a glimpse of her form, had it not been that, being deeply laden with stores and the great number of people on board, her anchor was low enough to hook itself into one of the wire shrouds of the lighter's mast. For the space of 2 or 3 gasping breaths, that new rope held against the sudden strain. It was this that gave Decoud the sensation of the snatching pull dragging the lighter away to destruction. The cause of it, of course, was inexplicable to him. The whole thing was so sudden that he had no time to think. But all his sensations were perfectly clear. He had kept complete possession of himself, in fact. He was even pleasantly aware of that calmness at the very moment of being pitched head first over the transom to struggle on his back in a lot of water. Senor Hirsch's shriek he had heard and recognized while he was regaining his feet, always with that mysterious sensation of being dragged headlong through the darkness. Not a word, not a cry escaped him. He had no time to see anything, and following upon the despairing scream for help, the dragging motion ceased so suddenly that he staggered forward with open arms and fell against the pile of the treasure boxes. He clung to them instinctively, in the vague apprehension of being flung about again, and immediately he heard another lot of shrieks for help, prolonged and despairing, not near him at all, but unaccountably in the distance, away from the lighter altogether, as if some spirit in the night were mocking at Senor Hirsch's terror and despair. Then all was still, as still as when you wake up in your bed in a dark room from a bizarre and agitated dream. The lighter rocked slightly. The rain was still falling. 2 groping hands took hold of his bruised sides from behind, and the capataz's voice whispered in his ear, "Silence, for your life, silence! The steamer has stopped." Decoud listened. The gulf was dumb. He felt the water nearly up to his knees. "Are we sinking?" he asked in a faint breath. "I don't know," Nostromo breathed back to him. "Senor, make not the slightest sound." Hirsch, when ordered forward by Nostromo, had not returned into his first hiding-place. He had fallen near the mast, and had no strength to rise. Moreover, he feared to move. He had given himself up for dead, but not on any rational grounds. It was simply a cruel and terrifying feeling. Whenever he tried to think what would become of him, his teeth would start chattering violently. He was too absorbed in the utter misery of his fear to take notice of anything. Though he was stifling under the lighter's sail, which Nostromo had unwittingly lowered on top of him, he did not even dare to put out his head till the very moment of the steamer striking. Then indeed he leapt right out, spurred on to new miracles of bodily vigour by this new shape of danger. The inrush of water when the lighter heeled over unsealed his lips. His shriek, "Save me!" was the first distinct warning of the collision for the people on board the steamer. Next moment the wire shroud parted and the released anchor swept over the lighter's forecastle. It came against the breast of Senor Hirsch, who simply seized hold of it without in the least knowing what it was, but curling his arms and legs upon the part above the fluke with an invincible, unreasonable tenacity. The lighter yawed off wide, and the steamer, moving on, carried him away, clinging hard and shouting for help. It was some time, however, after the steamer had stopped that his position was discovered. His sustained yelping for help seemed to come from somebody swimming in the water. At last a couple of men went over the bows and hauled him on board. He was carried straight off to Sotillo on the bridge. His examination confirmed the impression that some craft had been run over and sunk, but it was impractical on such a dark night to look for the positive proof of floating wreckage. Sotillo was more anxious than ever now to enter the harbour without loss of time. The idea that he had destroyed the principal object of his expedition was too intolerable to be accepted. This feeling made the story he had heard appear the more incredible. Senor Hirsch, after being beaten a little for telling lies, was thrust into the chart-room. But he was beaten only a little. His tale had taken the heart out of Sotillo's staff, though they all repeated round their chief, "Impossible, impossible," with the exception of the old major, who triumphed gloomily. I told you," he mumbled. "I could smell some treachery, some diableria a league off." Meantime the steamer had kept on her way towards Sulaco, where only the truth of that matter could be ascertained. Decoud and Nostromo heard the loud churning of her propeller diminish and die out, and then, with no useless words, busied themselves in making for the Isabels. The last shower had brought with it a gentle but steady breeze. The danger was not over yet, and yet there was no time for talk. The lighter was leaking like a sieve. They splashed in the water at every step. The capataz put into Decoud's hands the handle of the pump which was fitted at the side aft, and at once, without question or remark, Decoud began to pump in utter forgetfulness of every desire but that of keeping the treasure afloat. Nostromo hoisted the sail, flew back to the tiller, pulled at the sheet like mad. The short flare of a match, they had been kept dry in a tight tin box, though the man himself was completely wet, disclosed to the toiling Decoud the eagerness of his face, bent low over the box of the compass, and the attentive stare of his eyes. He knew now where he was, and he hoped to run the sinking lighter ashore in the shallow cove where the high cliff-like end of the Great Isabel is divided in two equal parts by a deep and overgrown ravine. Decoud pumped without intermission. Nostromo steered without relaxing for a second the intense peering effort of his stare. Each of them was as if utterly alone with his task. It did not occur to them to speak. There was nothing in common between them but the knowledge that the damaged lighter must be slowly but surely sinking. In that knowledge, which was like the crucial test of their desires, they seemed to have become completely estranged, as if they had discovered in the very shock of the collision that the loss of the lighter would not mean the same thing to them both. This common danger brought their differences in aim, in view, in character, and in position into absolute prominence in the private vision of each. There was no bond of conviction, of common idea. They were merely two adventurers pursuing each his own adventure, involved in the same imminence of deadly peril. Therefore they had nothing to say to each other. But this peril, this only incontrovertible truth in which they shared, seemed to act as an inspiration to their mental and bodily powers. There was certainly something almost miraculous in the way the captain made the cove, with nothing but the shadowy hint of the island's shape and the vague gleam of a small sandy strip for a guide. Where the ravine opens between the cliffs and a slender, shallow rivulet meanders out of the bushes to lose itself in the sea, the lighter was run ashore, and the two men, with a taciturn, undaunted energy, began to discharge her precious freight, carrying each ox-hide box up the bed of the rivulet beyond the bushes to a hollow place which the caving in of the soil had made below the roots of a large tree. Its big, smooth trunk leaned like a falling column far over the trickle of water running amongst the loose stones. A couple of years before, Nostromo had spent a whole Sunday all alone exploring the island. He explained this to Deku after their task was done, and they sat, weary in every limb, with their legs hanging down the low bank and their backs against the tree, like a pair of blind men, aware of each other and their surroundings by some indefinable sixth sense. "Yes," Nostromo repeated, "I never forget a place I have carefully looked at once." He spoke slowly, almost lazily, as if there had been a whole leisurely life before him instead of the scanty 2 hours before daylight. The existence of the treasure, barely concealed in this improbable spot, laid a burden of secrecy upon every contemplated step, upon every intention and plan of future conduct. He felt the partial failure of this desperate affair, entrusted to the great reputation he had known how to make for himself. However, it was also a partial success. His vanity was half appeased. His nervous irritation had subsided. "You'll never know what may be of use," he pursued with his usual quietness of tone and manner. "I spent a whole miserable Sunday in exploring this crumb of land." "A misanthropic sort of occupation," muttered Deku viciously. "You had no money, I suppose, to gamble with and to fling about amongst the girls in your usual haunts, Capataz?" "È vero!" exclaimed the Capataz, surprised into the use of his native language by so much perspicacity. "I had not. Therefore I did not want to go amongst those beggarly people accustomed to my generosity. It is looked for from the Capataz of the Cargadores, who are the rich men, and, as it were, the caballeros amongst the common people. I don't care for cards but as a pastime. And as to those girls that boast of having opened their doors to my knock, you know I wouldn't look at any one of them twice, except for what the people would say. They are queer, the good people of Sulaco, and I have got much useful information simply by listening patiently to the talk of the women that everybody believed I was in love with. Poor Teresa could never understand that. On that particular Sunday, Senor, she scolded so that I went out of the house swearing that I would never darken their door again unless to fetch away my hammock and my chest of clothes. Senor, there is nothing more exasperating than to hear a woman you respect rail against your good reputation when you have not a single brass coin in your pocket. I untied one of the small boats and pulled myself out of the harbour with nothing but 3 cigars in my pocket to help me spend the day on this island. But the water of this rivulet you hear under your feet is cool and sweet and good, Senor, both before and after a smoke." He was silent for a while, then added reflectively, "That was the first Sunday after I brought down the white-whiskered English Rico all the way down the mountains from the Paramo on the top of the Entrada Pass, and in the coach, too. No coach had gone up or down that mountain road within the memory of man, Senor, till I brought this one down in charge of 50 peons, working like one man with ropes, pickaxes, and poles under my direction. That was the rich Englishman, who, as people say, pays for the making of this railway. He was very pleased with me, but my wages were not due till the end of the month." He slid down the bank suddenly. Deku heard the splash of his feet in the brook and followed his footsteps down the ravine. His form was lost among the bushes till he had reached the strip of sand under the cliff. As often happens in the Gulf, when the showers during the first part of the night had been frequent and heavy, the darkness had thinned considerably towards the morning, though there were no signs of daylight as yet. The cargo lighter, relieved of its precious burden, rocked feebly, half afloat, with her forefoot in the sand. A long rope stretched away like a black cotton thread across the strip of white beach to the grapnel. Nostromo had carried ashore and hooked to the stern of a tree-like shrub in the very opening of the ravine. There was nothing for Deku but to remain on the island. He received from Nostromo's hands whatever food the foresight of Captain Mitchell had put on board the lighter, and deposited it temporarily in the little dinghy which, on their arrival, they had hauled up out of sight amongst the bushes. It was to be left with him. The island was to be a hiding place, not a prison. He could pull out to a passing ship. The OSN company's mailboats passed close to the islands when going into Sulaco from the north. But the Minerva, carrying off the ex-president, had taken the news up north of the disturbances in Sulaco. It was possible that the next steamer down would get instructions to miss the port altogether, since the town, as far as the Minerva's officers knew, was, for the time being, in the hands of the rabble. This would mean that there would be no steamer for a month, as far as the mail service went. But Decoud had to take his chance of that. The island was his only shelter from the proscription hanging over his head. The Capataz was, of course, going back. The unloaded lighter leaked much less, and he thought that she would keep afloat as far as the harbour. He passed to Decoud, standing knee-deep alongside, one of the 2 spades which belonged to the equipment of each lighter for use when ballasting ships. By working with it carefully as soon as there was daylight enough to see, Decoud could loosen a mass of earth and stones overhanging the cavity in which they had deposited the treasure, so that it would look as if it had fallen naturally. It would cover up not only the cavity, but even all traces of their work, the footsteps, the displaced stones, and even the broken bushes. Besides, who would think of looking either for you or the treasure here? Nostromo continued, as if he could not tear himself away from the spot. Nobody is ever likely to come here. What could any man want with this piece of earth, as long as there is room for his feet on the mainland? The people of this country are not curious. There are even no fishermen here to intrude upon your worship. Or the fishing that is done in the Gulf goes on near Zapiga, over there. Signor, if you are forced to leave this island before anything can be arranged for you, do not try to make for Zapiga. It is a settlement of thieves and matreros, where they would cut your throat promptly for the sake of your gold watch and chain. And, Signor, think twice before confiding in anyone whatever, even in the officers of the company's steamers, if you ever get on board one. Honesty alone is not enough for security. You must look to discretion and prudence in a man, and always remember, Signor, before you open your lips for a confidence, that this treasure may be left safely here for hundreds of years. Time is on its side, Signor, and silver is an incorruptible metal that can be trusted to keep its value forever. An incorruptible metal, he repeated, as if the idea had given him a profound pleasure. As some men are said to be, Decoud pronounced inscrutably, while the Capataz, who busied himself in bailing out the lighter with a wooden bucket, went on throwing the water over the side with a regular splash. Decoud, incorrigible in his scepticism, reflected, not cynically, but with general satisfaction, that this man was made incorruptible by his enormous vanity, that finest form of egoism which can take on the aspect of every virtue. Nostromo ceased bailing, and, as if struck with a sudden thought, dropped the bucket with a clatter into the lighter. "Have you any message?" he asked in a lowered voice. "Remember, I shall be asked questions." "You must find the hopeful words that ought to be spoken to the people in town. I trust for that your intelligence and your experience, Capataz. You understand?" "Si, signor. For the ladies." Yes, said Decoud hastily. "Your wonderful reputation will make them attach great value to your words. Therefore be careful what you say. I am looking forward," he continued, feeling the fatal touch of contempt for himself to which his complex nature was subject. "I am looking forward to a glorious and successful ending to my mission. Do you hear, Capataz? Use the words glorious and successful when you speak to the Signorita. Your own mission is accomplished gloriously and successfully. You have indubitably saved the silver of the mine, not only this silver, but probably all the silver that shall ever come out of it." Nostromo detected the ironic tone. "I dare say, Signor Don Martin," he said moodily. "There are very few things I am not equal to. Ask the foreign signori." "I, a man of the people who cannot always understand what you mean. But as to this lot which I must leave here, let me tell you that I would believe it in greater safety if you had not been with me at all." An exclamation escaped Decoud, and a short pause followed. "Shall I go back with you to Sulaco?" he asked in an angry tone. "Shall I strike you dead with my knife where you stand?" retorted Nostromo contemptuously. "It would be the same thing as taking you to Sulaco. Come, signor, your reputation is in your politics, and mine is bound up with the fate of this silver. Do you wonder I wish there had been no other man to share my knowledge? I wanted no one with me, signor." "You could not have kept the lighter afloat without me," Decoud almost shouted. "You would have gone to the bottom with her." "Yes," uttered Nostromo slowly. "Alone." Here was a man, Decoud reflected, that seemed as though he would have preferred to die rather than deface the perfect form of his egoism. Such a man was safe. In silence he helped the Capataz to get the grapnel on board. Nostromo cleared the shelving shore with one push of the heavy oar, and Decoud found himself solitary on the beach, like a man in a dream. A sudden desire to hear a human voice once more seized upon his heart. The lighter was hardly distinguishable from the black water upon which she floated. "What do you think has become of Hirsch?" he shouted. "Knocked overboard and drowned," cried Nostromo's voice confidently out of the black wastes of sky and sea around the islet. "Keep close in the ravine, signor. I shall try to come out to you in a night or two." A slight swishing rustle showed that Nostromo was setting the sail. It filled all at once with a sound as of a single loud drum tap. Decoud went back to the ravine. Nostromo, at the tiller, looked back from time to time at the vanishing mass of the great Isabel, which, little by little, merged into the uniform texture of the night. At last, when he turned his head again, he saw nothing but a smooth darkness, like a solid wall. Then he, too, experienced that feeling of solitude which had weighed heavily on Decoud after the lighter had slipped off the shore. But while the man on the island was oppressed by a bizarre sense of unreality affecting the very ground upon which he walked, the mind of the Capataz of the Cargadores turned alertly to the problem of future conduct. Nostromo's faculties, working on parallel lines, enabled him to steer straight, to keep a lookout for Hermosa near which he had to pass, and to try to imagine what would happen tomorrow in Sulaco. Tomorrow, or as a matter of fact today, since the dawn was not very far, Sotillo would find out in what way the treasure had gone. A gang of Cargadores had been employed in loading it into a railway truck from the custom house storerooms and running the truck onto the wharf. There would be arrests made, and certainly before noon Sotillo would know in what manner the silver had left Sulaco, and who it was that took it out. Nostromo's intention had been to sail right into the harbour, but at this thought, by a sudden touch of the tiller, he threw the lighter into the wind and checked her rapid way. His reappearance with the very boat would raise suspicions, would cause surmises, would absolutely put Sotillo on the track. He himself would be arrested, and once in the calabozo there was no saying what they would do to him to make him speak. He trusted himself, but he stood up to look round. Nearby, Hermosa showed low its white surface as flat as a table, with a slight run of the sea raised by the breeze washing over its edges noisily. The lighter must be sunk at once. He allowed her to drift with her sail aback. There was already a good deal of water in her. He allowed her to drift towards the harbour entrance, and, letting the tiller swing about, squatted down and busied himself in loosening the plug. With that out, she would fill very quickly, and every lighter carried a little iron ballast, enough to make her go down when full of water. When he stood up again, the noisy wash about the Hermosa sounded far away, almost inaudible, and already he could make out the shape of land about the harbour entrance. This was a desperate affair, and he was a good swimmer. A mile was nothing to him, and he knew of an easy place for landing just below the earthworks of the old abandoned fort. It occurred to him with a peculiar fascination that this fort was a good place in which to sleep the day through after so many sleepless nights. With one blow of the tiller he unshipped for the purpose, he knocked the plug out, but did not take the trouble to lower the sail. He felt the water welling up heavily about his legs before he leapt onto the taffrail. There, upright and motionless, in his shirt and trousers only, he stood waiting. When he had felt her settle, he sprang away with a mighty splash. At once he turned his head. The gloomy, clouded dawn from behind the mountains showed him on the smooth waters the upper corner of the sail, a dark, wet triangle of canvas waving slightly to and fro. He saw it vanish as if jerked under, and then struck out for the shore. End of Part 2, The Isabels, Chapter 8, Section 2. Part 3 of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse Chapter One. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, The Lighthouse Chapter 1. Directly the cargo boat had slipped away from the wharf and got lost in the darkness of the harbour, the Europeans of Sulaco separated to prepare for the coming of the Monterist regime, which was approaching Sulaco from the mountains as well as from the sea. This bit of manual work in loading the silver was their last concerted action. It ended the 3 days of danger, during which, according to the newspaper press of Europe, their energy had preserved the town from the calamities of popular disorder. At the shore end of the jetty, Captain Mitchell said good night and turned back. His intention was to walk the planks of the wharf till the steamer from Esmeralda turned up. The engineers of the railway staff, collecting their Basque and Italian workmen, marched them away to the railway yards, leaving the custom house, so well defended on the first day of the riot, standing open to the four winds of heaven. Their men had conducted themselves bravely and faithfully during the famous 3 days of Sulaco. In a great part this faithfulness and that courage had been exercised in self-defence rather than in the cause of those material interests to which Charles Gould had pinned his faith. Amongst the cries of the mob, not the least loud, had been the cry of death to foreigners. It was, indeed, a lucky circumstance for Sulaco that the relations of those imported workmen with the people of the country had been uniformly bad from the first. Dr. Monaghan, going to the door of Viola's kitchen, observed this retreat, marking the end of the foreign interference, this withdrawal of the army of material progress from the field of Costaguana revolutions. Algarobe torches carried on the outskirts of the moving body sent their penetrating aroma into his nostrils. Their light, sweeping along the front of the house, made the letters of the inscription Albergo d'Italia Una leap out black from end to end of the long wall. His eyes blinked in the clear blaze. Several young men, mostly fair and tall, shepherding this mob of dark-bronzed heads surmounted by the glint of slanting rifle barrels, nodded to him familiarly as they went by. The doctor was a well-known character. Some of them wondered what he was doing there. Then, on the flank of their workmen, they tramped on, following the line of rails. "Withdrawing your people from the harbour," said the doctor, addressing himself to the chief engineer of the railway, who had accompanied Charles Gould so far on his way to the town, walking by the side of the horse with his hand on the saddle-bow. They had stopped just across the open door to let the workmen cross the road. "As quick as I can. We are not a political faction," answered the engineer meaningly, "and we are not going to give our new rulers a handle against the railway. You approve me, Gould?" "Absolutely," said Charles Gould's impassive voice, high up and outside the dim parallelogram of light falling on the road through the open door. With Sotillo expected from one side and Pedro Montero from the other, the engineer-in-chief's only anxiety now was to avoid a collision with either. Sulaco, for him, was a railway station, a terminus, workshops, a great accumulation of stores. As against the mob, the railway defended its property, but politically the railway was neutral. He was a brave man, and in that spirit of neutrality he had carried proposals of truce to the self-appointed chiefs of the popular party, the deputies Fuentes and Gamacho. Bullets were still flying about them when he had crossed the plaza on that mission, waving above his head a white napkin belonging to the table linen of the Amarilla Club. He was rather proud of this exploit, and reflecting that the doctor, busy all day with the wounded in the patio of the Casa Gould, had not had time to hear the news, he began a succinct narrative. He had communicated to them the intelligence from the construction camp as to Pedro Montero. The brother of the victorious general, he had assured them, could be expected at Sulaco any time now. This news, as he anticipated when shouted out of the window by Senor Gambacho, induced a rush of the mob along the Campo road towards Renson. The two deputies also, after shaking hands with him effusively, mounted and galloped off to meet the great man. "I have misled them a little as to the time," the chief engineer confessed. "However hard he rides, he can scarcely get here before the morning, but my object is attained. I've secured several hours' peace for the losing party. But I did not tell them anything about Sotillo for fear they would take it into their heads to try to get hold of the harbour again, either to oppose him or welcome him, there's no saying which. There was gold silver on which rests the remnant of our hopes. Decoud's retreat had to be thought of too. I think the railway has done pretty well by its friends without compromising itself hopelessly. Now the parties must be left to themselves." "Costaguana for the Costagraneros," interjected the doctor sardonically. "It is a fine country, and they have raised a fine crop of hates, vengeance, murder, and rapine, those sons of the country." "Well, I am one of them," Charles Gould's voice sounded calmly, "and I must be going on to see to my own crop of trouble. My wife has driven straight on, Doctor?" "Yes, all was quiet on this side. Mrs. Gould has taken the two girls with her." Charles Gould rode on, and the engineer-in-chief followed the doctor indoors. "That man is calmness personified," he said appreciatively, dropping on a bench and stretching his well-shaped legs in cycling stockings nearly across the doorway. "He must be extremely sure of himself." "If that's all he is sure of, then he is sure of nothing," said the doctor. He had perched himself against the end of the table. He nursed his cheek in the palm of one hand while the other sustained the elbow. "It is the last thing a man ought to be sure of." The candle, half consumed and burning dimly with a long wick, lighted up from below his inclined face, whose expression, affected by the drawn-in cicatrices in the cheeks, had something vaguely unnatural, an exaggerated, remorseful bitterness. As he sat there, he had the air of meditating upon sinister things. The engineer-in-chief gazed at him for a time before he protested. "I really don't see that. For me there seems to be nothing else. However—" He was a wise man, but he could not conceal his contempt for that sort of paradox, in fact. Dr. Monaghan was not liked by the Europeans of Sulaco. His outward aspect of an outcast, which he preserved even in Mrs. Gould's drawing-room, provoked unfavourable criticism. There could be no doubt of his intelligence, and as he had lived for over 20 years in the country, the pessimism of his outlook could not be altogether ignored. But instinctively, in self-defence of their activities and hopes, his hearers put it to the account of some hidden imperfection in the man's character. It was known that many years before, when quite young, he had been made by Guzman Bento chief medical officer of the army. Not one of the Europeans then in the service of Costaguana had been so much liked and trusted by the fierce old dictator. Afterwards his story was not so clear. It lost itself amongst the innumerable tales of conspiracies and plots against the tyrant, as a stream is lost in an arid belt of sandy country before it emerges, diminished and troubled perhaps on the other side. The doctor made no secret of it, that he had lived for years in the wildest parts of the Republic, wandering with almost unknown Indian tribes in the great forests of the far interior, where the great rivers have their sources. But it was mere aimless wandering. He had written nothing, collected nothing, brought nothing for science out of the twilight of the forests, which seemed to cling to his battered personality limping about Sulaco, where it had drifted in casually only to get stranded on the shores of the sea. It was also known that he had lived in a state of destitution till the arrival of the Goulds from Europe. Don Carlos and Donna Amelia had taken up the mad English doctor when it became apparent that for all his savage independence he could be tamed by kindness. Perhaps it was only hunger that had tamed him. In years gone by he had certainly been acquainted with Charles Gould's father in Santa Marta, and now, no matter what were the dark passages of his history, as the medical officer of the San Tome mine he became a recognised personality. He was recognised, but not unreservedly accepted. So much defiant eccentricity and such an outspoken scorn for mankind seemed to point to mere recklessness of judgment, the bravado of guilt. Besides, since he had become again of some account, vague whispers had been heard that years ago, when fallen into disgrace and thrown into prison by Guzman Bento at the time of the so-called Great Conspiracy, he had betrayed some of his best friends amongst the conspirators. Nobody pretended to believe that whisper. The whole story of the Great Conspiracy was hopelessly involved and obscure. It is admitted in Costaguana that there never had been a conspiracy except in the diseased imagination of the tyrant, and therefore nothing and no one to betray, though the most distinguished Costaguaneros had been imprisoned and executed upon that accusation. The procedure had dragged on for years, decimating the better class like a pestilence. The mere expression of sorrow for the fate of executed kinsmen had been punished with death. Don José Avellanos was perhaps the only one living who knew the whole story of those unspeakable cruelties. He had suffered from them himself, and he, with a shrug of the shoulders and a nervous, jerky gesture of the arm, was wont to put away from him, as it were, every allusion to it. But whatever the reason, Dr. Monaghan, a personage in the administration of the Gould concession, treated with reverent awe by the miners, and indulged in his peculiarities by Mrs. Gould, remained somehow outside the pale. It was not from any liking for the doctor that the engineer-in-chief had lingered in the inn upon the plain. He liked old Viola much better. He had come to look upon the Albergo d'Italia Una as a dependence of the railway. Many of his subordinates had their quarters there. Mrs. Gould's interest in the family conferred upon it a sort of distinction. The engineer-in-chief, with an army of workers under his orders, appreciated the moral influence of the old Garibaldino upon his countrymen. His austere, old-world republicanism had a severe, soldier-like standard of faithfulness and duty, as if the world were a battlefield where men had to fight for the sake of universal love and brotherhood instead of a more or less large share of booty. "Poor old chap," he said after he had heard the doctor's account of Teresa. "He'll never be able to keep the place going by himself. I shall be sorry." "He is quite alone up there," grunted Dr. Monaghan, with a toss of his heavy head towards the narrow staircase. "Every living soul has cleared out, and Mrs. Gould took the girls away just now. It might not be over safe for them to come here before very long. Of course, as a doctor I can do nothing more here, but she has asked me to stay with old Viola, and as I have no horse to get back to the mine, where I ought to be, I make no difficulty to stay. They can do without me in the town." "I have a good mind to remain with you, Doctor, till we see whether anything happens tonight at the harbour," declared the engineer-in-chief. "He must not be molested by Sotillo's soldiery, who may push on as far as this at once. Sotillo used to be very cordial to me at the Goulds and at the club. How that man'll ever dare to look any of his friends here in the face, I can't imagine." "He'll no doubt begin by shooting some of them to get over the first awkwardness," said the doctor. "Nothing in this country serves better your military man who has changed sides than a few summary executions." He spoke with a gloomy positiveness that left no room for protest. The engineer-in-chief did not attempt any. He simply nodded several times regretfully, and then said, "I think we shall be able to mount you in the morning, Doctor. Our peons have recovered some of our stampeded horses. By riding hard and taking a wide circuit of Los Hatos and along the edge of the forest, clear of Renson altogether, you may hope to reach the San Tome bridge without being interfered with. The mine is just now, to my mind, the safest place for anybody at all compromised. I only wish the railway was as difficult to touch." "Am I compromised?" Dr. Monaghan brought out slowly after a short silence. "The whole Gould concession is compromised. It could not have remained forever outside the political life of the country, if those convulsions may be called life. The thing is, can it be touched? The moment was bound to come when neutrality would become impossible, and Charles Gould understood this well. I believe he is prepared for every extremity. A man of his sort has never contemplated remaining indefinitely at the mercy of ignorance and corruption. It was like being a prisoner in a cavern of banditti with the price of your ransom in your pocket and buying your life from day to day. Your mere safety, not your liberty, mind, Doctor. I know what I'm talking about. The image at which you shrug your shoulders is perfectly correct, especially if you conceive such a prisoner endowed with the power of replenishing his pocket by means as remote from the faculties of his captors as if they were magic. You must have understood that as well as I do, Doctor. He was in the position of the goose with the golden eggs. I broached this matter to him as far back as St. John's visit here. The prisoner of stupid and greedy banditti is always at the mercy of the first imbecile ruffian who may blow out his brains in a fit of temper or for some prospect of an immediate big haul. The tale of killing the goose with the golden eggs has not been evolved for nothing out of the wisdom of mankind. It is a story that will never grow old. That is why Charles Gould, in his deep, dumb way, has countenanced the Ribierist mandate, the first public act that promised him safety on other than venal grounds. Ribierism has failed, as everything merely rational fails in this country. But Gould remains logical in wishing to save this big lot of silver. Decoud's plan of a counter-revolution may be practicable or not. It may have a chance or it may not have a chance. With all my experience of this revolutionary continent, I can hardly yet look at their methods seriously. Decoud has been reading to us his draft of a proclamation and talking very well for 2 hours about his plan of action. He had arguments which should have appeared solid enough if we, members of old, stable political and national organisations, were not startled by the mere idea of a new state evolved like this out of the head of a scoffing young man fleeing for his life with a proclamation in his pocket to a rough, jeering, half-bred swashbuckler who in this part of the world is called a general. It sounds like a comic fairy tale, and behold, it may come off, because it is true to the very spirit of the country. "Is the silver gone off then?" asked the doctor moodily. The chief engineer pulled out his watch. "By Captain Mitchell's reckoning, and he ought to know, it has been gone long enough now to be some 3 or 4 miles outside the harbour. And, as Mitchell says, Nostromo is the sort of seaman to make the best of his opportunities." Here the doctor grunted so heavily that the other changed his tone. "You have a poor opinion of that move, Doctor? But why? Charles Gould has got to play his game out, though he is not the man to formulate his conduct even to himself, perhaps, let alone to others. It may be that the game has been partly suggested to him by Holroyd, but it accords with his character too, and that is why it has been so successful. Haven't they come to calling him El Rey de Sulaco and Santa Marta? A nickname may be the best record of a success. That's what I call putting the face of a joke upon the body of a truth. My dear sir, when I first arrived in Santa Marta, I was struck by the way all those journalists, demagogues, members of Congress, and all those generals and judges cringed before a sleepy-eyed advocate without practice, simply because he was the plenipotentiary of the Gould concession. Sir John, when he came out, was impressed too. A new state with that plump dandy Decoud for the first president, mused Dr. Monaghan, nursing his cheek and swinging his leg all the time. "Upon my word, and why not?" the chief engineer retorted in an unexpectedly earnest and confidential voice. It was as if something subtle in the air of Costaguana had inoculated him with the local faith in pronunciamentos. All at once he began to talk, like an expert revolutionist, of the instrument ready at hand in the intact army at Cayta, which could be brought back in a few days to Sulaco if only Decoud managed to make his way at once down the coast. For the military chief there was Barrios, who had nothing but a bullet to expect from Montero, his former professional rival and bitter enemy. Barrios's concurrence was assured. As to his army, it had nothing to expect from Montero either, not even a month's pay. From that point of view, the existence of the treasure was of enormous importance. The mere knowledge that it had been saved from the Monterists would be strong inducement for the Cayta troops to embrace the cause of the new state. The doctor turned round and contemplated his companion for some time. "This Decoud, I see, is a persuasive young beggar," he remarked at last. "And pray, is it for this, then, that Charles Gould has let the whole lot of ingots go out to sea in charge of that Nostromo?" "Charles Gould," said the engineer-in-chief, "has said no more about his motive than usual. You know, he doesn't talk. But we all here know his motive, and he has only one, the safety of the San Tome mine with the preservation of the Gould concession in the spirit of his compact with Holroyd. Holroyd is another uncommon man. They understand each other's imaginative side. One is 30, the other nearly 60, and they have been made for each other. To be a millionaire, and such a millionaire as Holroyd, is like being eternally young. The audacity of youth reckons upon what it fancies an unlimited time at its disposal, but a millionaire has unlimited means in his hands, which is better. One's time on earth is an uncertain quantity, but about the long reach of millions there is no doubt. The introduction of a pure form of Christianity into this continent is a dream for a youthful enthusiast, and I have been trying to explain to you why Holroyd, at 58, is like a man on the threshold of life, and better too. He's not a missionary, but the San Tome mine holds just that for him. I assure you in sober truth that he could not manage to keep this out of a strictly business conference upon the finances of Costaguana he had with Sir John a couple of years ago. Sir John mentioned it with amazement in a letter he wrote to me here from San Francisco when on his way home. Upon my word, Doctor, things seem to be worth noting by what they are in themselves. I begin to believe that the only solid thing about them is the spiritual value which everyone discovers in his own form of activity." "Bah!" interrupted the doctor, without stopping for an instant the idle swinging movement of his legs. "Self-flattery, food for that vanity which makes the world go round. Meantime, what do you think is going to happen to the treasure floating about the Gulf with the great capataz and the great politician?" "Why are you uneasy about it, Doctor?" "I uneasy? And what the devil is it to me? I put no spiritual value into my desires or my opinions or my actions. They have not enough vastness to give me room for self-flattery. Look, for instance, I should certainly have liked to ease the last moments of that poor woman, and I can't. It's impossible. Have you met the impossible face to face? Or have you, the Napoleon of railways, no such word in your dictionary?" "Is she bound to have a very bad time of it?" asked the chief engineer with humane concern. Slow, heavy footsteps moved across the planks above the heavy hard-wood beams of the kitchen. Then, down the narrow opening of the staircase made in the thickness of the wall, and narrow enough to be defended by one man against 20 enemies, came the murmur of two voices, one faint and broken, the other deep and gentle answering it, and in its graver tone covering the weaker sound. The two men remained still and silent till the murmurs ceased. Then the doctor shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "Yes, she's bound to, and I could do nothing if I went up now." A long period of silence above and below ensued. "I fancy," began the engineer in a subdued voice, "that you mistrust Captain Mitchell's capataz." "Mistrust him?" muttered the doctor through his teeth. "I believe him capable of anything, even of the most absurd fidelity. I am the last person he spoke to before he left the wharf, you know. The poor woman up there wanted to see him, and I let him go up to her. The dying must not be contradicted, you know. She seemed then fairly calm and resigned, but the scoundrel in those 10 minutes or so has done or said something which seems to have driven her into despair. You know," went on the doctor hesitatingly, "women are so very unaccountable in every position and at all times of life that I thought sometimes she was in a way, don't you see, in love with him, the capataz. The rascal has his own charm, indubitably, or he would not have made the conquest of all the populace of the town. No, I'm not absurd. I may have given a wrong name to some strong sentiment for him on her part, to an unreasonable and simple attitude a woman is apt to take up emotionally towards a man. She used to abuse him to me frequently, which, of course, is not inconsistent with my idea, not at all. It looked to me as if she were always thinking of him. He was something important in her life. You know, I have seen a lot of those people. Whenever I came down from the mine, Mrs. Gould used to ask me to keep my eye on them. She likes Italians. She has lived a long time in Italy, I believe, and she took a special fancy to that old Garibaldino. A remarkable chap enough, a rugged and dreamy character, living in the republicanism of his young days as if in a cloud. He has encouraged much of the Capataz's confounded nonsense, the high-strung, exalted old beggar. What sort of nonsense, wondered the chief engineer. I found the Capataz always a very shrewd and sensible fellow, absolutely fearless, and remarkably useful, a perfect handy man. Sir John was greatly impressed by his resourcefulness and attention when he made that overland journey from Santa Marta. Later on, as you might have heard, he rendered us a service by disclosing to the then Chief of Police the presence in the town of some professional thieves who came from a distance to wreck and rob our monthly pay train. He has certainly organised the lighterage service of the harbour for the OSN Company with great ability. He knows how to make himself obeyed, foreigner though he is. It is true that the cargadores are strangers here too, for the most part, immigrants, islenos. His prestige is his fortune, muttered the doctor sourly. The man has proved his trustworthiness up to the hilt, on innumerable occasions and in all sorts of ways, argued the engineer. When this question of the silver arose, Captain Mitchell naturally was very warmly of the opinion that his Capataz was the only man fit for the trust. As a sailor, of course, I suppose so, but as a man, don't you know, Gould, Decoud and myself judged that it didn't matter in the least who went. Any boatman would have done just as well. Pray, what could a thief do with such a lot of ingots? If he ran off with them, he would have in the end to land somewhere, and how could he conceal his cargo from the knowledge of the people ashore? We dismissed that consideration from our minds. Moreover, Decoud was going. There have been occasions when the Capataz has been more implicitly trusted. He took a slightly different view, the doctor said. I heard him declare in this very room that it would be the most desperate affair of his life. He made a sort of verbal will here in my hearing, appointing old Viola his executor. And by Jove, do you know, he's not grown rich by his fidelity to you good people of the railway and the harbour. I suppose he obtained some, how do you say that, some spiritual value for his labours, or else I don't know why the devil he should be faithful to you, Gould, Mitchell, or anybody else. He knows this country well. He knows, for instance, that Gamacho, the deputy from Jarira, has been nothing else but a tramposo of the commonest sort, a petty peddler of the Campo, till he managed to get enough goods on credit from Azani to manage a little store in the wilds, and got himself elected by the drunken mozzos that hang about the estancias and the poorest sort of rancheros who were in his debt. And Gamacho, who tomorrow will be probably one of our high officials, is a stranger too, an Isleno. He might have been a cargador on the OSN wharf had he not, the posadero of Rinson is ready to swear it, murdered a peddler in the woods and stolen his pack to begin life on. And do you think that Gamacho, then, would have ever become a hero with the democracy of this place, like our Capataz? Of course not. He isn't half the man. No, decidedly, I think that Nostromo is a fool. The doctor's talk was distasteful to the builder of railways. It is impossible to argue that point, he said philosophically. Each man has his gifts. You should have heard Gamacho haranguing his friends in the street. He has a howling voice, and he shouted like mad, lifting his clenched fist right above his head and throwing his body half out of the window. At every pause the rabble below yelled, "Down with the oligarchs! Viva la libertad!" Fuentes inside looked extremely miserable. You know he's the brother of Jorge Fuentes, who has been Minister of the Interior for 6 months or so, some few years back. Of course, he has no conscience, but he is a man of birth and education, at one time the Director of the Customs of Caita. That idiot brute Gamacho fastened himself upon him with his following of the lowest rabble. His sickly fear of that ruffian was the most rejoicing sight imaginable. He got up and went to the door to look out towards the harbour. All quiet, he said. I wonder if Satya really means to turn up here. End of Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 1. Part 3 of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse, Chapter 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3rd, The Lighthouse, Chapter 2. Captain Mitchell, pacing the wharf, was asking himself the same question. There was always the doubt whether the warning of the Esmeralda telegraphist, a fragmentary and interrupted message, had been properly understood. However, the good man had made up his mind not to go to bed till daylight, if even then. He imagined himself to have rendered an enormous service to Charles Gould. When he thought of the saved silver, he rubbed his hands together with satisfaction. In his simple way, he was proud at being a party to this extremely clever expedient. It was he who had given it a practical shape by suggesting the possibility of intercepting at sea the northbound steamer. And it was advantageous to his company too, which would have lost a valuable freight if the treasure had been left ashore to be confiscated. The pleasure of disappointing the Monterists was also very great. Authoritative by temperament and the long habit of command, Captain Mitchell was no democrat. He even went so far as to profess a contempt for parliamentarism itself. His Excellency Don Vincente Ribiera, he used to say, whom I and that fellow of mine, Nostromo, had the honour, sir, and the pleasure of saving from a cruel death, deferred too much to his Congress. It was a mistake, a distinct mistake, sir. The guileless old seaman, superintending the OSN service, imagined that the last 3 days had exhausted every startling surprise the political life of Costaguana could offer. He used to confess afterwards that the events which followed surpassed his imagination. To begin with, Sulaco, because of the seizure of the cables and the disorganisation of the steam service, remained for a whole fortnight cut off from the rest of the world like a besieged city. One would not have believed it possible, but so it was, sir, a full fortnight. The account of the extraordinary things that happened during that time and the powerful emotions he experienced acquired a comic impressiveness from the pompous manner of his personal narrative. He opened it always by assuring his hearer that he was in the thick of things from first to last. Then he would begin by describing the getting away of the silver and his natural anxiety lest his fellow in charge of the lighter should make some mistake. Apart from the loss of so much precious metal, the life of Senor Martin Decoud, an agreeable, wealthy and well-informed young gentleman, would have been jeopardized through his falling into the hands of his political enemies. Captain Mitchell also admitted that in his solitary vigil on the wharf he had felt a certain measure of concern for the future of the whole country. A feeling, sir, he explained, perfectly comprehensible in a man properly grateful for the many kindnesses received from the best families of merchants and other native gentlemen of independent means who, barely saved by us from the excesses of the mob, seemed, to my mind's eye, destined to become the prey in person and fortune of the native soldiery, which, as is well known, behave with regrettable barbarity to the inhabitants during their civil commotions. And then, sir, there were the Goulds, for both of whom, man and wife, I could not but entertain the warmest feelings deserved by their hospitality and kindness. I felt, too, the dangers of the gentlemen of the Amarilla Club, who had made me honorary member, and had treated me with uniform regard and civility, both in my capacity of consular agent and as superintendent of an important steam service. Miss Antonia Avellanos, the most beautiful and accomplished young lady whom it had ever been my privilege to speak to, was not a little in my mind, I confess. How the interests of my company would be affected by the impending change of officials claimed a large share of my attention too. In short, sir, I was extremely anxious and very tired, as you may suppose, by the exciting and memorable events in which I had taken my little part. The company's building, containing my residence, was within 5 minutes' walk, with an attraction of some supper and my hammock. I always take my nightly rest in a hammock as the most suitable to the climate. But somehow, sir, though evidently I could do nothing for anyone by remaining about, I could not tear myself away from that wharf, where the fatigue made me stumble painfully at times. The night was excessively dark. the darkest I remember in my life, so that I began to think that the arrival of the transport from Esmeralda could not possibly take place before daylight, owing to the difficulty of navigating the Gulf. The mosquitoes bit like fury. We have been infested here with mosquitoes before the late improvements. A peculiar harbour brand, sir, renowned for its ferocity. They were like a cloud about my head, and I shouldn't wonder that but for their attacks I would have dozed off as I walked up and down and got a heavy fall. I kept on smoking cigar after cigar, more to protect myself from being eaten up alive than from any real relish for the weed. And then, sir, when perhaps for the 20th time I was approaching my watch to the lighted end in order to see the time, and observing with surprise that it wanted yet 10 minutes to midnight, I heard the splash of a ship's propeller, an unmistakable sound to a sailor's ear on such a calm night. It was faint indeed, because they were advancing with precaution and dead slow, both on account of the darkness and from their desire of not revealing too soon their presence, a very unnecessary care, because I verily believe in all the enormous extent of this harbour I was the only living soul about. Even the usual staff of watchmen and others had been absent from their posts for several nights, owing to the disturbances. I stood stock still after dropping and stamping out my cigar, a circumstance highly agreeable, I should think, to the mosquitoes, if I may judge from the state of my face next morning. But that was a trifling inconvenience in comparison with the brutal proceedings I became victim of on the part of Sotillo. Something utterly inconceivable, sir, more like the proceedings of a maniac than the action of a sane man, however lost to all sense of honour and decency. But Sotillo was furious at the failure of his thievish scheme. In this Captain Mitchell was right. Sotillo was, indeed, infuriated. Captain Mitchell, however, had not been arrested at once. A vivid curiosity induced him to remain on the wharf, which is nearly 400 feet long, to see, or rather hear, the whole process of disembarkation. Concealed by the railway truck used for the silver, which had been run backwards to the shore end of the jetty, Captain Mitchell saw the small detachment thrown forward, pass by, taking different directions upon the plain. Meantime the troops were being landed and formed into a column, whose head crept up gradually so close to him that he made it out, barring nearly the whole width of the wharf, only a very few yards from him. Then the low, shuffling, murmuring, clinking sound ceased, and the whole mass remained for about an hour motionless and silent, awaiting the return of the scouts. On land nothing was to be heard except the deep baying of the mastiffs at the railway yards, answered by the faint barking of the curs infesting the outer limits of the town. A detached knot of dark shapes stood in front of the head of the column. Presently the picket at the end of the wharf began to challenge in undertones single figures approaching from the plain. Those messengers sent back from the scouting parties flung to their comrades brief sentences and passed on rapidly, becoming lost in the great motionless mass to make their report to the staff. It occurred to Captain Mitchell that his position could become disagreeable and perhaps dangerous, when suddenly at the head of the jetty there was a shout of command, a bugle call, followed by a stir and a rattling of arms and a murmuring noise that ran right up the column. Nearby, a loud voice directed hurriedly, "Push that railway car out of the way." At the rush of bare feet to execute the order, Captain Mitchell skipped back a pace or two. The car, suddenly impelled by many hands, flew away from him along the rails, and before he knew what had happened, he found himself surrounded and seized by his arms and the collar of his coat. "We have caught a man hiding here, mi teniente," cried one of his captors. "Hold him on one side till the rearguard comes along," answered the voice. The whole column streamed past Captain Mitchell at a run, the thundering noise of their feet dying away suddenly on the shore. His captors held him tightly, disregarding his declaration that he was an Englishman and his loud demands to be taken at once before their commanding officer. Finally he lapsed into dignified silence. With a hollow rumble of wheels on the planks, a couple of field guns, dragged by hand, rolled by. Then, after a small body of men had marched past, escorting 4 or 5 figures which walked in advance with a jingle of steel scabbards, he felt a tug at his arms and was ordered to come along. During the passage from the wharf to the custom house, it is to be feared that Captain Mitchell was subjected to certain indignities at the hands of the soldiers, such as jerks, thumps on the neck, forcible application of the butt of a rifle to the small of his back. Their ideas of speed were not in accord with his notion of his dignity. He became flustered, flushed, and helpless. It was as if the world were coming to an end. The long building was surrounded by troops, which were already piling arms by companies and preparing to pass the night lying on the ground in their ponchos with their sacks under their heads. Corporals moved with swinging lanterns, posting sentries all round the walls wherever there was a door or an opening. Sotillo was taking his measures to protect his conquest as if it had indeed contained the treasure. His desire to make his fortune at one audacious stroke of genius had overmastered his reasoning faculties. He would not believe in the possibility of failure. The mere hint of such a thing made his brain reel with rage. Every circumstance pointing to it appeared incredible. The statement of Hirsch, which was so absolutely fatal to his hopes, could by no means be admitted. It is true, too, that Hirsch's story had been told so incoherently, with such excessive sign of distraction, that it really looked improbable. It was extremely difficult, as the saying is, to make head or tail of it. On the bridge of the steamer, directly after his rescue, Sotillo and his officers, in their impatience and excitement, would not give the wretched man time to collect such few wits as remained to him. He ought to have been quieted, soothed, and reassured, whereas he had been roughly handled, cuffed, shaken, and addressed in menacing tones. His struggles, his wriggles, his attempts to get down on his knees, followed by the most violent efforts to break away, as if he meant incontinently to jump overboard, his shrieks and shrinkings and cowering wild glances had filled them first with amazement, then with a doubt of his genuineness, as men are wont to suspect the sincerity of every great passion. His Spanish, too, became so mixed up with German that the better half of his statements remained incomprehensible. He tried to propitiate them by calling them Hochwohlge geboren Herren, which in itself sounded suspicious. When admonished sternly not to trifle, he repeated his entreaties and protestations of loyalty and innocence, again in German, obstinately because he was not aware in what language he was speaking. His identity, of course, was perfectly known as an inhabitant of Esmeralda, but this made the matter no clearer. As he kept on forgetting Decoud's name, mixing him up with several other people he had seen in the Castle Gould, it looked as if they had all been in the lighter together, and for a moment Sotillo thought that he had drowned every prominent Ribierist of Sulaco. The improbability of such a thing threw a doubt upon the whole statement. Hirsch was either mad or playing a part, pretending fear and distraction on the spur of the moment to cover the truth. Sotillo's rapacity, excited to the highest pitch by the prospect of an immense booty, could believe in nothing adverse. This Jew might have been very much frightened by the accident, but he knew where the silver was concealed, and had invented this story with his Jewish cunning to put him entirely off the track as to what had been done. Sotillo had taken up his quarters on the upper floor of a vast apartment with heavy black beams. But there was no ceiling, and the eye lost itself in the darkness under the high pitch of the roof. The thick shutters stood open. On a long table could be seen a large inkstand, some stumpy inky quill pens, and 2 square wooden boxes, each holding 1/2 hundredweight of sand. Sheets of grey coarse official paper bestrewed the floor. It must have been a room occupied by some higher official of the customs, because a large leathern armchair stood behind the table, with other high-backed chairs scattered about. A net hammock was swung under one of the beams, for the official's afternoon siesta, no doubt. A couple of candles stuck into tall iron candlesticks gave a dim reddish light. The colonel's hat, sword, and revolver lay between them, and a couple of his more trusty officers lounged gloomily against the table. The colonel threw himself into the armchair, and a big negro with a sergeant's stripes on his ragged sleeve, kneeling down, pulled off his boots. Sotillo's ebony moustache contrasted violently with the livid colouring of his cheeks. His eyes were sombre and as if sunk very far into his head. He seemed exhausted by his perplexities, languid with disappointment. but when the sentry on the landing thrust his head in to announce the arrival of a prisoner, he revived at once. "Let him be brought in," he shouted fiercely. The door flew open, and Captain Mitchell, bareheaded, his waistcoat open, the bow of his tie under his ear, was hustled into the room. Sotillo recognised him at once. He could not have hoped for a more precious capture. Here was a man who could tell him, if he chose, everything he wished to know, and directly the problem of how best to make him talk to the point presented itself to his mind. The resentment of a foreign nation had no terrors for Sotillo. The might of the whole armed Europe would not have protected Captain Mitchell from insults and ill usage so well as the quick reflection of Sotillo that this was an Englishman who would, most likely, turn obstinate under bad treatment and become quite unmanageable. At all events, the Colonel smoothed the scowl on his brow. "What, the excellent Signor Mitchell!" he cried, in affected dismay. The pretended anger of his swift advance and of his shout, "Release the caballero at once!" was so effective that the astounded soldiers positively sprang away from their prisoner. Thus, suddenly deprived of forcible support, Captain Mitchell reeled as though about to fall. Sotillo took him familiarly under the arm, led him to a chair, waved his hand at the room. "Go out, all of you," he commanded. When they had been left alone, he stood looking down, irresolute and silent, watching till Captain Mitchell had recovered his power of speech. Here in his very grasp was one of the men concerned in the removal of the silver. Sotillo's temperament was of that sort that he experienced an ardent desire to beat him, just as formerly, when negotiating with difficulty a loan from the cautious Anzani, his fingers always itched to take the shopkeeper by the throat. As to Captain Mitchell, the suddenness, unexpectedness, and general inconceivableness of this experience had confused his thoughts. Moreover, he was physically out of breath. "I've been knocked down 3 times between this and the wharf," he gasped out at last. "Somebody should be made to pay for this." He had certainly stumbled more than once, and had been dragged along for some distance before he could regain his stride. With his recovered breath, his indignation seemed to madden him. He jumped up, crimson, all his white hair bristling, his eyes glaring vengefully, and shook violently the flaps of his ruined waistcoat before the disconcerted Sotillo. "Look, those uniformed thieves of yours downstairs have robbed me of my watch." The old sailor's aspect was very threatening. Sotillo saw himself cut off from the table on which his sabre and revolver were lying. "I demand restitution and apologies," Mitchell thundered at him, quite beside himself. "From you! Yes, from you!" For the space of a second or so the Colonel stood with a perfectly stony expression of face. Then, as Captain Mitchell flung out an arm towards the table as if to snatch up the revolver, Sotillo, with a yell of alarm, bounded to the door and was gone in a flash, slamming it after him. Surprise calmed Captain Mitchell's fury. Behind the closed doors, Sotillo shouted on the landing, and there was a great tumult of feet on the wooden staircase. "Disarm him! Bind him!" the Colonel could be heard vociferating. Captain Mitchell had just the time to glance once at the windows, with 3 perpendicular bars of iron each and some 20 feet from the ground, as he well knew, before the door flew open and the rush upon him took place. In an incredibly short time he found himself bound with many turns of a hide rope to a high-backed chair, so that his head alone remained free. Not till then did Sotillo, who had been leaning in the doorway, trembling visibly, venture again within. The soldiers, picking up from the floor the rifles they had dropped to grapple with the prisoner, filed out of the room. The officers remained leaning on their swords and looking on. The watch!" raved the Colonel, pacing to and fro like a tiger in a cage. "Give me that man's watch!" It was true that when searched for arms in the hall downstairs, before being taken into Sotillo's presence, Captain Mitchell had been relieved of his watch and chain. But at the Colonel's clamour it was produced quickly enough, a corporal bringing it up, carried carefully in the palm of his joined hands. Sotillo snatched it, and pushed the clenched fist from which it dangled close to Captain Mitchell's face. "Now then, you arrogant Englishman, you dare to call the soldiers of the army thieves? Behold your watch." He flourished his fist as if aiming blows at the prisoner's nose. Captain Mitchell, helpless as a swathed infant, looked anxiously at the 60-guinea gold half-chronometer presented to him years ago by a committee of underwriters for saving a ship from total loss by fire. Sotillo, too, seemed to perceive its valuable appearance. He became silent suddenly, stepped aside to the table, and began a careful examination in the light of the candles. He had never seen anything so fine. His officers closed in and craned their necks behind his back. He became so interested that for an instant he forgot his precious prisoner. There is always something childish in the rapacity of the passionate, clear-minded southern races, wanting in the misty idealism of the northerners, who at the smallest encouragement dream of nothing less than the conquest of the earth. Sotillo was fond of jewels, gold trinkets, of personal adornment. After a moment he turned about and, with a commanding gesture, made all his officers fall back. He laid down the watch on the table, then, negligently, pushed his hat over it. "Ha!" he began, going up very close to the chair. "You dare call my valiant soldiers of the Esmeralda regiment thieves? You dare? What impudence! You foreigners come here to rob our country of its wealth. You'll never have enough. Your audacity knows no bounds." He looked towards the officers, amongst whom there was an approving murmur. The older major was moved to declare, "See, mi colonel, they are all traitors." "I shall say nothing," continued Sotillo, fixing the motionless and powerless Mitchell with an angry but uneasy stare. "I shall say nothing of your treacherous attempt to get possession of my revolver to shoot me while I was trying to treat you with consideration you did not deserve. You have forfeited your life. Your only hope is in my clemency." He watched for the effect of his words, but there was no obvious sign of fear on Captain Mitchell's face. His white hair was full of dust, which covered also the rest of his helpless person. As if he had heard nothing, he twitched an eyebrow to get rid of a bit of straw which hung among the hairs. Sotillo advanced one leg and put his arms akimbo. "It is you, Mitchell," he said emphatically, "who are the thief, not my soldiers." He pointed at his prisoner, a forefinger with a long, almond-shaped nail. "Where is the silver of the San Tome mine? I ask you, Mitchell, where is the silver that was deposited in this custom house? Answer me that. You stole it. You were a party to stealing it. It was stolen from the government. Aha! You think I do not know what I say, but I am up to your foreign tricks. It is gone, the silver, no? Gone in one of your lunches, you miserable man. How dared you?" This time he produced his effect. How on earth could Sotillo know that, thought Mitchell. His head, the only part of his body that could move, betrayed his surprise by a sudden jerk. "Ha! You tremble!" Sotillo shouted suddenly. "It is a conspiracy. It is a crime against the state. Did you not know that the silver belongs to the Republic till the government claims are satisfied? Where is it? Where have you hidden it, you miserable thief?" At this question, Captain Mitchell's sinking spirits revived. In whatever incomprehensible manner Sotillo had already got his information about the lighter, he had not captured it. That was clear. In his outraged heart, Captain Mitchell had resolved that nothing would induce him to say a word while he remained so disgracefully bound, but his desire to help the escape of the silver made him depart from this resolution. His wits were very much at work. He detected in Sotillo a certain air of doubt, of irresolution. That man, he said to himself, is not certain of what he advances. For all his pomposity in social intercourse, Captain Mitchell could meet the realities of life in a resolute and ready spirit. Now he had got over the first shock of the abominable treatment, he was cool and collected enough. The immense contempt he felt for Sotillo steadied him, and he said oracularly, "No doubt it is well concealed by this time." Sotillo too had time to cool down. "Muy bien, Mitchell," he said in a cold and threatening manner. "But can you produce the government receipt for the royalty and the custom house permit of embarkation, eh? Can you? No. Then the silver has been removed illegally, and the guilty shall be made to suffer unless it is produced within 5 days from this." He gave orders for the prisoner to be unbound and locked up in one of the smaller rooms downstairs. He walked about the room, moody and silent, till Captain Mitchell, with each of his arms held by a couple of men, stood up, shook himself, and stamped his feet. "How did you like to be tied up, Mitchell?" he asked derisively. "It is the most incredible, abominable use of power," Captain Mitchell declared in a loud voice, "and whatever your purpose, you shall gain nothing from it, I can promise you." The tall colonel, livid, with his coal-black ringlets and moustache, crouched, as it were, to look into the eyes of the short, thick-set, red-faced prisoner with rumpled white hair. "That we shall see. You shall know my power a little better when I tie you up to a potelon outside in the sun for a whole day." He drew himself up haughtily and made a sign for Captain Mitchell to be led away. "What about my watch?" cried Captain Mitchell, hanging back from the efforts of the men pulling him towards the door. Sotillo turned to his officers. "No, but only listen to this picaro, caballeros," he pronounced with affected scorn, and was answered by a chorus of derisive laughter. "He demands his watch." He ran up again to Captain Mitchell, for the desire to relieve his feelings by inflicting blows and pain upon this Englishman was very strong within him. "Your watch! You are a prisoner in wartime, Mitchell. In wartime you have no rights and no property. Caramba, the very breath in your body belongs to me. Remember that." "Bosh," said Captain Mitchell, concealing a disagreeable impression. Down below, in a great hall, with the earthen floor and a tall mound thrown up by white ants in a corner, the soldiers had kindled a small fire with broken chairs and tables near the arched gateway, through which the faint murmur of the harbour waters on the beach could be heard. While Captain Mitchell was being led down the staircase, an officer passed him, running up to report to Sotillo the capture of more prisoners. A lot of smoke hung about in the vast gloomy place. The fire crackled, and as if through a haze, Captain Mitchell made out, surrounded by short soldiers with fixed bayonets, the heads of 3 tall prisoners, the doctor, the engineer-in-chief, and the white leonine mane of old Viola, who stood half-turned away from the others with his chin on his breast and his arms crossed. Mitchell's astonishment knew no bounds. He cried out. The other 2 exclaimed also. But he hurried on diagonally across the big cavern-like hall. Lots of thoughts, surmises, hints of caution and so on crowded his head to distraction. "Is he actually keeping you?" shouted the chief engineer, whose single eyeglass glittered in the firelight. An officer from the top of the stairs was shouting urgently, "Bring them all up, all 3!" In the clamour of voices and the rattle of arms, Captain Mitchell made himself heard imperfectly. "By heavens, the fellow has stolen my watch!" The engineer-in-chief on the staircase resisted the pressure long enough to shout, "What? What did you say?" "My chronometer!" Captain Mitchell yelled violently at the very moment of being thrust head foremost through a small door into a sort of cell, perfectly black and so narrow that he fetched up against the opposite wall. The door had been instantly slammed. He knew where they had put him. This was the strong room of the custom house, whence the silver had been removed only a few hours earlier. It was almost as narrow as a corridor, with a small square aperture barred by a heavy grating at the distant end. Captain Mitchell staggered for a few steps, then sat down on the earthen floor with his back to the wall. Nothing, not even a gleam of light from anywhere, interfered with Captain Mitchell's meditation. He did some hard, but not very extensive, thinking. It was not of a gloomy cast. The old sailor, with all his small weaknesses and absurdities, was constitutionally incapable of entertaining for any length of time a fear of his personal safety. It was not so much firmness of soul as the lack of a certain kind of imagination, the kind whose undue development caused intense suffering to Senor Hirsch, that sort of imagination which adds the blind terror of bodily suffering and of death, envisaged as an accident to the body alone, strictly, to all the other apprehensions on which the sense of one's existence is based. Unfortunately, Captain Mitchell had not much penetration of any kind. Characteristic, illuminating trifles of expression, action or movement escaped him completely. He was too pompously and innocently aware of his own existence to observe that of others. For instance, he could not believe that Sotillo had really been afraid of him, and this simply because it would never have entered into his head to shoot anyone except in the most pressing case of self-defence. Anybody could see he was not a murdering kind of man, he reflected quite gravely. Then why this preposterous and insulting charge, he asked himself. But his thoughts mainly clung around the astounding and unanswerable question how the devil the fellow got to know that the silver had gone off in the lighter. It was obvious that he had not captured it, and obviously he could not have captured it. In this last conclusion, Captain Mitchell was misled by the assumption drawn from his observation of the weather during his long vigil on the wharf. He thought that there had been much more wind than usual that night in the Gulf, whereas, as a matter of fact, the reverse was the case. How in the name of all that's marvellous did that confounded fellow get wind of the affair, was the first question he asked directly after the bang, clatter and flash of the open door, which was closed again almost before he could lift his dropped head, informed him that he had a companion of captivity. Dr. Moningham's voice stopped muttering curses in English and Spanish. "Is that you, Mitchell?" he made answer surlily. "I struck my forehead against this confounded wall with enough force to fell an ox. Where are you?" Captain Mitchell, accustomed to the darkness, could make out the doctor stretching out his hands blindly. "I'm sitting here on the floor. Don't fall over my legs," Captain Mitchell's voice announced with great dignity of tone. The doctor, entreated not to walk about in the dark, sank down to the ground too. The two prisoners of Sotillo, with their heads nearly touching, began to exchange confidences. "Yes," the doctor related in a low tone to Captain Mitchell's vehement curiosity, "we have been nabbed in old Viola's place. It seems that one of their pickets, commanded by an officer, pushed as far as the town gate. They had orders not to enter, but to bring along every soul they could find on the plain. We had been talking in there with the door open, and no doubt they saw the glimmer of our light. They must have been making their approaches for some time. The engineer laid himself on a bench in a recess by the fireplace, and I went upstairs to have a look. I hadn't heard any sound from there for a long time. Old Viola, as soon as he saw me coming up, lifted his arm for silence. I stole in on tiptoe. By Jove, his wife was lying down and had gone to sleep. The woman had actually dropped off to sleep. 'Senor Doctor,' Viola whispers to me, 'it looks as if her oppression was going to get better.' 'Yes,' I said, very much surprised. 'Your wife is a wonderful woman, Giorgio.' And just then a shot was fired in the kitchen, which made us jump and cower as if at a thunderclap. It seems that the party of soldiers had stolen quite close up, and one of them had crept up to the door. He looked in, thought there was no one there, and, holding his rifle ready, entered quietly. The chief told me that he had just closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he saw the man already in the middle of the room, peering into the dark corners. The chief was so startled that without thinking he made one leap from the recess right out in front of the fireplace. The soldier, no less startled, up with his rifle and pulls the trigger, deafening and singeing the engineer, but in his flurry missing him completely. But look what happens. At the noise of the report, the sleeping woman sat up as if moved by a spring, with a shriek, "The children, Giambattista! Save the children!" I have it in my ears now. It was the truest cry of distress I ever heard. I stood as if paralysed, but the old husband ran across to the bedside, stretching out his hands. She clung to them. I could see her eyes go glazed. The old fellow lowered her down on the pillows and then looked round at me. She was dead. All this took less than 5 minutes, and then I ran down to see what was the matter. There was no use thinking of any resistance. Nothing we two could say availed with the officer, so I volunteered to go up with a couple of soldiers and fetch down old Viola. He was sitting at the foot of the bed, looking at his wife's face, and did not seem to hear what I said. But after I'd pulled the sheet over her head, he got up and followed us downstairs quietly in a sort of thoughtful way. They marched us off along the road, leaving the door open and the candle burning. The chief engineer strode on without a word, but I looked back once or twice at the feeble gleam. After we had gone some considerable distance, the garibaldino, who was walking by my side, suddenly said, "I have buried many men on battlefields on this continent. The priests talk of consecrated ground. Bah! All the earth made by God is holy, but the sea, which knows nothing of kings and priests and tyrants, is the holiest of all. Doctor, I should like to bury her in the sea. No mummeries, candles, incense, no holy water mumbled over by priests. The spirit of liberty is upon the waters. Amazing old man. He was saying all this in an undertone, as if talking to himself. Yes, yes, interrupted Captain Mitchell impatiently. Poor old chap. But have you any idea how that ruffian Sotillo obtained his information? He did not get hold of any of our cargadores who helped with the truck, did he? But no, it is impossible. These were picked men we've had in our boats for these 5 years, and I paid them myself specially for the job, with instructions to keep out of the way for 24 hours at least. I saw them with my own eyes march out with the Italians to the railway yards. The chief promised to give them rations as long as they wanted to remain there. Well, said the doctor slowly, I can tell you that you may say goodbye forever to your best lighter and to the capataz of cargadores. At this, Captain Mitchell scrambled up to his feet in the excess of his excitement. The doctor, without giving him time to exclaim, stated briefly the part played by Hirsch during the night. Captain Mitchell was overcome. Drowned, he muttered in a bewildered and appalled whisper. Drowned! Afterwards he kept still, apparently listening, but too absorbed in the news of the catastrophe to follow the doctor's narrative with attention. The doctor had taken up an attitude of perfect ignorance till at last Sotillo was induced to have Hirsch brought in to repeat the whole story, which was got out of him again with the greatest difficulty, because every moment he would break out into lamentations. At last Hirsch was led away, looking more dead than alive, and shut up in one of the upstairs rooms to be close at hand. Then the doctor, keeping up his character of a man not admitted to the inner councils of the San Tome administration, remarked that the story sounded incredible. Of course, he said, he couldn't tell what had been the action of the Europeans, as he had been exclusively occupied with his own work in looking after the wounded, and also in attending Don José Avellanos. He had succeeded in assuming so well a tone of impartial indifference that Sotillo seemed to be completely deceived. Till then a show of regular inquiry had been kept up. One of the officers sitting at the table wrote down the questions and the answers. The others, lounging about the room, listened attentively, puffing at their long cigars and keeping their eyes on the doctor. But at that point Sotillo ordered everybody out. End of Part 3rd. The Lighthouse, Chapter 2. Part 3rd of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad. The Lighthouse, Chapter 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3rd. The Lighthouse, Chapter 3. Directly they were alone, the Colonel's severe official manner changed. He rose and approached the doctor. His eyes shone with rapacity and hope. He became confidential. "The silver might have been indeed put on board the lighter, but it was not conceivable that it should have been taken out to sea." The doctor, watching every word, nodded slightly, smoking with apparent relish the cigar which Sotillo had offered him as a sign of his friendly intentions. The doctor's manner of cold detachment from the rest of the Europeans led Sotillo on, till from conjecture to conjecture he arrived at hinting that in his opinion this was a put-up job on the part of Charles Gould in order to get hold of that immense treasure all to himself. The doctor, observant and self-possessed, muttered, "He is very capable of that." Here Captain Mitchell exclaimed with amazement, amusement and indignation, "You said that of Charles Gould?" Disgust and even some suspicion crept into his tone, for to him too, as to other Europeans, there appeared to be something dubious about the doctor's personality. "What on earth made you say that to this watch-stealing scoundrel?" he asked. "What's the object of an infernal lie of that sort? That confounded pickpocket was quite capable of believing you." He snorted. For a time the doctor remained silent in the dark. "Yes, that is exactly what I did say," he uttered at last, in a tone which would have made it clear enough to a third party that the pause was not of a reluctant but of a reflective character. Captain Mitchell thought that he had never heard anything so brazenly impudent in his life. Well, well, he muttered to himself, but he had not the heart to voice his thoughts. They were swept away by others full of astonishment and regret. A heavy sense of discomfiture crushed him. The loss of the silver, the death of Nostromo, which was really quite a blow to his sensibilities, because he had become attached to his capataz as people get attached to their inferiors from love of ease and almost unconscious gratitude. And when he thought of Decoud being drowned, too, his sensibility was almost overcome by this miserable end. What a heavy blow for that poor young woman! Captain Mitchell did not belong to the species of crabbed old bachelors. On the contrary, he liked to see young men paying attentions to young women. It seemed to him a natural and proper thing, proper especially. As to sailors, it was different. It was not their place to marry, he maintained. But it was on moral grounds, as a matter of self-denial, for, he explained, life on board ship is not fit for a woman, even at best, and if you leave her on shore, first of all it is not fair, and next she either suffers from it or doesn't care a bit, which in both cases is bad. He couldn't have told you what upset him most, Charles Gould's immense material loss, the death of Nostromo, which was a heavy loss to himself, or the idea of that beautiful and accomplished young woman being plunged into mourning. Yes, the doctor, who had been apparently reflecting, began again. He believed me right enough. I thought he would have hugged me. Si, he said. He will write to that partner of his, the rich Americano in San Francisco, that it is all lost. Why not? There is enough to share with many people. But this is perfectly imbecile, cried Captain Mitchell. The doctor remarked that Sotillo was imbecile, and that his imbecility was ingenious enough to lead him completely astray. He had helped him only but a little way. I mentioned, the doctor said, in a sort of casual way, that treasure is generally buried in the earth rather than set afloat upon the sea. At this, my Sotillo slapped his forehead. Por Dios, yes, he said, they must have buried it on the shores of this harbour somewhere before they sailed out. Heavens and earth, muttered Captain Mitchell, I should not have believed that anybody could be ass enough. He paused, then went on mournfully. But what's the good of all this? It would have been a clever enough lie if the lighter had been still afloat. It would have kept that inconceivable idiot perhaps from sending out the steamer to cruise in the Gulf. That was the danger that worried me no end. Captain Mitchell sighed profoundly. I had an object, the doctor pronounced slowly. Had you? Muttered Captain Mitchell. Well, that's lucky, or else I would have thought that you went on fooling him for the fun of the thing, and perhaps that was your object. Well, I must say I personally wouldn't condescend to that sort of thing. It is not to my taste. No. Blackening a friend's character is not my idea of fun, if it were to fool the greatest blackguard on earth. Had it not been for Captain Mitchell's depression, caused by the fatal news, his disgust of Dr. Monningham would have taken a more outspoken shape, but he thought to himself that now it really did not matter what that man, whom he had never liked, would say and do. I wonder, he grumbled, why they have shut us up together, or why Sotillo should have shut you up at all, since it seems to me you have been fairly chummy up there. Yes, I wonder, said the doctor grimly. Captain Mitchell's heart was so heavy that he would have preferred for the time being a complete solitude to the best of company. But any company would have been preferable to the doctor's, at whom he had always looked askance as a sort of beachcomber of superior intelligence, partly reclaimed from his abased state. That feeling led him to ask, what has that ruffian done with the other two? The chief engineer he would have let go in any case, said the doctor. He wouldn't like to have a quarrel with the railway upon his hands, not just yet at any rate. I don't think, Captain Mitchell, that you understand exactly what Sotillo's position is. I don't see why I should bother my head about it, snarled Captain Mitchell. No, assented the doctor with the same grim composure, I don't see why you should. It wouldn't help a single human being in the world if you thought ever so hard upon any subject whatsoever. No, said Captain Mitchell simply and with evident depression. A man locked up in a confounded dark hole is not much use to anybody. As to old Viola, the doctor continued, as though he had not heard, Sotillo released him for the same reason he is presently going to release you. Eh? What? Exclaimed Captain Mitchell, staring like an owl in the darkness. What is there in common between me and old Viola? More likely because the old chap has no watch and chain for the pickpocket to steal. And I tell you what, Dr. Monaghan, he went on with rising choler, he will find it more difficult than he thinks to get rid of me. He will burn his fingers over that job yet, I can tell you. To begin with, I won't go without my watch, and as to the rest, we shall see. I dare say it is no great matter for you to be locked up, but Joe Mitchell is a different kind of man, sir. I don't mean to submit tamely to insult and robbery. I am a public character, sir. And then Captain Mitchell became aware that the bars of the opening had become visible, a black grating upon a square of grey. The coming of the day silenced Captain Mitchell, as if by the reflection that now in all the future days he would be deprived of the invaluable services of his captors. He leaned against the wall with his arms folded on his breast, and the doctor walked up and down the whole length of the place with his peculiar hobbling gait, as if slinking about on damaged feet. At the end furthest from the grating he would be lost altogether in the darkness. Only the slight limping shuffle could be heard. There was an air of moody detachment in that painful prowl kept up without a pause. When the door of the prison was suddenly flung open and his name shouted out, he showed no surprise. He swerved sharply in his walk and passed out at once, as though much depended upon his speed. But Captain Mitchell remained for some time with his shoulders against the wall, quite undecided in the bitterness of his spirit whether it wouldn't be better to refuse to stir a limb in the way of protest. He had half a mind to get himself carried out, but after the officer at the door had shouted 3 or 4 times in tones of remonstrance and surprise, he condescended to walk out. Sir Tio's manner had changed. The Colonel's offhand civility was slightly irresolute, as though he were in doubt if civility were the proper course in this case. He observed Captain Mitchell attentively before he spoke from the big armchair behind the table in a condescending voice. "I have concluded not to detain you, Signor Mitchell. I am of a forgiving disposition. I make allowances. Let this be a lesson to you, however." The peculiar dawn of Sulaco, which seemed to break away from the westward and creep back into the shade of the mountains, mingled with the reddish light of the candles. Captain Mitchell, in sign of contempt and indifference, let his eyes roam all over the room, and he gave a hard stare to the doctor, perched already on the casement of one of the windows, with his eyelids lowered, careless and thoughtful, or perhaps ashamed. Sir Tio, ensconced in the vast armchair, remarked, "I should have thought that the feelings of a caballero would have dictated to you an appropriate reply." He waited for it, but Captain Mitchell, remaining mute, more from extreme resentment than from reasoned intention, Sir Tio hesitated, glanced towards the doctor, who looked up and nodded, then went on with a slight effort. "Here, Signor Mitchell, is your watch. Learn how hasty and unjust has been your judgment of my patriotic soldiers." Lying back in his seat, he extended his arm over the table and pushed the watch away slightly. Captain Mitchell walked up with undisguised eagerness, put it to his ear, then slipped it into his pocket coolly. Sir Tio seemed to overcome an immense reluctance. Again he looked aside at the doctor, who stared at him unwinkingly. But as Captain Mitchell was turning away, without as much as a nod or a glance, he hastened to say, "You may go and wait downstairs for the senior doctor, who I am going to liberate too. You foreigners are insignificant to my mind." He forced a slight discordant laugh out of himself, while Captain Mitchell, for the first time, looked at him with some interest. "The law shall take note later on of your transgressions," Sir Tio hurried on. "But as for me, you can live free, unguarded, unobserved. Do you hear, Signor Mitchell? You may depart to your affairs. You are beneath my notice. My attention is claimed by matters of the very highest importance." Captain Mitchell was very nearly provoked to an answer. It displeased him to be liberated insultingly, but want of sleep, prolonged anxieties, a profound disappointment with the fatal ending of the silver-saving business weighed upon his spirits. It was as much as he could do to conceal his uneasiness, not about himself perhaps, but about things in general. It occurred to him distinctly that something underhand was going on. As he went out, he ignored the doctor pointedly. "A brute," said Sir Tio as the door shut. Dr. Monaghan slipped off the window-sill and, thrusting his hand into the pockets of the long grey dust coat he was wearing, made a few steps into the room. Sotillo got up too, and, putting himself in the way, examined him from head to foot. "So, your countrymen do not confide in you very much, Senor Doctor. They do not love you, eh? Why is that, I wonder?" The doctor, lifting his head, answered by a long, lifeless stare and the words, "Perhaps because I have lived too long in Costaguana." Sotillo had a gleam of white teeth under the black moustache. "Aha, but you love yourself," he said encouragingly. "If you leave them alone," the doctor said, looking with the same lifeless stare at Sotillo's handsome face, "they will betray themselves very soon. Meantime, I may try to make Don Carlos speak." "Ah, Senor Doctor," said Sotillo, wagging his head, "you are a man of quick intelligence. We were made to understand each other." He turned away. He could bear no longer that expressionless and motionless stare, which seemed to have a sort of impenetrable emptiness, like the black depth of an abyss. Even in a man utterly devoid of moral sense, there remains an appreciation of rascality which, being conventional, is perfectly clear. Sotillo thought that Dr. Monaghan, so different from all Europeans, was ready to sell his countryman and Charles Gould, his employer, for some share of the San Tome silver. Sotillo did not despise him for that. The colonel's want of moral sense was of a profound and innocent character. It bordered upon stupidity, moral stupidity. Nothing that served his ends could appear to him really reprehensible. Nevertheless, he despised Dr. Monaghan. He had for him an immense and satisfactory contempt. He despised him with all his heart, because he did not mean to let the doctor have any reward at all. He despised him not as a man without faith and honour, but as a fool. Dr. Monaghan's insight into his character had deceived Sotillo completely. Therefore he thought the doctor a fool. Since his arrival in Sulaco, the colonel's ideas had undergone some modification. He no longer wished for a political career in Montero's administration. He had always doubted the safety of that course. Since he had learned from the chief engineer that at daylight most likely he would be confronted by Pedro Montero, his misgivings on that point had considerably increased. The guerrillero brother of the general, the Pedrito of popular speech, had a reputation of his own. He wasn't safe to deal with. Sotillo had vaguely planned seizing not only the treasure but the town itself, and then negotiating at leisure. But in the face of facts learned from the chief engineer, who had frankly disclosed to him the whole situation, his audacity, never of a very dashing kind, had been replaced by a most cautious hesitation. An army crossed the mountains under Pedrito already," he had repeated, unable to hide his consternation. "If it had not been that I am given the news by a man of your position, I would never have believed it. Astonishing." "An armed force," corrected the engineer suavely. His aim was attained. It was to keep Sulaco clear of any armed occupation for a few hours longer, to let those whom fear imperilled leave the town. In the general dismay there were families hopeful enough to fly upon the road toward Los Hatos, which was left open by the withdrawal of the armed rabble under Señores Fuentes and Gamacho to Rinson, with their enthusiastic welcome for Pedro Montero. It was a hasty and risky exodus, and it was said that Hernandez, occupying with his band the woods about Los Hatos, was receiving the fugitives. That a good many people he knew were contemplating such a flight had been well known to the chief engineer. Father Corbelan's efforts in the cause of that most pious robber had not been altogether fruitless. The political chief of Sulaco had yielded at the last moment to the urgent entreaties of the priest, had signed a provisional nomination appointing Hernandez a general and calling upon him officially in this new capacity to preserve order in the town. The fact is that the political chief, seeing the situation desperate, did not care what he signed. It was the last official document he signed before he left the palace of the Intendencia for the refuge of the OSN Company's office. But even had he meant his act to be effective, it was already too late. The riot which he feared and expected broke out in less than an hour after Father Corbelan had left him. Indeed, Father Corbelan, who had appointed a meeting with Nostromo in the Dominican convent where he had his residence in one of the cells, never managed to reach the place. From the Intendencia he had gone straight on to the Avellanos' house to tell his brother-in-law, and though he stayed there no more than half an hour, he had found himself cut off from his ascetic abode. Nostromo, after waiting there for some time, watching uneasily the increasing uproar in the street, had made his way to the offices of the Porvenir and stayed there till daylight, as Decoud had mentioned in the letter to his sister. Thus the Capataz, instead of riding towards the Los Hatos woods as bearer of Hernandez's nomination, had remained in town to save the life of the president-dictator, to assist in repressing the outbreak of the mob, and at last to sail out with the silver of the mine. But Father Corbelan, escaping to Hernandez, had the document in his pocket, a piece of official writing turning a bandit into a general in a memorable last official act of the Ribierist party, whose watchwords were honesty, peace, and progress. Probably neither the priest nor the bandit saw the irony of it. Father Corbelan must have found messengers to send into the town, for early on the second day of the disturbances there were rumours of Hernandez being on the road to Los Hatos, ready to receive those who would put themselves under his protection. A strange-looking horseman, elderly and audacious, had appeared in the town, riding slowly while his eyes examined the fronts of the houses, as though he had never seen such high buildings before. Before the cathedral he had dismounted, and, kneeling in the middle of the plaza, his bridle over his arm and his hat lying in front of him on the ground, had bowed his head, crossing himself and beating his breast for some little time. Remounting his horse with a fearless but not unfriendly look round the little gathering formed about his public devotions, he had asked for the Casa Avellanos. A score of hands were extended in answer, with fingers pointing up the Calle de la Constitution. The horseman had gone on with only a glance of casual curiosity upwards to the windows of the Amarilla Club at the corner. His stentorian voice shouted periodically in the empty street, "Which is the Casa Avellanos?" till an answer came from the scared porter, and he disappeared under the gate. The letter he was bringing, written by Father Corbelan with a pencil by the campfire of Hernandez, was addressed to Don Jose, of whose critical state the priest was not aware. Antonia read it, and, after consulting Charles Gould, sent it on for the information of the gentlemen garrisoning the Amarilla Club. For herself, her mind was made up. She would rejoin her uncle. She would entrust the last day, the last hours perhaps, of her father's life to the keeping of the bandit, whose existence was a protest against the irresponsible tyranny of all parties alike, against the moral darkness of the land. The gloom of Los Hatos woods was preferable, a life of hardship in the train of a robber band less debasing. Antonia embraced with all her soul her uncle's obstinate defiance of misfortune. It was grounded in the belief in the man whom she loved. In his message the Vicar-General answered upon his head for Hernandez's fidelity. As to his power, he pointed out that he had remained unsubdued for so many years. In that letter, Decoud's idea of the new Occidental state, whose flourishing and stable condition is a matter of common knowledge now, was for the first time made public and used as an argument. Hernandez, ex-bandit and the last general of Ribierist creation, was confident of being able to hold the tract of country between the woods of Los Hatos and the coast range till that devoted patriot, Don Martin Decoud, could bring General Barrios back to Sulaco for the reconquest of the town. "Heaven itself wills it. Providence is on our side," wrote Father Corbelan. There was no time to reflect upon or to controvert his statement, and if the discussion started upon the reading of that letter in the Amarilla Club was violent, it was also short-lived. In the general bewilderment of the collapse, some jumped at the idea with joyful astonishment, as upon the amazing discovery of a new hope. Others became fascinated by the prospect of immediate personal safety for their women and children. The majority caught at it as a drowning man catches at a straw. Father Corbelan was unexpectedly offering them a refuge from Pedrito Montero with his llanos, allied to Señores Fuentes and Gamacho with their armed rabble. All the latter part of the afternoon an animated discussion went on in the big rooms of the Amarilla Club. Even those members posted at the windows with rifles and carbines to guard the end of the street in case of an offensive return of the populace shouted their opinions and arguments over their shoulders. As dusk fell, Don Juste Lopez, inviting those caballeros who were of his way of thinking to follow him, withdrew into the corridor where, at a little table in the light of 2 candles, he busied himself in composing an address, or rather a solemn declaration to be presented to Pedrito Montero by a deputation of such members of Assembly as had elected to remain in town. His idea was to propitiate him in order to save the form, at least, of parliamentary institutions. Seated before a blank piece of paper, a goose quill pen in his hand, and surged upon from all sides, he turned to the right and to the left, repeating with solemn insistence, "Caballeros, a moment of silence, a moment of silence. We ought to make it clear that we bow in all good faith to the accomplished facts." The utterance of that phrase seemed to give him a melancholy satisfaction. The hubbub of voices round him was growing strained and hoarse. In the sudden pauses, the excited grimacing of the faces would sink all at once into the stillness of profound dejection. Meantime, the exodus had begun. Carretas full of ladies and children rolled swaying across the plaza, with men walking or riding by their side. Mounted parties followed on mules and horses. The poorest were setting out on foot, men and women carrying bundles, clasping babies in their arms, leading old people, dragging along the bigger children. When Charles Gould, after leaving the doctor and the engineer at the Casa Viola, entered the town by the harbour gate, all those that had meant to go were gone, and the others had barricaded themselves in their houses. In the whole dark street there was only one spot of flickering lights and moving figures, where the Señor Administrador recognized his wife's carriage waiting at the door of the Avellanos' house. He rode up almost unnoticed, and looked on without a word while some of his own servants came out of the gate carrying Don José Avellanos, who, with closed eyes and motionless features, appeared perfectly lifeless. His wife and Antonia walked on each side of the improvised stretcher, which was put at once into the carriage. The 2 women embraced, while from the other side of the landau, Father Corbelan's emissary, with his ragged beard all streaked with grey and high bronzed cheekbones, stared, sitting upright in the saddle. Then Antonia, dry-eyed, got in by the side of the stretcher, and after making the sign of the cross rapidly, lowered a thick veil upon her face. The servants and the 3 or 4 neighbours who had come to assist stood back, uncovering their heads. On the box, Ignacio, resigned now to driving all night and to having perhaps his throat cut before daylight, looked back surlily over his shoulder. "Drive carefully," cried Mrs. Gould in a tremulous voice. "Si carefully, si niña," he mumbled, chewing his lips, his round leathery cheeks quivering, and the landau rolled slowly out of the light. "I will see them as far as the ford," said Charles Gould to his wife. She stood on the edge of the sidewalk with her hands clasped lightly and nodded to him as he followed after the carriage. And now the windows of the Amarilla Club were dark. The last spark of resistance had died out. Turning his head at the corner, Charles Gould saw his wife crossing over to their own gate in the lighted patch of the street. One of their neighbours, a well-known merchant and landowner of the province, followed at her elbow, talking with great gestures. As she passed in, all the lights went out in the street, which remained dark and empty from end to end. The houses of the vast plaza were lost in the night. High up, like a star, there was a small gleam in one of the towers of the cathedral, and the equestrian statue gleamed pale against the black trees of the Alameda, like a ghost of royalty haunting the scenes of revolution. The rare prowlers they met ranged themselves against the wall. Beyond the last houses the carriage rolled noiselessly on the soft cushion of dust, and with a greater obscurity a feeling of freshness seemed to fall from the foliage of the trees bordering the country road. The emissary from Hernandez's camp pushed his horse close to Charles Gould. "Caballero," he said in an interested voice, "you are he whom they call the king of Sulaco, the master of the mine? Is it not so?" "Yes, I am the master of the mine," answered Charles Gould. The man cantered for a time in silence, then said, I have a brother, a sereno, in your service in the San Tome Valley. You have proved yourself a just man. There has been no wrong done to anyone since you called upon the people to work in the mountains. My brother says that no official of the government, no oppressor of the Campo, has been seen on your side of the stream. Your own officials do not oppress the people in the gorge. Doubtless they are afraid of your severity. You are a just man and a powerful one, he added. He spoke in an abrupt, independent tone, but evidently he was communicative with a purpose. He told Charles Gould that he had been a ranchero in one of the lower valleys far south, a neighbour of Hernandez in the old days and godfather to his eldest boy, one of those who joined him in his resistance to the recruiting raid which was the beginning of all their misfortunes. It was he that, when his compadre had been carried off, had buried his wife and children, murdered by the soldiers. "Si, senor," he muttered hoarsely. "I and 2 or 3 others, the lucky ones left at liberty, buried them all in one grave near the ashes of their ranch, under the tree that had shaded its roof." It was to him, too, that Hernandez came after he had deserted 3 years afterwards. He had still his uniform on, with the sergeant's stripes on the sleeve, and the blood of his colonel upon his hands and breast. 3 troopers followed him, of those who had started in pursuit but had ridden on for liberty. And he told Charles Gould how he and a few friends, seeing those soldiers, lay in ambush behind some rocks ready to pull the triggers on them, when he recognized his compadre and jumped up from cover, shouting his name, because he knew that Hernandez could not have been coming back on an errand of injustice and oppression. Those 3 soldiers, together with the party who lay behind the rocks, had formed the nucleus of the famous band, and he, the narrator, had been the favourite lieutenant of Hernandez for many, many years. He mentioned proudly that the officials had put a price upon his head too, but did not prevent it getting sprinkled with grey upon his shoulders. And now he had lived long enough to see his compadre made a general. He had a burst of muffled laughter. "And now from robbers we have become soldiers. But look, caballero, at those who made us soldiers and him a general. Look at these people." Ignacio shouted. The light of the carriage lamps, running along the nopal hedges that crowned the bank on each side, flashed upon the scared faces of people standing aside in the road, sunk deep like an English country lane into the soft soil of the Campo. They cowered, their eyes glistened very big for a second, and then the light, running on, fell upon the half-denuded roots of a big tree, on another stretch of nopal hedge, caught up another bunch of faces glaring back apprehensively. 3 women, of whom one was carrying a child, and a couple of men in civilian dress, one armed with a sabre and another with a gun, were grouped about a donkey carrying 2 bundles tied up in blankets. Further on, Ignacio shouted again to pass a carreta, a long wooden box on 2 high wheels, with the door at the back swinging open. Some ladies in it must have recognized the white mules, because they screamed out, "Is it you, Donna Amelia?" At the turn of the road, the glare of a big fire filled the short stretch vaulted over by the branches meeting overhead. Near the ford of a shallow stream, a roadside rancho of woven rushes and a roof of grass had been set on fire by accident, and the flames, roaring viciously, lit up an open space blocked with horses, mules, and a distracted, shouting crowd of people. When Ignacio pulled up, several ladies on foot assailed the carriage, begging Antonia for a seat. To their clamour she answered by pointing silently to her father. "I must leave you here," said Charles Gould in the uproar. The flames leapt up sky high, and in the recoil from the scorching heat across the road the stream of fugitives pressed against the carriage. A middle-aged lady dressed in black silk, but with a coarse manta over her head and a rough branch for a stick in her hand, staggered against the front wheel. 2 young girls, frightened and silent, were clinging to her arms. Charles Gould knew her very well. "Misericordia, we are getting terribly bruised in this crowd," she exclaimed, smiling up courageously to him. "We have started on foot. All our servants ran away yesterday to join the Democrats. We are going to put ourselves under the protection of Father Corbelan, of your sainted uncle, Antonia. He has wrought a miracle in the heart of a most merciless robber, a miracle." She raised her voice gradually up to a scream as she was borne along by the pressure of people getting out of the way of some carts coming up out of the ford at a gallop, with loud yells and cracking of whips. Great masses of sparks mingled with black smoke flew over the road. The bamboos of the walls detonated in the fire with the sound of an irregular fusillade. And then the bright blaze sank suddenly, leaving only a red dusk crowded with aimless dark shadows drifting in contrary directions. The noise of voices seemed to die away with the flame, and the tumult of heads, arms, quarrelling and imprecations passed on fleeing into the darkness. "I must leave you now," repeated Charles Gould to Antonia. She turned her head slowly and uncovered her face. The emissary and compadre of Hernandez spurred his horse close up. "Has not the master of the mine any message to send to Hernandez, the master of the campo?" The truth of the comparison struck Charles Gould heavily. In his determined purpose he held the mine, and the indomitable bandit held the campo by the same precarious tenure. They were equals before the lawlessness of the land. It was impossible to disentangle one's activity from its debasing contacts. A close meshed net of crime and corruption lay upon the whole country. An immense and weary discouragement sealed his lips for a time. "You are a just man," urged the emissary of Hernandez. "Look at those people who made my compadre a general and have turned us all into soldiers. Look at those oligarchs fleeing for life with only the clothes on their backs. My compadre does not think of that, but our followers may be wondering greatly, and I would speak for them to you. Listen, Signor, for many months now the campo has been our own. We need ask no man for anything. But soldiers must have their pay to live honestly when the wars are over. It is believed that your soul is so just that a prayer from you would cure the sickness of every beast, like the orison of the upright judge. Let me have some words from your lips that would act like a charm upon the doubt of our partida, where all are men." "Do you hear what he says?" Charles Gould said in English to Antonia. "Forgive us our misery," she exclaimed hurriedly. "It is your character that is the inexhaustible treasure which must save us all yet. Your character, Carlos, not your wealth. I entreat you to give this man your word that you will accept any arrangement my uncle may make with their chief. One word. He will want no more." On the side of the roadside hut there remained nothing but an enormous heap of embers, throwing afar a darkening red glow, in which Antonia's face appeared deeply flushed with excitement. Charles Gould, with only a short hesitation, pronounced the required pledge. He was like a man who had ventured on a precipitous path with no room to turn, where the only chance of safety is to press forward. At that moment he understood it thoroughly as he looked down at poor Don Jose stretched out, hardly breathing, by the side of the erect Antonia, vanquished in a lifelong struggle with the powers of moral darkness, whose stagnant depths breed monstrous crimes and monstrous illusions. In a few words, the emissary from Hernandez expressed his complete satisfaction. Stoically, Antonia lowered her veil, resisting the longing to inquire about Decoud's escape. But Ignacio leered morosely over his shoulder. "Take a good look at the mules, mi amo," he grumbled. "You shall never see them again." End of Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 3. Part 3 of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse, Chapter 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 4. Charles Gould turned towards the town. Before him the jagged peaks of the Sierra came out all black in the clear dawn. Here and there a muffled lapero whisked around the corner of a grass-grown street before the ringing hoofs of his horse. Dogs barked behind the walls of the gardens, and with the colourless light the chill of the snows seemed to fall from the mountains upon the disjointed pavements and the shuttered houses, with broken cornices and the plaster peeling in patches between the flat pilasters of the fronts. The daybreak struggled with the gloom under the arcades on the plaza, with no signs of country people disposing their goods for the day's market, piles of fruit, bundles of vegetables ornamented with flowers on low benches under enormous mat umbrellas, with no cheery early morning bustle of villagers, women, children, and loaded donkeys. Only a few scattered knots of revolutionists stood in the vast space, all looking one way from under their slouched hats for some sign of news from Rinson. The largest of those groups turned about like one man as Charles Gould passed and shouted "Vive la Libertad!" after him in a menacing tone. Charles Gould rode on and turned into the archway of his house. In the patio, littered with straw, a practicante, one of Dr. Monicum's native assistants, sat on the ground with his back against the rim of the fountain, fingering a guitar discreetly, while two girls of the lower class, standing up before him, shuffled their feet a little and waved their arms, humming a popular dancing tune. Most of the wounded during the 2 days of rioting had been taken away already by their friends and relations, but several figures could be seen sitting up, balancing their bandaged heads in time to the music. Charles Gould dismounted. A sleepy mozzo coming out of the bakery door took hold of the horse's bridle. The practicante endeavoured to conceal his guitar hastily. The girls, unabashed, stepped back smiling, and Charles Gould, on his way to the staircase, glanced into a dark corner of the patio at another group, a mortally wounded cargador with a woman kneeling by his side. She mumbled prayers rapidly, trying at the same time to force a piece of orange between the stiffening lips of the dying man. The cruel futility of things stood unveiled to the levity and sufferings of that incorrigible people. The cruel futility of lives and of deaths thrown away in the vain endeavour to attain an enduring solution of the problem. Unlike Decoud, Charles Gould could not play lightly a part in a tragic farce. It was tragic enough for him in all conscience, but he could see no farcical element. He suffered too much under a conviction of irremediable folly. He was too severely practical and too idealistic to look upon its terrible humours with amusement, as Martin Decoud, the imaginative materialist, was able to do in the dry light of his scepticism. To him, as to all of us, the compromises with his conscience appeared uglier than ever in the light of failure. His taciturnity, assumed with a purpose, had prevented him from tampering openly with his thoughts, but the Gould concession had insidiously corrupted his judgment. He might have known, he said to himself, leaning over the balustrade of the corridor, that Ribierism could never come to anything. The mine had corrupted his judgment by making him sick of bribing and intriguing merely to have his work left alone from day to day. Like his father, he did not like to be robbed. It exasperated him. He had persuaded himself that, apart from higher considerations, the backing up of Don Jose's hopes of reform was good business. He had gone forth into the senseless fray as his poor uncle, whose sword hung on the wall of his study, had gone forth, in the defence of the commonest decencies of organised society. Only his weapon was the wealth of the mine, far more reaching and subtle than an honest blade of steel fitted into a simple brass guard. More dangerous to the wielder, too, this weapon of wealth, double-edged with the cupidity and misery of mankind, steeped in all the vices of self-indulgence, as in a concoction of poisonous roots, tainting the very cause for which it is drawn, always ready to turn awkwardly in the hand. There was nothing for it now but to go on using it. But he promised himself to see it shattered into small bits before he let it be wrenched from his grasp. After all, with his English parentage and English upbringing, he perceived that he was an adventurer in Costaguana, the descendant of adventurers enlisted in a foreign legion, of men who had sought fortune in a revolutionary war, who had planned revolutions, who had believed in revolutions. For all the uprightness of his character, he had something of an adventurer's easy morality, which takes count of personal risk in the ethical appraising of his action. He was prepared, if need be, to blow up the whole Saint Thomé mountain sky-high out of the territory of the Republic. This resolution expressed the tenacity of his character, the remorse of that subtle conjugal infidelity through which his wife was no longer the sole mistress of his thoughts, something of his father's imaginative weakness, and something, too, of the spirit of a buccaneer, throwing a lighted match into the magazine rather than surrender his ship. Down below in the patio, the wounded cargador had breathed his last. The woman cried out once, and her cry, unexpected and shrill, made all the wounded sit up. The practicante scrambled to his feet and, guitar in hand, gazed steadily in her direction with elevated eyebrows. The two girls, sitting now one on each side of their wounded relative, with their knees drawn up and long cigars between their lips, nodded at each other significantly. Charles Gould, looking down over the balustrade, saw three men dressed ceremoniously in black frock coats with white shirts and wearing European round hats enter the patio from the street. One of them, head and shoulders taller than the two others, advanced with marked gravity, leading the way. This was Don Juste Lopez, accompanied by two of his friends, members of Assembly, coming to call upon the administrador of the San Tome mine at this early hour. They saw him too, waved their hands to him urgently, walking up the stairs as if in procession. Don Juste, astonishingly changed by having shaved off altogether his damaged beard, had lost with it 9/10 of his outward dignity. Even at that time of serious preoccupation, Charles Gould could not help noting the revealed ineptitude in the aspect of the man. His companions looked crestfallen and sleepy. One kept on passing the tip of his tongue over his parched lips. The other's eyes strayed dully over the tiled floor of the corridor, while Don Juste, standing a little in advance, harangued the Senor Administrador of the San Tome mine. It was his firm opinion that forms had to be observed. A new governor is always visited by deputations from the Cabildo, which is the municipal council, from the Consulado, the commercial board, and it was proper that the provincial assembly should send a deputation too, if only to assert the existence of parliamentary institutions. Don Juste proposed that Don Carlos Gould, as the most prominent citizen of the province, should join the assembly's deputation. His position was exceptional, his personality known through the length and breadth of the whole republic. Official courtesies must not be neglected if they are gone through with a bleeding heart. The acceptance of accomplished facts may save yet the precious vestige of parliamentary institutions. Don Juste's eyes glowed dully. He believed in parliamentary institutions, and the convinced drone of his voice lost itself in the stillness of the house like the deep buzzing of some ponderous insect. Charles Gould had turned round to listen patiently, leaning his elbow on the balustrade. He shook his head a little, refusing, almost touched by the anxious gaze of the President of the Provincial Assembly. It was not Charles Gould's policy to make the San Tome mine a party to any formal proceedings. My advice, senores, is that you should wait for your fate in your houses. There is no necessity for you to give yourselves up formally into Montero's hands. Submission to the inevitable, as Don Juste calls it, is all very well, but when the inevitable is called Pedrito Montero, there is no need to exhibit pointedly the whole extent of your surrender. The fault of this country is the want of measures in political life. Flat acquiescence in illegality, followed by sanguinary reaction, that, senores, is not the way to a stable and prosperous future. Charles Gould stopped before the sad bewilderment of the faces, the wondering, anxious glances of the eyes. The feeling of pity for those men, putting all their trust into words of some sort, while murder and rapine stalked over the land, had betrayed him into what seemed empty loquacity. Don Juste murmured, "You are abandoning us, Don Carlos, and yet parliamentary institutions—" He could not finish from grief. For a moment he put his hand over his eyes. Charles Gould, in his fear of empty loquacity, made no answer to the charge. He returned in silence their ceremonious bows. His taciturnity was his refuge. He understood that what they sought was to get the influence of the San Tome mine on their side. They wanted to go on a conciliating errand to the victor under the wing of the Gould concession. Other public bodies, the Cabildo, the Consulado, would be coming too presently, seeking the support of the most stable, the most effective force they had ever known to exist in their province. The doctor, arriving with his sharp, jerky walk, found that the master had retired into his own room with orders not to be disturbed on any account. But Dr. Monaghan was not anxious to see Charles Gould at once. He spent some time in a rapid examination of his wounded. He gazed down upon each in turn, rubbing his chin between his thumb and forefinger. His steady stare met without expression their silent, inquisitive look. All these cases were doing well, but when he came to the dead cargador he stopped a little longer, surveying not the man who had ceased to suffer, but the woman kneeling in silent contemplation of the rigid face, with its pinched nostrils and a white gleam in the imperfectly closed eyes. She lifted her head slowly and said in a dull voice, "It is not long since he had become a cargador, only a few weeks. His worship the Capataz had accepted him after many entreaties." "I am not responsible for the great Capataz," muttered the doctor, moving off. Directing his course upstairs towards the door of Charles Gould's room, the doctor at the last moment hesitated, then, turning away from the handle with a shrug of his uneven shoulders, slunk off hastily along the corridor in search of Mrs. Gould's camarista. Leonardo told him that the Signora had not risen yet. The Signora had given into her charge the girls belonging to that Italian posadero. She, Leonardo, had put them to bed in her own room. The fair girl had cried herself to sleep, but the dark one, the bigger, had not closed her eyes yet. She sat up in bed clutching the sheets right up under her chin and staring before her like a little witch. Leonardo did not approve of the Viola children being admitted to the house. She made this feeling clear by the indifferent tone in which she inquired whether their mother was dead yet. As to the Signora, she must be asleep, ever since she had gone into her room after seeing the departure of Donna Antonia with her dying father. There had been no sound behind her door. The doctor, rousing himself out of profound reflection, told her abruptly to call her mistress at once. He hobbled off to wait for Mrs. Gould in the sala. He was very tired, but too excited to sit down. In this great drawing-room, now empty, in which his withered soul had been refreshed after many arid years, and his outcast spirit had accepted silently the toleration of many side-glances, he wandered haphazard amongst the chairs and tables, till Mrs. Gould, enveloped in a morning wrapper, came in rapidly. "You know that I never approved of the silver being sent away," the doctor began at once, as a preliminary to the narrative of his night's adventures in association with Captain Mitchell, the engineer-in-chief, and old Viola at Sotillo's headquarters. To the doctor, with his special conception of this political crisis, the removal of the silver had seemed an irrational and ill-omened measure. It was as if a general was sending the best part of his troops away on the eve of battle upon some recondite pretext. The whole lot of ingots might have been concealed somewhere where they could have been got at for the purpose of staving off the dangers which were menacing the security of the Gould concession. The administrador had acted as if the immense and powerful prosperity of the mine had been founded on methods of probity, on the sense of usefulness, and it was nothing of the kind. The method followed had been the only one possible. The Gould concession had ransomed its way through all those years. It was a nauseous process. He quite understood that Charles Gould had got sick of it and had left the old path to back up that hopeless attempt at reform. The doctor did not believe in the reform of Costaguana. And now the mine was back again in its old path, with the disadvantage that henceforth it had to deal not only with the greed provoked by its wealth, but with the resentment awakened by the attempt to free itself from its bondage to moral corruption. That was the penalty of failure. What made him uneasy was that Charles Gould seemed to him to have weakened at the decisive moment, when a frank return to the old methods was the only chance. Listening to Decoud's wild scheme had been a weakness. The doctor flung up his arms, exclaiming, "Decoud! Decoud!" He hobbled about the room with slight angry laughs. Many years ago both his ankles had been seriously damaged in the course of a certain investigation conducted in the castle of Santa Marta by a commission composed of military men. Their nomination had been signified to them unexpectedly at the dead of night, with scowling brow, flashing eyes, and in a tempestuous voice by Guzman Bento. The old tyrant, maddened by one of his sudden accesses of suspicion, mingled spluttering appeals to their fidelity with imprecations and horrible menaces. The cells and casements of the castle on the hill had been already filled with prisoners. The commission was charged now with the task of discovering the iniquitous conspiracy against the citizen saviour of his country. Their dread of the raving tyrant translated itself into a hasty ferocity of procedure. The citizen saviour was not accustomed to wait. A conspiracy had to be discovered. The courtyards of the castle resounded with the clanking of leg irons, sounds of blows, yells of pain, and the commission of high officers laboured feverishly, concealing their distress and apprehension from each other, and especially from their secretary, Father Baron, an army chaplain, at that time very much in the confidence of the citizen saviour. That priest was a big, round-shouldered man, with an unclean-looking, overgrown tonsure on the top of his flat head, of a dingy yellow complexion, softly fat, with greasy stains all down the front of his lieutenant's uniform, and a small cross embroidered in white cotton on his left breast. He had a heavy nose and a pendant lip. Dr. Monaghan remembered him still. He remembered him against all the force of his will, striving its utmost to forget. Father Baron had been adjoined to the commission by Gutzman Bento expressly for the purpose that his enlightened zeal should assist them in their labours. Dr. Monaghan could by no manner of means forget the zeal of Father Baron, or his face, or the pitiless, monotonous voice in which he pronounced the words, "Will you confess now?" This memory did not make him shudder, but it had made of him what he was in the eyes of respectable people, a man careless of common decencies, something between a clever vagabond and a disreputable doctor. But not all respectable people would have had the necessary delicacy of sentiment to understand with what trouble of mind and accuracy of vision Dr. Monaghan, medical officer of the San Tome mine, remembered Father Baron, army chaplain, and once a secretary of a military commission. After all these years, Dr. Monaghan, in his rooms at the end of the hospital building in the San Tome gorge, remembered Father Baron as distinctly as ever. He remembered that priest at night, sometimes in his sleep. On such nights the doctor waited for daylight with a candle lighted, and walking the whole length of his rooms to and fro, staring down at his bare feet, his arms hugging his sides tightly. He would dream of Father Baron sitting at the end of a long black table, behind which, in a row, appeared the heads, shoulders, and epaulets of the military members, nibbling the feather of a quill pen, and listening with a weary and impatient scorn to the protestations of some prisoner, calling heaven to witness of his innocence, till he burst out, "What's the sense of wasting time over that miserable nonsense? Let me take him outside for a while." And Father Baron would go outside after the clanking prisoner, led away between two soldiers. Such interludes happened on many days, many times, with many prisoners. When the prisoner returned, he was ready to make a full confession, Father Baron would declare, leaning forward with that dull, surfeited look which can be seen in the eyes of gluttonous persons after a heavy meal. The priest's inquisitorial instinct suffered but little from the want of classical apparatus of the Inquisition. At no time of the world's history have men been at a loss how to inflict mental and bodily anguish upon their fellow creatures. This aptitude came to them in the growing complexity of their passions and the early refinement of their ingenuity. But it may safely be said that primeval man did not go to the trouble of inventing tortures. He was indolent and pure of heart. He brained his neighbour ferociously with a stone axe from necessity and without malice. The stupidest mind may invent a rankling phrase or brand the innocent with a cruel aspersion. A piece of string and a ramrod, a few muskets in combination with a length of hide rope, or even a simple mallet of heavy, hard wood applied with a swing to human fingers or to the joints of a human body, is enough for the infliction of the most exquisite torture. The doctor had been a very stubborn prisoner, and as a natural consequence of that bad disposition, so Father Baron called it, his subjugation had been very crushing and very complete. That is why the limp in his walk, the twist in his shoulders, the scars on his cheeks were so pronounced. His confessions, when they came at last, were very complete too. Sometimes on the nights when he walked the floor, he wondered, grinding his teeth with shame and rage, at the fertility of his imagination when stimulated by a sort of pain which makes truth, honour, self-respect, and life itself matters of little moment. And he could not forget Father Baron with his monotonous phrase, "Will you confess now?" reaching him in an awful iteration and lucidity of meaning through the delirious incoherence of unbearable pain. He could not forget. But that was not the worst. Had he met Father Baron in the street after all these years, Dr. Monaghan was sure he would have quailed before him. This contingency was not to be feared now. Father Baron was dead, but the sickening certitude prevented Dr. Monaghan from looking anybody in the face. Dr. Monaghan had become, in a manner, the slave of a ghost. It was obviously impossible to take his knowledge of Father Baron home to Europe. When making his extorted confessions to the military board, Dr. Monaghan was not seeking to avoid death. He longed for it. Sitting half naked for hours on the wet earth of his prison, and so motionless that the spiders, his companions, attached their webs to his matted hair, he consoled the misery of his soul with acute reasonings that he had confessed to crimes enough for a sentence of death, that they had gone too far with him to let him live to tell the tale. But, as if by a refinement of cruelty, Dr. Monaghan was left for months to decay slowly in the darkness of his grave-like prison. It was no doubt hoped that it would finish him off without the trouble of an execution. But Dr. Monaghan had an iron constitution. It was Gutzman Bento who died, not by the knife thrust of a conspirator, but from a stroke of apoplexy, and Dr. Monaghan was liberated hastily. His fetters were struck off by the light of a candle, which after months of gloom hurt his eyes so much that he had to cover his face with his hands. He was raised up. His heart was beating violently with the fear of this liberty. When he tried to walk, the extraordinary lightness of his feet made him giddy, and he fell down. 2 sticks were thrust into his hands, and he was pushed out of the passage. It was dusk. Candles glimmered already in the windows of the officers' quarters round the courtyard, but the twilight sky dazed him by its enormous and overwhelming brilliance. A thin poncho hung over his naked, bony shoulders. The rags of his trousers came down no lower than his knees. An 18 months' growth of hair fell in dirty grey locks on each side of his sharp cheekbones. As he dragged himself past the guard-room door, one of the soldiers lolling outside, moved by some obscure impulse, leapt forward with a strange laugh and rammed a broken old straw hat on his head. And Dr. Monaghan, after having tottered, continued on his way. He advanced 1 stick, then 1 maimed foot, then the other stick. The other foot followed only a very short distance along the ground, toilfully, as though it were almost too heavy to be moved at all, and yet his legs, under the hanging angles of the poncho, appeared no thicker than the 2 sticks in his hands. A ceaseless trembling agitated his bent body. All his wasted limbs, his bony head, the conical, ragged crown of the sombrero, whose ample flat rim rested on his shoulders. In such conditions of manner and attire did Dr. Monaghan go forth to take possession of his liberty. And these conditions seemed to bind him indissolubly to the land of Costaguana, like an awful procedure of naturalization, involving him deep in the national life, far deeper than any amount of success and honour could have done. They did away with his Europeanism, for Dr. Monaghan had made himself an ideal conception of his disgrace. It was a conception eminently fit and proper for an officer and a gentleman. Dr. Monaghan, before he went out to Costaguana, had been surgeon in one of Her Majesty's regiments of foot. It was a conception which took no account of physiological facts or reasonable arguments, but it was not stupid for all that. It was simple. A rule of conduct resting mainly on severe rejections is necessarily simple. Dr. Monaghan's view of what it behoved him to do was severe. It was an ideal view, insomuch that it was the imaginative exaggeration of a correct feeling. It was also, in its force, influence, and persistency, the view of an eminently loyal nature. There was a great fund of loyalty in Dr. Monaghan's nature. He had settled it all on Mrs. Gould's head. He believed her worthy of every devotion. At the bottom of his heart he felt an angry uneasiness before the prosperity of the San Tome mine, because its growth was robbing her of all peace of mind. Costaguana was no place for a woman of that kind. What could Charles Gould have been thinking of when he brought her out there? It was outrageous, and the doctor had watched the course of events with a grim and distant reserve which he imagined his lamentable history imposed upon him. Loyalty to Mrs. Gould could not, however, leave out of account the safety of her husband. The doctor had contrived to be in town at the critical time because he mistrusted Charles Gould. He considered him hopelessly infected with the madness of revolutions. That is why he hobbled in distress in the drawing-room of the Casa Gould on that morning, exclaiming, "Decoud, Decoud," in a tone of mournful irritation. Mrs. Gould, her colour heightened and with glistening eyes, looked straight before her at the sudden enormity of that disaster. The fingertips on one hand rested lightly on a low little table by her side, and the arm trembled right up to the shoulders. The sun, which looks late upon Sulaco, issuing in all the fullness of its power high up on the sky from behind the dazzling snow edge of Higuereta, had precipitated the delicate, smooth, pearly greyness of light in which the town lies steeped during the early hours, into sharp-cut masses of black shade and spaces of hot, blinding glare. 3 long rectangles of sunshine fell through the windows of the sala, while just across the street the front of the Avellanos' house appeared very sombre in its own shadow, seen through the flood of light. A voice said at the door, "What of Decoud?" It was Charles Gould. They had not heard him coming along the corridor. His glance just glided over his wife and struck full at the doctor. "You have brought some news, Doctor?" Dr. Monaghan blurted it all out at once, in the rough. For some time after he had done, the administrator of the San Tome mine remained looking at him without a word. Mrs. Gould sank into a low chair with her hands lying on her lap. A silence reigned between those 3 motionless persons. Then Charles Gould spoke. "You must want some breakfast." He stood aside to let his wife pass first. She caught up her husband's hand and pressed it as she went out, raising her handkerchief to her eyes. The sight of her husband had brought Antonia's position to her mind, and she could not contain her tears at the thought of the poor girl. When she rejoined the 2 men in the dining-room after having bathed her face, Charles Gould was saying to the doctor across the table, "No, there does not seem any room for doubt." And the doctor assented. "No, I don't see myself how we could question that wretched Hirsch's tale. It's only too true, I fear." She sat down desolately at the head of the table and looked from one to the other. The 2 men, without absolutely turning their heads away, tried to avoid her glance. The doctor even made a show of being hungry. He seized his knife and fork and began to eat with emphasis as if on the stage. Charles Gould made no pretence of the sort. With his elbows raised squarely, he twisted both ends of his flaming moustaches. They were so long that his hands were quite away from his face. "I'm not surprised," he muttered, abandoning his moustaches and throwing one arm over the back of his chair. His face was calm, with that immobility of expression which betrays the intensity of a mental struggle. He felt that this accident had brought to a point all the consequences involved in his line of conduct, with its conscious and subconscious intentions. There must be an end now of this silent reserve, of that air of impenetrability behind which he had been safeguarding his dignity. It was the least ignoble form of dissembling forced upon him by that parody of civilized institutions which offended his intelligence, his uprightness, and his sense of right. He was like his father. He had no ironic eye. He was not amused at the absurdities that prevail in this world. They hurt him in his innate gravity. He felt that the miserable death of that poor Decoud took from him his inaccessible position of a force in the background. It committed him openly unless he wished to throw up the game, and that was impossible. The material interests required from him the sacrifice of his aloofness, perhaps his own safety too, and he reflected that Decoud's separationist plan had not gone to the bottom with the lost silver. The only thing that was not changed was his position towards Mr. Holroyd. The head of silver and steel interest had entered into Costaguana affairs with a sort of passion. Costaguana had become necessary to his existence. In the San Tome mine he had found the imaginative satisfaction which other mines could get from drama, from art, or from a risky and fascinating sport. It was a special form of the great man's extravagance, sanctioned by a moral intention, big enough to flatter his vanity. Even in this aberration of his genius he served the progress of the world. Charles Gould felt sure of being understood with precision and judged with the indulgence of their common passion. Nothing now could surprise or startle this great man. And Charles Gould imagined himself writing a letter to San Francisco in some such words. The men at the head of the movement are dead or have fled. The civil organization of the province is at an end for the present. The Blanco party in Sulaco has collapsed inexcusably, but in the characteristic manner of this country. But Barrios, untouched in Caeta, remains still available. I am forced to take up openly the plan of a provincial revolution as the only way of placing the enormous material interests involved in the prosperity and peace of Sulaco in a position of permanent safety. That was clear. He saw these words as if written in letters of fire upon the wall at which he was gazing abstractedly. Mrs. Gould watched his abstraction with dread. It was a domestic and frightful phenomenon that darkened and chilled the house for her like a thundercloud passing over the sun. Charles Gould's fits of abstraction depicted the energetic concentration of a will haunted by a fixed idea. A man haunted by a fixed idea is insane. He is dangerous, even if that idea is an idea of justice, for may he not bring the heaven down pitilessly upon a loved head? The eyes of Mrs. Gould, watching her husband's profile, filled with tears again, and again she seemed to see the despair of the unfortunate Antonia. "What would I have done if Charlie had been drowned while we were engaged?" she exclaimed mentally with horror. Her heart turned to ice, while her cheeks flamed up as if scorched by the blaze of a funeral pyre, consuming all her earthly affections. The tears burst out of her eyes. "Antonia will kill herself," she cried out. This cry fell into the silence of the room with strangely little effect. Only the doctor, crumbling up a piece of bread, with his head inclined on one side, raised his face, and the few long hairs sticking out of his shaggy eyebrows stirred in a slight frown. Dr. Monningham thought quite sincerely that Decoud was a singularly unworthy object for any woman's affection. Then he lowered his head again, and with a curl of his lip and his heart full of tender admiration for Mrs. Gould. "She thinks of that girl," he said to himself. "She thinks of the Viola children. She thinks of me, of the wounded, of the miners. She always thinks of everybody who is poor and miserable. But what will she do if Charles gets the worst of it in this infernal scrimmaging those confounded Avellanoses have drawn him into? No one seems to be thinking of her." Charles Gould, staring at the wall, pursued his reflections subtly. "I shall write to Holroyd that the San Tome mine is big enough to take in hand the making of a new state. It'll please him. It'll reconcile him to the risk." But was Barrios really available? Perhaps, but he was inaccessible. To send off a boat to Caeta was no longer possible, since Otillo was master of the harbour and had a steamer at his disposal. And now, with all the Democrats in the province up, and every Campo township in a state of disturbance, where could he find a man who would make his way successfully overland to Caeta with a message, a 10 days' ride at least, a man of courage and resolution who would avoid arrest or murder, and if arrested would faithfully eat the paper? The Capataz de Cargadores would have been just such a man, but the Capataz of the Cargadores was no more. And Charles Gould, withdrawing his eyes from the wall, said gently, "That Hirsch, what an extraordinary thing! Saved himself by clinging to the anchor, did he? I had no idea that he was still in Sulaco. I thought he had gone back overland to Esmeralda more than a week ago. He came here once to talk to me about his hide business and some other things. I made it clear to him that nothing could be done." "He was afraid to start back on account of Hernandez being about," remarked the doctor. "And but for him we might not have known anything of what has happened," marvelled Charles Gould. Mrs. Gould cried out, "Antonia must not know. She must not be told. Not now." "Nobody is likely to carry the news," remarked the doctor. "It's no one's interest. Moreover, the people here are afraid of Hernandez as if he were the devil." He turned to Charles Gould. "It's even awkward, because if you wanted to communicate with the refugees you could find no messenger. When Hernandez was ranging hundreds of miles away from here, the Sulaco populace used to shudder at the tales of him roasting his prisoners alive." "Yes," murmured Charles Gould. "Captain Mitchell's Capataz was the only man in the town who had seen Hernandez eye to eye. Father Corbelan employed him. He opened the communications first. It's a pity that... His voice was covered by the booming of the great bell of the cathedral. 3 single strokes, one after another, burst out explosively, dying away in deep and mellow vibrations. And then all the bells in the tower of every church, convent or chapel in town, even those that had remained shut up for years, pealed out together with a crash. In this furious flood of metallic uproar there was a power of suggesting images of strife and violence which blanched Mrs. Gould's cheek. Basilio, who had been waiting at the table, shrinking within himself, clung to the sideboard with chattering teeth. It was impossible to hear yourself speak. "Shut these windows!" Charles Gould yelled at him angrily. All the other servants, terrified at what they took for the signal of a general massacre, had rushed upstairs, tumbling over each other, men and women, the obscure and generally invisible population of the ground floor on the 4 sides of the patio. The women, screaming "Misericordia!" ran right into the room, and falling on their knees against the walls, began to cross themselves convulsively. The staring heads of men blocked the doorway in an instant. Mozzos from the stable, gardeners, nondescript helpers living on the crumbs of the munificent house, and Charles Gould beheld all the extent of his domestic establishment, even to the gatekeeper. This was a half-paralysed old man whose long white locks fell down to his shoulders, an heirloom taken up by Charles Gould's familial piety. He could remember Henry Gould, an Englishman and a Costaguanero of the 2nd generation, chief of the Sulaco province. He had been his personal mozzo years and years ago in peace and war. He had been allowed to attend his master in prison, had, on the fatal morning, followed the firing squadron, peeping from behind one of the cypresses growing along the wall of the Franciscan convent, had seen, with his eyes starting out of his head, Don Enrique throw up his hands and fall with his face in the dust. Charles Gould noted particularly the big patriarchal head of that witness in the rear of the other servants. But he was surprised to see a shrivelled old hag or two, of whose existence within the walls of his house he had not been aware. They must have been the mothers or even the grandmothers of some of his people. There were a few children too, more or less naked, crying and clinging to the legs of their elders. He had never before noticed any sign of a child in his patio. Even Leonarda, the camarista, came in a fright, pushing through with her spoiled, pouting face of a favourite maid, leading the viola girls by the hand. The crockery rattled on table and sideboard, and the whole house seemed to sway in the deafening wave of sound. End of Part 3rd. The Lighthouse, Chapter 4. Part 3rd of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad. The Lighthouse, Chapter 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3rd, The Lighthouse, Chapter 5. During the night, the expectant populace had taken possession of all the belfries in the town in order to welcome Pedrito Montero, who was making his entry after having slept the night in Rinzon. And first came straggling in through the land gate the armed mob of all colours, complexions, types and states of raggedness, calling themselves the Sulaco National Guard and commanded by Senor Gamacho. Through the middle of the street streamed like a torrent of rubbish a mass of straw hats, ponchos, gun barrels, with an enormous green and yellow flag flapping in their midst in a cloud of dust to the furious beating of drums. The spectators recoiled against the walls of the houses, shouting their vivas. Behind the rabble could be seen the lances of the cavalry, the army of Pedro Montero. He advanced between Senores Fuentes and Gamacho at the head of his llaneros, who had accomplished the feat of crossing the paramos of the Higuerota in a snowstorm. They rode 4 abreast, mounted on confiscated Campo horses, clad in the heterogeneous stock of roadside stores they had looted hurriedly in their rapid ride through the northern part of the province, for Pedro Montero had been in a great hurry to occupy Sulaco. The handkerchiefs knotted loosely around their bare throats were glaringly new, and all the right sleeves of their cotton shirts had been cut off close to the shoulder for greater freedom in throwing the lazo. Emaciated greybeards rode by the side of lean dark youths, marked by all the hardships of campaigning, with strips of raw beef twined round the crowns of their hats and huge iron spurs fastened to their naked heels. Those that in the passes of the mountain had lost their lances had provided themselves with the goads used by the Campo cattlemen, slender shafts of palm fully 10 feet long, with a lot of loose rings jingling under the iron-shod point. They were armed with knives and revolvers. A haggard fearlessness characterized the expression of all these sun-blacked countenances. They glared down haughtily with their scorched eyes at the crowd, or blinking upwards insolently, pointed out to each other some particular head amongst the women at the windows. When they had ridden into the plaza and caught sight of the equestrian statue of the king, dazzlingly white in the sunshine, towering enormous and motionless above the surges of the crowd, with its eternal gesture of saluting, a murmur of surprise ran through their ranks. "What is that saint in the big hat?" they asked each other. They were a good sample of the cavalry of the plains with which Pedro Montero had helped so much the victorious career of his brother, the general. The influence which that man, brought up in coast towns, acquired in a short time over the plainsmen of the Republic, can be ascribed only to a genius for treachery of so effective a kind that it must have appeared to those violent men but little removed from a state of utter savagery as the perfection of sagacity and virtue. The popular law of all nations testifies that duplicity and cunning, together with bodily strength, were looked upon, even more than courage, as heroic virtues by primitive mankind. To overcome your adversary was the great affair of life. Courage was taken for granted. But the use of intelligence awakened wonder and respect. Stratagems, provided they did not fail, were honourable. The easy massacre of an unsuspecting enemy evoked no feelings but those of gladness, pride, and admiration. Not, perhaps, that primitive men were more faithless than their descendants of today, but that they went straighter to their aim and were more artless in their recognition of success as the only standard of morality. We have changed since. The use of intelligence awakens little wonder and less respect. But the ignorant and barbarous plainsmen engaging in civil strife followed willingly a leader who often managed to deliver their enemies bound, as it were, into their hands. Pedro Montero had a talent for lulling his adversaries into a sense of security. And as men learn wisdom with extreme slowness and are always ready to believe promises that flatter their secret hopes, Pedro Montero was successful time after time. Whether only a servant or some inferior official in the Costaguana legation in Paris, he had rushed back to his country directly he had heard that his brother had emerged from the obscurity of his frontier commandancia. He had managed to deceive, by his gift of plausibility, the chiefs of the Ribierist movement in the capital, and even the acute agent of the San Tome mine had failed to understand him thoroughly. At once he had obtained an enormous influence over his brother. They were very much alike in appearance, both bald, with bunches of crisp hair above their ears, arguing the presence of some Negro blood. Only Pedro was smaller than the general, more delicate altogether, with an ape-like faculty for imitating all the outward signs of refinement and distinction, and with a parrot-like talent for languages. Both brothers had received some elementary instruction by the munificence of a great European traveller, to whom their father had been a body servant during his journeys in the interior of the country. In General Montero's case, it enabled him to rise from the ranks. Pedrito, the younger, incorrigibly lazy and slovenly, had drifted aimlessly from one coast town to another, hanging about counting-houses, attaching himself to strangers as a sort of valet de place, picking up an easy and disreputable living. His ability to read did nothing for him but fill his head with absurd visions. His actions were usually determined by motives so improbable in themselves as to escape the penetration of a rational person. Thus, at first sight, the agent of the Gould concession in Santa Marta had credited him with the possession of sane views, and even with a restraining power over the general's everlastingly discontented vanity. It could never have entered his head that Pedrito Montero, lackey or inferior scribe, lodged in the garrets of the various Parisian hotels where the Costaguana legation used to shelter its diplomatic dignity, had been devouring the lighter sort of historical works in the French language, such, for instance, as the books of Imbert de Saint-Amand upon the Second Empire. But Pedrito had been struck by the splendour of a brilliant court, and had conceived the idea of an existence for himself, where, like the Duc de Morny, he would associate the command of every pleasure with the conduct of political affairs, and enjoy power supremely in every way. Nobody could have guessed that. And yet this was one of the immediate causes of the Monterist revolution. This will appear less incredible by the reflection that the fundamental causes were the same as ever, rooted in the political immaturity of the people, in the indolence of the upper classes, and the mental darkness of the lower. Pedrito Montero saw in the elevation of his brother the road wide open to his wildest imaginings. This was what made the Monterist pronunciamento so unpreventable. The general himself probably could have been bought off, pacified with flatteries, dispatched on a diplomatic mission to Europe. It was his brother who had egged him on from first to last. He wanted to become the most brilliant statesman of South America. He did not desire supreme power. He would have been afraid of its labour and risk, in fact. Before all, Pedrito Montero, taught by his European experience, meant to acquire a serious fortune for himself. With this object in view, he obtained from his brother, on the very morrow of the successful battle, the permission to push on over the mountains and take possession of Sulaco. Sulaco was the land of future prosperity, the chosen land of material progress, the only province in the Republic of interest to European capitalists. Pedrito Montero, following the example of the Duc de Morny, meant to have his share of this prosperity. This is what he meant literally. Now his brother was master of the country, whether as president, dictator, or even as emperor. Why not as an emperor? He meant to demand a share in every enterprise, in railways, in mines, in sugar estates, in cotton mills, in land companies, in each and every undertaking as the price of his protection. The desire to be on the spot early was the real cause of the celebrated ride over the mountains with some 200 llaneros, an enterprise of which the dangers had not appeared at first clearly to his impatience. Coming from a series of victories, it seemed to him that a Montero had only to appear to be master of the situation. This illusion had betrayed him into a rashness of which he was becoming aware. As he rode at the head of his llaneros, he regretted that there were so few of them. The enthusiasm of the populace reassured him. They yelled, "Viva Montero! Viva Pedrito!" In order to make them still more enthusiastic, and from the natural pleasure he had in dissembling, he dropped the reins of his horse's neck, and with a tremendous effort of familiarity and confidence slipped his hands under the arms of Señores Fuentes and Gamacho. In that posture, with a ragged town mozo holding his horse by the bridle, he rode triumphantly across the plaza to the door of the Intendencia. Its old gloomy walls seemed to shake in the acclamation that rent the air and covered the crashing peals of the cathedral bells. Pedro Montero, the brother of the general, dismounted into a shouting and perspiring throng of enthusiasts whom the ragged nationals were pushing back fiercely. Ascending a few steps, he surveyed the large crowd gaping at him and the bullet-speckled walls of the houses opposite lightly veiled by a sunny haze of dust. The word Porvenir in immense black capitals, alternating with broken windows, stared at him across the vast space, and he thought with delight of the hour of vengeance, because he was very sure of laying his hands upon Decoud. On his left hand, Gamacho, big and hot, wiping his hairy wet face, uncovered a set of yellow fangs in a grin of stupid hilarity. On his right, Señor Fuentes, small and lean, looked on with compressed lips. The crowd stared literally open-mouthed, lost in eager stillness, as though they had expected the great guerriero, the famous Pedrito, to begin scattering at once some sort of visible largesse. What he began was a speech. He began it with the shouted word, "Citizens," which reached even those in the middle of the plaza. Afterwards, the greater part of the citizens remained fascinated by the orator's action alone. His tiptoeing, the arms flung above his head with the fists clenched, a hand laid flat upon the heart, the silver gleam of rolling eyes, the sweeping, pointing, embracing gestures, a hand laid familiarly on Gamacho's shoulder, a hand waved formally towards the little black-coated person of Senor Fuentes, advocate and politician and a true friend of the people. The vivas of those nearest to the orator, bursting out suddenly, propagated themselves irregularly to the confines of the crowd, like flames running over dry grass, and expired in the opening of the streets. In the intervals over the swarming plaza brooded a heavy silence, in which the mouth of the orator went on opening and shutting, in detached phrases, the happiness of the people, sons of the country, the entire world, el mundo entero, reached even the packed steps of the cathedral with a feeble, clear ring, thin as the buzzing of a mosquito. But the orator struck his breast. He seemed to prance between his two supporters. It was the supreme effort of his peroration. Then the two smaller figures disappeared from the public gaze, and the enormous Gamacho, left alone, advanced, raising his hat high above his head. Then he covered himself proudly and yelled out, "Ciudadanos!" A dull roar greeted Senor Gamacho, ex-peddler of the Campo, Comandante of the National Guards. Upstairs, Pedrito Montero walked about rapidly from one wrecked room of the Intendencia to another, snarling incessantly. What stupidity! What destruction! Senor Fuentes, following, would relax his taciturn disposition to murmur, "It is all the work of Gamacho and his nationals," and then, inclining his head on his left shoulder, would press together his lips so firmly that a little hollow would appear at each corner. He had his nomination for political chief of the town in his pocket, and was all impatience to enter upon his functions. In the long room, with its tall mirrors all starred by stones, the hangings torn down, and the canopy over the platform at the upper end pulled to pieces, the vast deep muttering of the crowd and the howling voice of Gamacho speaking just below reached them through the shutters as they stood idly in dimness and desolation. "Da brute!" exclaimed His Excellency Don Pedro Montero through clenched teeth. "We must contrive as quickly as possible to send him and his nationals out there to fight Hernandez." The new jefe politico only jerked his head sideways and took a puff at his cigarette, in sign of his agreement with this method for ridding the town of Gamacho in his inconvenient rabble. Pedrito Montero looked with disgust at the absolutely bare floor, and at the belt of heavy gilt picture frames running round the room, out of which the remnants of torn and slashed canvases fluttered like dingy rags. "We are not barbarians," he said. This was what said His Excellency, the popular Pedrito, the guerrillero skilled in the art of laying ambushes, charged by his brother at his own demand with the organisation of Sulaco on democratic principles. The night before, during the consultation with his partisans who had come out to meet him in Rinson, he had opened his intentions to Senor Fuentes. "We shall organise a popular vote by yes or no, confiding the destinies of our beloved country to the wisdom and valiance of my heroic brother, the invincible general. A plebiscite. Do you understand?" And Senor Fuentes, puffing out his leathery cheeks, had inclined his head slightly to the left, letting a thin bluish jet of smoke escape through his pursed lips. He had understood. His Excellency was exasperated at the devastation. Not a single chair, table, sofa, étagère or console had been left in the staterooms of the Intendencia. His Excellency, though twitching all over with rage, was restrained from bursting into violence by a sense of his remoteness and isolation. His heroic brother was very far away. Meantime, how was he going to take his siesta? He had expected to find comfort and luxury in the Intendencia after a year of hard camp life, ending with the hardships and privations of the daring dash upon Sulaco, upon the province which was worth more in wealth and influence than all the rest of the Republic's territory. He would get even with Gamacho by and by. And Senor Gamacho's oration, delectable to popular ears, went on in the heat and glare of the plaza like the uncouth howlings of an inferior sort of devil cast into a white-hot furnace. Every moment he had to wipe his streaming face with his bare forearm. He had flung off his coat and had turned up the sleeves of his shirt high above the elbows, but he kept on his head the large cocked hat with white plumes. His ingenuousness cherished this sign of his rank as Commandante of the National Guards. Approving and grave murmurs greeted his periods. His opinion was that war should be declared at once against France, England, Germany, and the United States, who, by introducing railways, mining enterprises, colonization, and under such other shallow pretences, aimed at robbing poor people of their lands, and with the help of these Goths and paralytics, the aristocrats would convert them into toiling and miserable slaves. And the leperos, flinging about the corners of their dirty white mantas, yelled their approbation. General Montero, Gamacho howled with conviction, was the only man equal to the patriotic task. They assented to that too. The morning was wearing on. There were already signs of disruption, currents and eddies in the crowd. Some were seeking the shade of the walls and under the trees of the Alameda. Horsemen spurred through, shouting. Groups of sombreros set level on heads against the vertical sun were drifting away into the streets, where the open doors of pulperias revealed an enticing gloom, resounding with the gentle tinkling of guitars. The National Guards were thinking of siesta, and the eloquence of Gamacho, their chief, was exhausted. Later on, when, in the cooler hours of the afternoon, they tried to assemble again for further consideration of public affairs, detachments of Montero's cavalry camped on the Alameda charged them without parley, at speed, with long lances levelled at their flying backs as far as the ends of the street. The National Guards of Sulaco were surprised by this proceeding, but they were not indignant. No Costaguanero has ever learned to question the eccentricities of a military force. They were part of the natural order of things. This must be, they concluded, some kind of administrative measure, no doubt. But the motive of it escaped their unaided intelligence, and their chief and orator, Gamacho, Commandante of the National Guard, was lying drunk and asleep in the bosom of his family. His bare feet were upturned in the shadows repulsively, in the manner of a corpse. His eloquent mouth had dropped open. His youngest daughter, scratching her head with one hand, with the other waved a green bough over his scorched and peeling face. End of Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 5. Part 3 of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse, Chapter 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 6. The declining sun had shifted the shadows from west to east amongst the houses of the town. It had shifted them upon the whole extent of the immense campo, with the white walls of its haciendas on the knolls dominating the green distances, with its grass-thatched ranches crouching in the folds of ground by the banks of streams, with the dark islands of clustered trees on a clear sea of grass, and the precipitous range of the Cordillera, immense and motionless, emerging from the billows of the lower forests like the barren coast of a land of giants. The sunset rays striking the snow slope of Higuerota from afar gave it an air of rosy youth, while the serrated mass of distant peaks remained black, as if calcined in the fiery radiance. The undulating surface of the forest seemed powdered with pale gold dust, and away there beyond Rinson, hidden from the town by two wooded spurs, the rocks of the San Tome gorge, with the flat wall of the mountain itself crowned by gigantic ferns, took on warm tones of brown and yellow, with red rusty streaks and the dark green clumps of bushes rooted in crevices. From the plain, the stamp sheds and the houses of the mine appeared dark and small, high up, like the nests of birds clustered on the ledges of a cliff. The zigzag paths resembled faint tracings scratched on the wall of a cyclopean blockhouse. To the two serenos of the mine on patrol duty, strolling carbine in hand and watchful eyes in the shade of the trees lining the stream near the bridge, Don Pepe, descending the path from the upper plateau, appeared no bigger than a large beetle. With his air of aimless, insect-like going to and fro upon the face of the rock, Don Pepe's figure kept on descending steadily, and when near the bottom sank at last behind the roofs of storehouses, forges, and workshops. For a time the pair of serenos strolled back and forth before the bridge, on which they had stopped a horseman holding a large white envelope in his hand. Then Don Pepe, emerging in the village street from amongst the houses, not a stone's throw from the frontier bridge, approached, striding in white dark trousers tucked into boots, a white linen jacket, sabre at his side and revolver at his belt. In this disturbed time nothing could find the Señor Gobernador with his boots off, as the saying is. At a slight nod from one of the serenos, the man, a messenger from the town, dismounted and crossed the bridge, leading his horse by the bridle. Don Pepe received the letter from his other hand, slapped his left hand and his hips in succession, feeling for his spectacle case. After settling the heavy silver-mounted affair astride his nose and adjusting it carefully behind his ears, he opened the envelope, holding it up about a foot in front of his eyes. The paper he pulled out contained some 3 lines of writing. He looked at them for a long time. His grey moustache moved slightly up and down, and the wrinkles radiating at the corners of his eyes ran together. He nodded serenely. "Bueno," he said, "there is no answer." Then, in his quiet, kindly way, he engaged in a cautious conversation with the man, who was willing to talk cheerily as if something lucky had happened to him recently. He had seen from a distance Sotillo's infantry camped along the shore of the harbour, on each side of the custom house. They had done no damage to the buildings. The foreigners of the railway remained shut up within the yards. They were no longer anxious to shoot poor people. He cursed the foreigners. Then he reported Montero's entry and the rumours of the town. The poor were going to be made rich now. That was very good. More he did not know, and breaking into propitiatory smiles, he intimated that he was hungry and thirsty. The old major directed him to go to the alcalde of the first village. The man rode off, and Don Pepe, striding slowly in the direction of a little wooden belfry, looked over a hedge into a little garden, and saw Father Roman sitting in a white hammock slung between 2 orange trees in front of the presbytery. An enormous tamarind shaded with its dark foliage the whole white frame-house. A young Indian girl with long hair, big eyes and small hands and feet carried out a wooden chair, while a thin old woman, crabbed and vigilant, watched her all the time from the veranda. Don Pepe sat down in the chair and lighted a cigar. The priest drew in an immense quantity of snuff out of the hollow of his palm. On his reddish-brown face, worn, hollowed as if crumbled, the eyes, fresh and candid, sparkled like 2 black diamonds. Don Pepe, in a mild and humorous voice, informed Father Roman that Pedrito Montero, by the hand of Señor Fuentes, had asked him on what terms he would surrender the mine in proper working order to a legally constituted commission of patriotic citizens, escorted by a small military force. The priest cast his eyes up to heaven. However, Don Pepe continued, the mozo who brought the letter said that Don Carlos Gould was alive, and so far unmolested. Father Roman expressed in a few words his thankfulness at hearing of the Señor Administrador's safety. The hour of oration had gone by in the silvery ringing of a bell in the little belfry. The belt of forest closing the entrance of the valley stood like a screen between the low sun and the street of the village. At the other end of the rocky gorge, between the walls of basalt and granite, a forest-clad mountain, hiding all the range from the San Tome dwellers, rose steeply, lighted up and leafy to the very top. 3 small rosy clouds hung motionless overhead in the great depth of blue. Knots of people sat in the street between the wattled huts. Before the casa of the alcalde, the foremen of the night shift, already assembled to lead their men, squatted on the ground in a circle of leather skull-caps and, bowing their bronze backs, were passing round the gourd of mate. The mozo from the town, having fastened his horse to a wooden post before the door, was telling them the news of Sulaco as the blackened gourd of the decoction passed from hand to hand. The grave alcalde himself, in a white waistcloth and a flowered chintz gown with sleeves, open wide upon his naked stout person with an effect of a gaudy bathing robe, stood by, wearing a rough beaver hat at the back of his head and grasping a tall staff with a silver knob in his hand. These insignia of his dignity had been conferred upon him by the administration of the mine, the fountain of honour, of prosperity and peace. He had been one of the first immigrants into this valley. His sons and sons-in-law worked within the mountain, which seemed with its treasure to pour down the thundering ore-shoots of the upper mesa the gifts of well-being, security and justice upon the toilers. He listened to the news from the town with curiosity and indifference, as if concerning another world than his own. And it was true that they appeared to him so. In a very few years the sense of belonging to a powerful organization had been developed in these harassed, half-wild Indians. They were proud of and attached to the mine. It had secured their confidence and belief. They invested it with a protecting and invincible virtue, as though it were a fetish made by their own hands, for they were ignorant and in other respects did not differ appreciably from the rest of mankind, which puts infinite trust in its own creations. It never entered the alcalde's head that the mine could fail in its protection and force. Politics were good enough for the people of the town and the campo. His yellow round face with wide nostrils and motionless in expression resembled a fierce full moon. He listened to the excited vapourings of the mozo without misgivings, without surprise, without any active sentiment whatever. Padre Roman sat dejectedly balancing himself, his feet just touching the ground, his hands gripping the edge of the hammock. With less confidence, but as ignorant as his flock, he asked the Major what did he think was going to happen now. Don Pepe, bolt upright in the chair, folded his hands peacefully on the hilt of his sword, standing perpendicular between his thighs, and answered that he did not know. The mine could be defended against any force likely to be sent to take possession. On the other hand, from the arid character of the valley, when the regular supplies from the campo had been cut off, the population of the 3 villages could be starved into submission. Don Pepe exposed these contingencies with serenity to Father Roman, who, as an old campaigner, was able to understand the reasoning of a military man. They talked with simplicity and directness. Father Roman was saddened at the idea of his flock being scattered or else enslaved. He had no illusions as to their fate, not from penetration but from long experience of political atrocities, which seemed to him fatal and unavoidable in the life of a state. The working of the usual public institutions presented itself to him most distinctly as a series of calamities overtaking private individuals, and flowing logically from each other through haste, revenge, folly and rapacity, as though they had been part of a divine dispensation. Father Roman's clear-sightedness was served by an uninformed intelligence, but his heart, preserving its tenderness amongst scenes of carnage, spoliation and violence, abhorred these calamities the more as his association with the victims was closer. He entertained towards the Indians of the valley feelings of paternal scorn. He had been marrying, baptizing, confessing, absolving, and burying the workers of the San Tome mine with dignity and unction for 5 years or more, and he believed in the sacredness of these ministrations which made them his own in a spiritual sense. They were dear to his sacerdotal supremacy. Mrs. Gould's earnest interest in the concerns of these people enhanced their importance in the priest's eyes, because it really augmented his own. When talking over with her the innumerable Marias and Brigidas of the villages, he felt his own humanity expand. Padre Roman was incapable of fanaticism to an almost reprehensible degree. The English Senora was evidently a heretic, but at the same time she seemed to him wonderful and angelic. Whenever that confused state of his feelings occurred to him, while strolling, for instance, his breviary under his arm in the wide shade of the tamarind, he would stop short to inhale with a strong snuffling noise a large quantity of snuff and shake his head profoundly. At the thought of what might befall the illustrious Senora presently, he became gradually overcome with dismay. He voiced it in an agitated murmur. Even Don Pepe lost his serenity for a moment. He leaned forward stiffly. "Listen, Padre, the very fact that those thieving macaques in Sulaco are trying to find out the price of my honour proves that Senor Don Carlos and all in the Casa Gould are safe. As to my honour, that also is safe, as every man, woman and child knows. But the Negro liberals who have snatched the town by surprise do not know that. Bueno, let them sit and wait. While they wait, they can do no harm." And he regained his composure. He regained it easily, because whatever happened, his honour as an old officer of Paez was safe. He had promised Charles Gould that at the approach of an armed force he would defend the gorge just long enough to give himself time to destroy scientifically the whole plant, buildings and workshops of the mine, with heavy charges of dynamite, block with ruins the main tunnel, break down the pathways, blow up the dam of the water power, shatter the famous Gould concession into fragments, flying sky-high out of a horrified world. The mine had got hold of Charles Gould with a grip as deadly as ever it had laid upon his father. But this extreme resolution had seemed to Don Pepe the most natural thing in the world. His measures had been taken with judgment. Everything was prepared with a careful completeness. And Don Pepe folded his hands pacifically on his sword hilt and nodded at the priest. In his excitement, Father Roman had flung snuff in handfuls at his face, and all besmeared with tobacco, round-eyed and beside himself, had got out of the hammock to walk about, uttering exclamations. Don Pepe stroked his grey and pendant moustache, whose fine ends hung far below the clean-cut line of his jaw, and spoke with a conscious pride in his reputation. "So, Padre, I don't know what will happen, but I know that as long as I am here, Don Carlos can speak to that macaque Pedrito Montero and threaten the destruction of the mine with perfect assurance that he will be taken seriously, for people know me." He began to turn the cigar in his lips a little nervously and went on. "But that is talk, good for the politicos. I am a military man. I do not know what may happen, but I know what ought to be done. The mine should march upon the town with guns, axes, knives tied up to sticks, por Dios. That is what should be done, only—" His folded hands twitched on the hilt. The cigar turned faster in the corner of his lips. "And who should lead but I? Unfortunately, observe, I have given my word of honour to Don Carlos not to let the mine fall into the hands of these thieves. In war, you know this, Padre, the fate of battles is uncertain, and whom could I leave here to act for me in case of defeat? The explosives are ready, but it would require a man of high honour, of intelligence, of judgment, of courage to carry out the prepared destruction. Somebody I can trust with my honour as I can trust myself. Another old officer of Paez, for instance, or perhaps one of Paez's old chaplains would do." He got up, long, lank, upright, hard, with his martial moustache and the bony structure of his face, from which the glance of the sunken eyes seemed to transfix the priest, who stood still, an empty wooden snuff-box held upside down in his hand, and glared back, speechless, at the governor of the mine. End of Part 3rd, The Lighthouse, Chapter 6. Part 3rd of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse Chapter 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3rd, The Lighthouse Chapter 7. At about that time in the Intendencia of Sulaco, Charles Gould was assuring Pedrito Montero, who had sent a request for his presence there, that he would never let the mine pass out of his hands for the profit of a government who had robbed him of it. The Gould concession could not be resumed. His father had not desired it. The son would never surrender it. He would never surrender it alive. And once dead, where was the power capable of resuscitating such an enterprise in all its vigour and wealth out of the ashes and ruin of destruction? There was no such power in the country. And where was the skill and capital abroad that would condescend to touch such an ill-omened corpse? Charles Gould talked in the impassive tone which had for many years served to conceal his anger and contempt. He suffered. He was disgusted with what he had to say. It was too much like heroics. In him the strictly practical instinct was in profound discord with the almost mystic view he took of his right. The Gould concession was symbolic of abstract justice. Let the heavens fall. But since the San Tome mine had developed into worldwide fame, his threat had enough force and effectiveness to reach the rudimentary intelligence of Pedro Montero, wrapped up as it was in the futilities of historical anecdotes. The Gould concession was a serious asset in the country's finance, and, what was more, in the private budgets of many officials as well. It was traditional, it was known, it was said, it was credible. Every Minister of Interior drew a salary from the San Tome mine. It was natural. And Pedrito intended to be Minister of the Interior and President of the Council in his brother's government. The Duc de Morny had occupied those high posts during the Second French Empire with conspicuous advantage to himself. A table, a chair, a wooden bedstead had been procured for His Excellency, who, after a short siesta, rendered absolutely necessary by the labours and the pomps of his entry into Sulaco, had been getting hold of the administrative machine by making appointments, giving orders and signing proclamations. Alone with Charles Gould in the audience room, His Excellency managed, with his well-known skill, to conceal his annoyance and consternation. He had begun at first to talk loftily of confiscation, but the want of all proper feeling and mobility in the Senor Administrador's features ended by affecting adversely his power of masterful expression. Charles Gould had repeated, "The government can certainly bring about the destruction of the San Tome mine if it likes, but without me it can do nothing else." It was an alarming pronouncement, and well calculated to hurt the sensibilities of a politician whose mind is bent upon the spoils of victory. And Charles Gould said also that the destruction of the San Tome mine would cause the ruin of other undertakings, the withdrawal of European capital, the withholding most probably of the last instalment of the foreign loan. That stony fiend of a man said all these things, which were accessible to His Excellency's intelligence, in a cold-blooded manner which made one shudder. A long course of reading historical works, light and gossipy in tone, carried out in garrets of Parisian hotels, sprawling on an untidy bed to the neglect of his duties, menial or otherwise, had affected the manners of Pedro Montero. Had he seen around him the splendour of the old Intendencia, the magnificent hangings, the gilt furniture ranged along the walls, had he stood upon a dais on a noble square of red carpet, he would have probably been very dangerous from a sense of success and elevation. But in this sacked and devastated residence, with the 3 pieces of common furniture huddled up in the middle of the vast apartment, Pedrito's imagination was subdued by a feeling of insecurity and impermanence. That feeling and the firm attitude of Charles Gould, who had not once so far pronounced the word excellency, diminished him in his own eyes. He assumed the tone of an enlightened man of the world, and begged Charles Gould to dismiss from his mind every cause for alarm. He was now conversing, he reminded him, with the brother of the master of the country, charged with a reorganizing mission. The trusted brother of the master of the country, he repeated. Nothing was further from the thought of that wise and patriotic hero than ideas of destruction. "I entreat you, Don Carlos, not to give way to your anti-democratic prejudices," he cried, in a burst of condescending effusion. Pedrito Montero surprised one at first by the vast development of his bald forehead, a shiny yellow expanse between the crinkly coal-black tufts of hair without any lustre, the engaging form of his mouth, and an unexpectedly cultivated voice. But his eyes, very glistening as if freshly painted on each side of his hooked nose, had a round, hopeless, bird-like stare when opened fully. Now, however, he narrowed them agreeably, throwing his square chin up and speaking with closed teeth slightly through the nose, with what he imagined to be the manner of a grand seigneur. In that attitude, he declared suddenly that the highest expression of democracy was Caesarism, the imperial rule based upon the direct popular vote. Caesarism was conservative, it was strong, it recognized the legitimate needs of democracy, which requires orders, titles and distinctions. They would be showered upon deserving men. Caesarism was peace, it was progressive, it secured the prosperity of a country. Pedrito Montero was carried away. Look at what the Second Empire had done for France. It was a regime which delighted to honour men of Don Carlos's stamp. The Second Empire fell, but that was because its chief was devoid of that military genius which had raised General Montero to the pinnacle of fame and glory. Pedrito elevated his hand jerkily to help the idea of pinnacle, of fame. "We shall have many talks yet. We shall understand each other thoroughly, Don Carlos," he cried in a tone of fellowship. Republicanism had done its work. Imperial democracy was the power of the future. Pedrito, the guerrillero, showing his hand, lowered his voice forcibly. A man singled out by his fellow citizens for the honourable nickname of El Rey de Sulaco could not but receive a full recognition from an imperial democracy as a great captain of industry and a person of weighty counsel, whose popular designation would soon be replaced by a more solid title. Eh, Don Carlos, no? What do you say? Conde de Sulaco, eh? Or Marquis? He ceased. The air was cool on the plaza, where a patrol of cavalry rode round and round without penetrating into the streets, which resounded with shouts and the strumming of guitars issuing from the open doors of pulperias. The orders were not to interfere with the enjoyments of the people. And above the roofs, next to the perpendicular lines of the cathedral towers, the snowy curve of Higuerota blocked a large space of darkening blue sky before the windows of the Intendencia. After a time, Pedrito Montero, thrusting his hand in the bosom of his coat, bowed his head with slow dignity. The audience was over. Charles Gould, on going out, passed his hand over his forehead as if to disperse the mists of an oppressive dream, whose grotesque extravagance leaves behind a subtle sense of bodily danger and intellectual decay. In the passages and on the staircases of the old palace, Montero's troopers lounged about insolently, smoking and making way for no one. The clanking of sabres and spurs resounded all over the building. 3 silent groups of civilians in severe black waited in the main gallery, formal and helpless, a little huddled up, each keeping apart from the others, as if, in the exercise of a public duty, they had been overcome by a desire to shun the notice of every eye. These were the deputations waiting for their audience. The one from the Provincial Assembly, more restless and uneasy in its corporate expression, was overtopped by the big face of Don Juste Lopez, soft and white, with prominent eyelids and wreathed in impenetrable solemnity as if in a dense cloud. The President of the Provincial Assembly, coming bravely to save the last shred of parliamentary institutions on the English model, averted his eyes from the administrador of the San Tome mine as a dignified rebuke of his little faith in that only saving principle. The mournful severity of that reproof did not affect Charles Gould, but he was sensible to the glances of the others directed upon him without reproach, as if only to read their own fate upon his face. All of them had talked, shouted and declaimed in the great sala of the Casa Gould. The feeling of compassion for those men, struck with a strange impotence in the toils of moral degradation, did not induce him to make a sign. He suffered from his fellowship in evil with them too much. He crossed the plaza unmolested. The Amarilla Club was full of festive ragamuffins. Their frowsy heads protruded from every window, and from within came drunken shouts, the thumping of feet and the twanging of harps. Broken bottles strewed the pavement below. Charles Gould found the doctor still in his house. Dr. Monaghan came away from the crack in the shutter through which he had been watching the street. "Ah, you are back at last," he said in a tone of relief. "I've been telling Mrs. Gould that you were perfectly safe, but I was not by any means certain that the fellow would have let you go." "Neither was I," confessed Charles Gould, laying his hat on the table. "You will have to take action." The silence of Charles Gould seemed to admit that this was the only course. This was as far as Charles Gould was accustomed to go towards expressing his intentions. "I hope you did not warn Montero of what you mean to do," the doctor said anxiously. "I tried to make him see that the existence of the mine was bound up with my personal safety," continued Charles Gould, looking away from the doctor and fixing his eyes upon the watercolour sketch upon the wall. "He believed you?" the doctor asked eagerly. "God knows," said Charles Gould. "I owed it to my wife to say that much. He is well enough informed. He knows that I have Don Pepe there. Fuentes must have told him. They know that the old major is perfectly capable of blowing up the San Tome mine without hesitation or compunction. Had it not been for that, I don't think I'd have left the Intendencia a free man. He would blow everything up from loyalty and from hate of these liberals, as they call themselves. Liberals. The words one knows so well have a nightmarish meaning in this country. Liberty, democracy, patriotism, government. All of them have a flavour of folly and murder. Haven't they, Doctor? I alone can restrain Don Pepe. If they were to do away with me, nothing could prevent him." "They will try to tamper with him," the doctor suggested thoughtfully. "It is very possible," Charles Gould said, very low, as if speaking to himself and still gazing at the sketch of the San Tome gorge upon the wall. "Yes, I expect they will try that." Charles Gould looked for the first time at the doctor. "It would give me time," he added. "Exactly," said Dr. Monaghan, suppressing his excitement. "Especially if Don Pepe behaves diplomatically. Why shouldn't he give them some hope of success, eh? Otherwise you wouldn't gain so much time. Couldn't he be instructed to—" Charles Gould, looking at the doctor steadily, shook his head, but the doctor continued with a certain amount of fire. "Yes, to enter into negotiations for the surrender of the mine. It's a good notion. You would mature your plan. Of course, I don't ask what it is. I don't want to know. I would refuse to listen if you tried to tell me. I'm not fit for confidences." "What nonsense," muttered Charles Gould with displeasure. He disapproved of the doctor's sensitiveness about that far-off episode in his life. So much memory shocked Charles Gould. It was like morbidness. And again he shook his head. He refused to tamper with the open rectitude of Don Pepe's conduct, both from taste and from policy. Instructions would have to be either verbal or in writing. In either case they ran the risk of being intercepted. It was by no means certain that a messenger could reach the mine, and besides, there was no one to send. It was on the tip of Charles' tongue to say that only the late Capataz de Cargadores could have been employed with some chance of success and the certitude of discretion. But he did not say that. He pointed out to the doctor that it would have been bad policy. Directly Don Pepe let it be supposed that he could be bought over, the administrador's personal safety and the safety of his friends would become endangered, for there would be then no reason for moderation. The incorruptibility of Don Pepe was the essential and restraining fact. The doctor hung his head and admitted that, in a way, it was so. He couldn't deny to himself that the reasoning was sound enough. Don Pepe's usefulness consisted in his unstained character. As to his own usefulness, he reflected bitterly it was also his own character. He declared to Charles Gould that he had the means of keeping Sotillo from joining his forces with Montero, at least for the present. If you had had all this silver here, the doctor said, or even if it had been known to be at the mine, you could have bribed Sotillo to throw off his recent Monterism. You could have induced him either to go away in his steamer or even to join you. Certainly not that last, Charles Gould declared firmly. What could one do with a man like that afterwards? Tell me, doctor. The silver is gone, and I am glad of it. It would have been an immediate and strong temptation. The scramble for that visible plunder would have precipitated a disastrous ending. I would have had to defend it too. I'm glad we've removed it, even if it is lost. It would have been a danger and a curse. Perhaps he's right, the doctor an hour later said hurriedly to Mrs. Gould, whom he met in the corridor. The thing is done, and the shadow of the treasure may do just as well as the substance. Let me try to serve you to the whole extent of my evil reputation. I am off now to play my game of betrayal with Sotillo and keep him off the town. She put out both her hands impulsively. Dr. Monaghan, you are running a terrible risk, she whispered, averting from his face her eyes, full of tears, for a short glance at the door of her husband's room. She pressed both his hands, and the doctor stood as if rooted to the spot, looking down at her and trying to twist his lips into a smile. "Oh, I know you will defend my memory," he uttered at last, and ran tottering down the stairs across the patio and out of the house. In the street he kept up a great pace with his smart hobbling walk, a case of instruments under his arm. He was known for being loco. Nobody interfered with him. From under the seaward gate, across the dusty arid plain, interspersed with low bushes, he saw more than a mile away the ugly enormity of the custom house and the 2 or 3 other buildings which at that time constituted the seaport of Sulaco. Far away to the south, groves of palm trees edged the curve of the harbour shore. The distant peaks of the Cordillera had lost their identity of clear-cut shapes in the steadily deepening blue of the eastern sky. The doctor walked briskly. A darkling shadow seemed to fall upon him from the zenith. The sun had set. For a time the snows of Higuerota continued to glow with the reflected glory of the west. The doctor, holding a straight course for the custom house, appeared lonely, hopping amongst the dark bushes like a tall bird with a broken wing. Tints of purple, gold, and crimson were mirrored in the clear water of the harbour. A long tongue of land, straight as a wall, with the grass-grown ruins of the fort making a sort of rounded green mound, plainly visible from the inner shore, closed its circuit, whilst beyond the placid gulf repeated those splendours of colouring on a greater scale and with a more sombre magnificence. The great mass of cloud filling the head of the gulf had long red smears amongst its convoluted folds of grey and black, as of a floating mantle stained with blood. The 3 Isabels, overshadowed and clear-cut in a great smoothness confounding the sea and the sky, appeared suspended, purple-black, in the air. The little wavelets seemed to be tossing tiny red sparks upon the sandy beaches. The glassy bands of water along the horizon gave out a fiery red glow as if fire and water had been mingled together in the vast bed of the ocean. At last the conflagration of sea and sky, lying embraced and still in a flaming contact upon the edge of the world, went out. The red sparks in the water vanished, together with the stains of blood in the black mantle draping the sombre head of the placid gulf. A sudden breeze sprang up and died out after rustling heavily the growth of bushes on the ruined earthwork of the fort. Nostromo woke up from a 14 hours' sleep, and arose full length from his lair in the long grass. He stood knee-deep amongst the whispering undulations of the green blades with the lost air of a man just born into the world. Handsome, robust and supple, he threw back his head, flung his arms open and stretched himself with a slow twist of the waist and a leisurely growling yawn of white teeth, as natural and free from evil in the moment of waking as a magnificent and unconscious wild beast. Then, in the suddenly steadied glance fixed upon nothing from under a thoughtful frown, appeared the man. End of Part 3rd. The Lighthouse, Chapter 7. Part 3rd of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse, Chapter 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann, Part 3rd, The Lighthouse, Chapter 8. After landing from his swim, Nostromo had scrambled up, all dripping, into the main quadrangle of the old fort, and there, amongst ruined bits of wall and rotting remnants of roofs and sheds, he had slept the day through. He had slept in the shadow of the mountains, in the white blaze of noon, in the stillness and solitude of that overgrown piece of land between the oval of the harbour and the spacious semicircle of the Gulf. He lay as if dead. A ray Zanzuro, appearing like a tiny black speck in the blue, stooped, circling prudently with a stealthiness of flight startling in a bird of that great size. The shadow of his pearly white body, of his black-tipped wings, fell on the grass no more silently than he alighted himself on a hillock of rubbish within 3 yards of that man, lying as still as a corpse. The bird stretched his bare neck, craned his bald head, loathsome in the brilliance of varied colouring, with an air of voracious anxiety towards the promising stillness of that prostrate body. Then, sinking his head deeply into his soft plumage, he settled himself to wait. The first thing upon which Nostromo's eyes fell on waking was this patient watcher for the signs of death and corruption. When the man got up, the vulture hopped away in great sidelong fluttering jumps. He lingered for a while, morose and silent, before he rose, circling noiselessly with a sinister droop of beak and claws. Long after he had vanished, Nostromo, lifting his eyes up to the sky, muttered, "I am not dead yet." The capataz of the Sulaco Cargadores had lived in splendour and publicity up to the very moment, as it were, when he took charge of the lighter containing the treasure of silver ingots. The last act he had performed in Sulaco was in complete harmony with his vanity, and as such perfectly genuine. He had given his last dollar to an old woman moaning with the grief and fatigue of a dismal search under the arch of the ancient gate. Performed in obscurity and without witnesses, it had still the characteristics of splendour and publicity, and was in strict keeping with his reputation. But this awakening in solitude, except for the watchful vulture, amongst the ruins of the fort, had no such characteristics. His first confused feeling was exactly this, that it was not in keeping. It was more like the end of things. The necessity of living concealed somehow, for God knows how long, which assailed him on his return to consciousness, made everything that had gone before for years appear vain and foolish, like a flattering dream come suddenly to an end. He climbed the crumbling slope of the rampart and, putting aside the bushes, looked upon the harbour. He saw a couple of ships at anchor upon the sheet of water, reflecting the last gleams of light, and Sotillo's steamer moored to the jetty. And behind the pale long front of the custom-house there appeared the extent of the town, like a grove of thick timber on the plain with a gateway in front, and the cupolas, towers, and miradors rising above the trees, all dark, as if surrendered already to the night. The thought that it was no longer open to him to ride through the streets, recognised by everyone, great and little, as he used to do every evening on his way to play Monte in the posada of the Mexican Domingo, or to sit in the place of honour listening to songs and looking at dances, made it appear to him as a town that had no existence. For a long time he gazed on, then let the parted bushes spring back, and crossing over to the other side of the fort, surveyed the vaster emptiness of the great gulf. The Isabel stood out heavily upon the narrowing long band of red in the west, which gleamed low between their black shapes, and the capataz thought of Deku, alone there with the treasure. That man was the only one who cared whether he fell into the hands of the Monterists or not, the capataz reflected bitterly, and that merely would be an anxiety for his own sake. As to the rest, they neither knew nor cared. What he had heard Giorgio Viola say once was very true. Kings, ministers, aristocrats, the rich in general, kept the people in poverty and subjection. They kept them as they kept dogs, to fight and hunt for their service. The darkness of the sky had descended to the line of the horizon, enveloping the whole gulf, the islets, and the lover of Antonia alone with the treasure on the great Isabel. The capataz, turning his back on these things, invisible and existing, sat down and took his face between his fists. He felt the pinch of poverty for the first time in his life. To find himself without money after a run of bad luck at Monte in the low smoky room of Domingo's Posada, where the fraternity of cargadores gambled, sang and danced of an evening, to remain with empty pockets after a burst of public generosity to some Pandoro girl or other for whom he did not care, had none of the humiliation of destitution. He remained rich in glory and reputation. But since it was no longer possible for him to parade the streets of the town and be hailed with respect in the usual haunts of his leisure, this sailor felt himself destitute indeed. His mouth was dry. It was dry with heavy sleep and extremely anxious thinking, as it had never been dry before. It may be said that Nostromo tasted the dust and ashes of the fruit of life into which he had bitten deeply in his hunger for praise. Without removing his head from between his fists, he tried to spit before him, and muttered a curse upon the selfishness of all the rich people. Since everything seemed lost in Sulaco, and that was the feeling of his waking, the idea of leaving the country altogether had presented itself to Nostromo. At that thought he had seen, like the beginning of another dream, a vision of steep and tideless shores, with dark pines on the heights and white houses low down near the very blue sea. He saw the quays of a big port, with the coasting feluccas with their lateen sails outspread like motionless wings, enter gliding silently between the end of long moles of squared blocks that project angularly towards each other, hugging a cluster of shipping to the superb bosom of a hill covered with palaces. He remembered these sights not without some filial emotion, though he had been habitually and severely beaten as a boy on one of these feluccas by a short-necked, shaven Genoese with a deliberate and distrustful manner, who, he firmly believed, had cheated him out of his orphan's inheritance. But it is mercifully decreed that the evils of the past should appear but faintly in retrospect. Under the sense of loneliness, abandonment, and failure, the idea of return to these things appeared tolerable. But what? Return? With bare feet and head, with one check shirt and a pair of cotton calzoneros for all worldly possessions? The renowned capataz, his elbows on his knees and a fist dug into each cheek, laughed with self-derision as he had spat with disgust straight out before him into the night. The confused and intimate impressions of universal dissolution which beset a subjective nature at any strong check to its ruling passion had a bitterness approaching that of death itself. He was simple. He was as ready to become the prey of any belief, superstition or desire as a child. The facts of his situation he could appreciate like a man with a distinct experience of the country. He saw them clearly. He was as if sobered after a long bout of intoxication. His fidelity had been taken advantage of. He had persuaded the body of cargadores to side with the Blancos against the rest of the people. He had had interviews with Don Jose. He had been made use of by Father Corbelan for negotiating with Hernandez. It was known that Don Martin Deku had admitted him to a sort of intimacy, so that he had been free of the officers of the Porvenir. All these things had flattered him in the usual way. What did he care about their politics? Nothing at all. And at the end of it all, Nostromo here, Nostromo there. Where is Nostromo? Nostromo can do this and that, work all day and ride all night. Behold, he found himself a marked Ribierist for any sort of vengeance Camacho, for instance, would choose to take, now the Montero party had after all mastered the town. The Europeans had given up. The caballeros had given up. Don Martin had indeed explained it was only temporary, that he was going to bring Barrios to the rescue. Where was that now, with Don Martin, whose ironic manner of talk had always made the Capataz feel vaguely uneasy, stranded on the Great Isabel? Everybody had given up. Even Don Carlos had given up. The hurried removal of the treasure out to sea meant nothing else than that. The Capataz de Cargadores, on a revulsion of subjectiveness, exasperated almost to insanity, beheld all his world without faith and courage. He had been betrayed. With the boundless shadows of the sea behind him, out of his silence and immobility, facing the lofty shapes of the lower peaks crowded around the white, misty sheen of Higuerota, Nostromo laughed aloud again, sprang abruptly to his feet, and stood still. He must go. But where? There is no mistake. They keep us and encourage us as if we were dogs born to fight and hunt for them. The Vecchio is right, he said, slowly and scathingly. He remembered old Giorgio taking his pipe out of his mouth to throw these words over his shoulder at the cafe full of engine drivers and fitters from the railway workshops. This image fixed his wavering purpose. He would try to find old Giorgio if he could. God knows what might have happened to him. He made a few steps, then stopped again and shook his head. To the left and right, in front and behind him, the scrubby bush rustled mysteriously in the darkness. Teresa was right too, he added in a low tone, touched with awe. He wondered whether she was dead in her anger with him or still alive. As if in answer to this thought, half of remorse and half of hope, with a soft flutter and oblique flight, a big owl whose appalling cry, "Ya acabó, ya acabó, it is finished, it is finished," announces calamity and death in the popular belief, drifted vaguely like a large dark ball across his path. In the downfall of all the realities that made his force, he was affected by the superstition and shuddered slightly. Signora Teresa must have died then. It could mean nothing else. The cry of the ill-omened bird, the first sound he was to hear on his return, was a fitting welcome for his betrayed individuality. The unseen powers which he had offended by refusing to bring a priest to a dying woman were lifting up their voice against him. She was dead. With admirable and human consistency, he referred everything to himself. She had been a woman of good counsel always, and the bereaved old Giorgio remained stunned by his loss, just as he was likely to require the advice of his sagacity. The blow would render the dreamy old man quite stupid for a time. As to Captain Mitchell, Nostromo, after the manner of trusted subordinates, considered him as a person fitted by education, perhaps, to sign papers in an office and to give orders, but otherwise of no use whatever, and something of a fool. The necessity of winding round his little finger almost daily the pompous and testy self-importance of the old seaman had grown irksome with use to Nostromo. At first it had given him an inward satisfaction, but the necessity of overcoming small obstacles becomes wearisome to a self-confident personality, as much by the certitude of success as by the monotony of effort. He mistrusted his superior's proneness to fussy action. That old Englishman had no judgment, he said to himself. It was useless to suppose that, acquainted with the true state of the case, he would keep it to himself. He would talk of doing impracticable things. Nostromo feared him as one would fear saddling oneself with some persistent worry. He had no discretion. He would betray the treasure. And Nostromo had made up his mind that the treasure should not be betrayed. The word had fixed itself tenaciously in his intelligence. His imagination had seized upon the clear and simple notion of betrayal to account for the dazed feeling of enlightenment as to being done for, of having inadvertently gone out of his existence on an issue in which his personality had not been taken into account. A man betrayed is a man destroyed. Signora Teresa, may God have her soul, had been right. He had never been taken into account. Destroyed. Her white form sitting up bowed in bed, the falling black hair, the wide-browed suffering face raised to him, the anger of her denunciations, appeared to him now majestic with the awfulness of inspiration and of death. For it was not for nothing that the evil bird had uttered its lamentable shriek over his head. She was dead. May God have her soul. Sharing in the anti-priestly freethought of the masses, his mind used the pious formula from the superficial force of habit, but with a deep-seated sincerity. The popular mind is incapable of scepticism, and that incapacity delivers their helpless strength to the wiles of swindlers and to the pitiless enthusiasms of leaders inspired by visions of a high destiny. She was dead, but would God consent to receive her soul? She had died without confession or absolution, because he had not been willing to spare her another moment of his time. His scorn of priests as priests remained, but after all it was impossible to know whether what they affirmed was not true. Power, punishment, pardon are simple and credible notions. The magnificent capites de cargadores, deprived of certain simple realities, such as the admiration of women, the adulation of men, the admired publicity of his life, was ready to feel the burden of sacrilegious guilt descend upon his shoulders. Bareheaded, in a thin shirt and drawers, he felt the lingering warmth of the fine sand under the soles of his feet. The narrow strand gleamed far ahead in a long curve, defining the outline of this wild side of the harbour. He flitted along the shore like a pursued shadow between the sombre palm groves and the sheet of water lying as still as death on his right hand. He strode with headlong haste in the silence and solitude, as though he had forgotten all prudence and caution. But he knew that on this side of the water he ran no risk of discovery. The only inhabitant was a lonely, silent, apathetic Indian in charge of the palmarias, who brought sometimes a load of coconuts to the town for sale. He lived without a woman in an open shed, with a perpetual fire of dry sticks smouldering near an old canoe lying bottom up on the beach. He could be easily avoided. The barking of the dogs about that man's ranch was the first thing that checked his speed. He had forgotten the dogs. He swerved sharply and plunged into the palm grove as into a wilderness of columns in an immense hall whose dense obscurity seemed to whisper and rustle faintly high above his head. He traversed it, entered a ravine, and climbed to the top of a steep ridge free of trees and bushes. From there, open and vague in the starlight, he saw the plain between the town and the harbour. In the woods above, some night bird made a strange drumming noise. Below, beyond the palmaria on the beach, the Indians' dogs continued to bark uproariously. He wondered what had upset them so much, and, peering down from his elevation, was surprised to detect unaccountable movements of the ground below, as if several oblong pieces of the plain had been in motion. Those dark, shifting patches, alternately catching and eluding the eye, altered their place always away from the harbour, with a suggestion of consecutive order and purpose. A light dawned upon him. It was a column of infantry on a night march towards the higher broken country at the foot of the hills. But he was too much in the dark about everything for wonder and speculation. The plain had resumed its shadowy immobility. He descended the ridge and found himself in the open solitude between the harbour and the town. Its spaciousness, extended indefinitely by an effect of obscurity, rendered more sensible his profound isolation. His pace became slower. No one waited for him. No one thought of him. No one expected or wished his return. Betrayed, betrayed, he muttered to himself. No one cared. He might have been drowned by this time. No one would have cared, unless perhaps the children, he thought to himself. But they were with the English signora, and not thinking of him at all. He wavered in his purpose of making straight for the Casa Viola. To what end? What could he expect there? His life seemed to fail him in all its details, even to the scornful reproaches of Teresa. He was aware painfully of his reluctance. Was it that remorse which he had prophesied with? What he saw now was her last breath. Meantime, he had deviated from the straight course, inclining by a sort of instinct to the right, towards the jetty and the harbour, the scene of his daily labours. The great length of the custom-house loomed up all at once like the wall of a factory. Not a soul challenged his approach, and his curiosity became excited as he passed cautiously towards the front, by the unexpected sight of two lighted windows. They had the fascination of a lonely vigil kept by some mysterious watcher up there, those two windows shining dimly upon the harbour in the whole vast extent of the abandoned building. The solitude could almost be felt. A strong smell of wood smoke hung about in a thin haze, which was faintly perceptible to his raised eyes against the glitter of the stars. As he advanced in the profound silence, the shrilling of innumerable cicadas in the dry grass seemed positively deafening to his strained ears. Slowly, step by step, he found himself in the great hall, sombre and full of acrid smoke. A fire built against the staircase had burnt down impotently to a low heap of embers. The hard wood had failed to catch. Only a few steps at the bottom smouldered, with a creeping glow of sparks defining their charred edges. At the top he saw a streak of light from an open door. It fell upon the vast landing, all foggy with a slow drift of smoke. That was the room. He climbed the stairs, then checked himself, because he had seen within the shadow of a man cast upon one of the walls. It was a shapeless, high-shouldered shadow of somebody standing still, with lowered head, out of his line of sight. The capataz, remembering that he was totally unarmed, stepped aside and, effacing himself upright in a dark corner, waited with his eyes fixed on the door. The whole enormous ruined barrack of a place, unfinished, without ceilings under its lofty roof, was pervaded by the smoke swaying to and fro in the faint cross-draughts playing in the obscurity of many lofty rooms and barn-like passages. Once one of the swinging shutters came against the wall with a single sharp crack, as if pushed by an impatient hand. A piece of paper scurried out from somewhere, rustling along the landing. The man, whoever he was, did not darken the lighted doorway. Twice the capataz, advancing a couple of steps out of his corner, craned his neck in the hope of catching sight of what he could be at so quietly in there. But every time he saw only the distorted shadow of broad shoulders and bowed head. He was doing apparently nothing, and stirred not from the spot, as though he were meditating, or perhaps reading a paper, and not a sound issued from the room. Once more the capataz stepped back. He wondered who it was, some Monterist? But he dreaded to show himself, to discover his presence on shore, unless after many days would, he believed, endanger the treasure. With his own knowledge possessing his whole soul, it seemed impossible that anybody in Sulaco should fail to jump at the right surmise. After a couple of weeks or so it would be different. Who could tell he had not returned overland from some port beyond the limits of the Republic? The existence of the treasure confused his thoughts with a peculiar sort of anxiety, as though his life had become bound up with it. It rendered him timorous for a moment before that enigmatic lighted door. Devil take the fellow! He did not want to see him. There would be nothing to learn from his face, known or unknown. He was a fool to waste his time there in waiting. Less than 5 minutes after entering the place, the capataz began his retreat. He got away down the stairs with perfect success, gave one upward look over his shoulder at the light on the landing, and ran stealthily across the hall. But at the very moment he was turning out of the great door, with his mind fixed upon escaping the notice of the man upstairs, somebody he had not heard coming briskly along the front ran full into him. Both muttered a stifled exclamation of surprise, and leapt back and stood still, each indistinct to the other. Nostromo was silent. The other man spoke first, in an amazed and deadened tone. "Who are you?" Already Nostromo had seemed to recognise Dr. Monaghan. He had no doubt now. He hesitated the space of a second. The idea of bolting without a word presented itself to his mind. No use. An inexplicable repugnance to pronounce the name by which he was known kept him silent a little longer. At last he said, in a low voice, "A cargador." He walked up to the other. Dr. Monaghan had received a shock. He flung his arms up and cried out his wonder aloud, forgetting himself before the marvel of this meeting. Nostromo angrily warned him to moderate his voice. The custom-house was not so deserted as it looked. There was somebody in the lighted room above. There is no more evanescent quality in an accomplished fact than its wonderfulness. Solicited incessantly by the considerations affecting its fears and desires, the human mind turns naturally away from the marvellous side of events. And it was in the most natural way possible that the doctor asked this man, whom only 2 minutes before he believed to have been drowned in the gulf, "You've seen somebody up there, have you?" "No, I have not seen him." "Then how do you know?" "I was running away from his shadow when we met." "His shadow?" "Yes, his shadow in the lighted room," said Nostromo in a contemptuous tone. Leaning back with folded arms at the door of the immense building, he dropped his head, biting his lips slightly, and not looking at the doctor. "Now," he thought to himself, "he will begin asking me about the treasure." But the doctor's thoughts were concerned with an event not as marvellous as Nostromo's appearance, but in itself much less clear. Why had Sotillo taken himself off with his whole command with this suddenness and secrecy? What did this move portend? However, it dawned upon the doctor that the man upstairs was one of the officers left behind by the disappointed colonel to communicate with him. "I believe he is waiting for me," he said. "It is possible." "I must see. Do not go away yet, Capataz." "Go away where?" muttered Nostromo. Already the doctor had left him. He remained leaning against the wall, staring at the dark water of the harbour. The shrilling of cicalas filled his ears. An invincible vagueness coming over his thoughts took from them all power to determine his will. "Capataz! Capataz!" the doctor's voice called urgently from above. The sense of betrayal and ruin floated upon his sombre indifference as upon a sluggish sea of pitch. But he stepped out from under the wall and, looking up, saw Dr. Monaghan leaning out of a lighted window. "Come up and see what Sotillo has done. You need not fear the man up here." He answered by a slight, bitter laugh. Fear a man? The Capataz of the Sulaco Cargadores fear a man? It angered him that anybody should suggest such a thing. It angered him to be disarmed and skulking and in danger because of the accursed treasure which was of so little account to the people who had tied it round his neck. He could not shake off the worry of it. To Nostromo the doctor represented all these people, and he had never even asked after it, not a word of inquiry about the most desperate undertaking of his life. Thinking these thoughts, Nostromo passed again through the cavernous hall where the smoke was considerably thinned, and went up the stairs, not so warm to his feet now, towards the streak of light at the top. The doctor appeared in it for a moment, agitated and impatient. "Come up! Come up!" At the moment of crossing the doorway, the Capataz experienced a shock of surprise. The man had not moved. He saw his shadow in the same place. He started, then stepped in with a feeling of being about to solve a mystery. It was very simple. For an infinitesimal fraction of a second, against the light of 2 flaring and guttering candles, through a blue, pungent, thin haze which made his eyes smart, he saw the man standing, as he had imagined him, with his back to the door, casting an enormous and distorted shadow upon the wall. Swifter than a flash of lightning followed the impression of his constrained, toppling attitude, the shoulders projecting forward, the head sunk low upon the breast. Then he distinguished the arms behind his back, and wrenched so terribly that the 2 clenched fists, lashed together, had been forced up higher than the shoulder blades. From there his eyes traced in one instantaneous glance the hide rope going upwards from the tied wrists, over a heavy beam, and down to a staple in the wall. He did not want to look at the rigid legs, at the feet hanging down nervelessly, with their bare toes some 6 inches above the floor, to know that the man had been given the estrapade until he had swooned. His first impulse was to dash forward and sever the rope at one blow. He felt for his knife. He had no knife, not even a knife. He stood quivering, and the doctor, perched on the edge of the table, facing thoughtfully the cruel and lamentable sight, his chin in his hand, uttered without stirring, "Tortured, and shot dead through the breast. Getting cold." This information calmed the Capataz. One of the candles flickering in the socket went out. "Who did this?" he asked. "Sotillo, I tell you. Who else? Tortured, of course. But why shot?" The doctor looked fixedly at Nostromo, who shrugged his shoulders slightly. "And Mark shot suddenly, on impulse. It is evident. I wish I had his secret." Nostromo had advanced and stooped slightly to look. "I seem to have seen that face somewhere," he muttered. "Who is he?" The doctor turned his eyes upon him again. "I may yet come to envying his fate. What do you think of that, Capites, eh?" But Nostromo did not even hear these words. Seizing the remaining light, he thrust it under the drooping head. The doctor sat oblivious with a lost gaze. Then the heavy iron candlestick, as if struck out of Nostromo's hand, clattered on the floor. "Hello!" exclaimed the doctor, looking up with a start. He could hear the Capataz stagger against the table and gasp. In the sudden extinction of the light within, the dead blackness sealing the window frames became alive with stars to his sight. Of course, the doctor muttered to himself in English, enough to make him jump out of his skin. Nostromo's heart seemed to force itself into his throat. His head swam. Hirsch! The man was Hirsch! He held on tight to the edge of the table. "But he was hiding in the lighter," he almost shouted. His voice fell. "In the lighter, and Sotillo brought him in," said the doctor. "He is no more startling to you than you were to me. What I want to know is how he induced some compassionate soul to shoot him." "So Sotillo knows," began Nostromo in a more equable voice. "Everything," interrupted the doctor. The Capataz was heard striking the table with his fist. "Everything? What are you saying there? Everything? No, everything? It is impossible. Everything?" "Of course. What do you mean by impossible? I tell you I have heard this Hirsch questioned last night, here, in this very room. He knew your name, Decoud's name, and all about the loading of the silver. The lighter was cut in two. He was grovelling in abject terror before Sotillo, but he remembered that much. What do you want more? He knew least about himself. They found him clinging to their anchor. He must have caught at it just as the lighter went to the bottom." "Went to the bottom," repeated Nostromo slowly. "Sotillo believes that? Bueno." The doctor, a little impatiently, was unable to imagine what else could anybody believe. Yes, Sotillo believed that the lighter was sunk, and the Capataz de Cargadores, together with Martin Decoud, and perhaps one or two other political fugitives, had been drowned. "I told you well, Senor Doctor," remarked Nostromo at that point, "that Sotillo did not know everything." "Eh? What do you mean?" "He did not know I was not dead." "Neither did we." "And you did not care, neither of you caballeros on the wharf, once you got off a man of flesh and blood like yourselves on a fool's business that could not end well." "You forget, Capataz, I was not on the wharf, and I did not think well of the business, so you need not taunt me. I tell you what, man, we had but little leisure to think of the dead. Death stands near behind us all. You were gone." "I went, indeed," broke in Nostromo, "and for the sake of what? Tell me." "Ah, that's your own affair," the doctor said roughly. "Do not ask me." Their flowing murmurs paused in the dark. Perched on the edge of the table with slightly averted faces, they felt their shoulders touch, and their eyes remained directed towards an upright shape nearly lost in the obscurity of the inner part of the room, that with projecting head and shoulders, in ghastly immobility, seemed intent on catching every word. "Muy bien," Nostromo muttered at last. "So be it. Teresa was right. It is my own affair." "Teresa is dead," remarked the doctor absently, while his mind followed a new line of thought suggested by what might have been called Nostromo's return to life. "She died, the poor woman." "Without a priest?" the Capataz asked anxiously. "What a question! Who could have got a priest for her last night?" "May God keep her soul!" ejaculated Nostromo, with a gloomy and hopeless fervour which had no time to surprise Dr. Monaghan, before, reverting to their previous conversation, he continued in a sinister tone. "Si, Signor Doctor, as you were saying, it is my own affair, a very desperate affair." "There are no two men in this part of the world that could have saved themselves by swimming as you have done," the doctor said admiringly. And again there was silence between those two men. They were both reflecting, and the diversity of their natures made their thoughts born from their meeting swing afar from each other. The doctor, imperilled to risky action by his loyalty to the Goulds, wondered with thankfulness at the chain of accident which had brought that man back where he would be of the greatest use in the work of saving the San Tome mine. The doctor was loyal to the mine. It presented itself to his 50-years-old eyes in the shape of a little woman in a soft dress with a long train, with a head attractively overweighted by a great mass of fair hair, and the delicate preciousness of her inner worth partaking of a gem and a flower revealed in every attitude of her person. As the dangers thickened around the San Tome mine, this illusion acquired force, permanency and authority. It claimed him at last. This claim, exalted by a spiritual detachment from the usual sanction of hope and reward, made Dr. Monygham's thinking, acting, individuality extremely dangerous to himself and to others, all his scruples vanishing in the proud feeling that his devotion was the only thing that stood between an admirable woman and a frightful disaster. It was a sort of intoxication which made him utterly indifferent to Decoud's fate, but left his wits perfectly clear for the appreciation of Decoud's political idea. It was a good idea, and Barrios was the only instrument of its realization. The doctor's soul, withered and shrunk by the shame of a moral disgrace, became implacable in the expansion of its tenderness. Nostromo's return was providential. He did not think of him humanely, as of a fellow creature just escaped from the jaws of death. The Capataz, for him, was the only possible messenger to Caïta, the very man. The doctor's misanthropic mistrust of mankind, the bitterer because based on personal failure, did not lift him sufficiently above common weaknesses. He was under the spell of an established reputation, trumpeted by Captain Mitchell, grown in repetition, and fixed in general assent. Nostromo's faithfulness had never been questioned by Dr. Monyghan as a fact. It was not likely to be questioned now he stood in desperate need of it himself. Dr. Monyghan was human. He accepted the popular conception of the Capataz's incorruptibility simply because no word or fact had ever contradicted a mere affirmation. It seemed to be part of the man, like his whiskers or his teeth. It was impossible to conceive him otherwise. The question was whether he would consent to go on such a dangerous and desperate errand. The doctor was observant enough to have become aware from the first of something peculiar in the man's temper. He was no doubt sore about the loss of the silver. "It will be necessary to take him into my fullest confidence," he said to himself, with a certain acuteness of insight into the nature he had to deal with. On Nostromo's side, the silence had been full of black irresolution, anger and mistrust. He was the first to break it, however. "The swimming was no great matter," he said. "It is what went before, and what comes after that—" He did not quite finish what he meant to say, breaking off short, as though his thought had butted against a solid obstacle. The doctor's mind pursued its own schemes with Machiavellian subtlety. He said, as sympathetically as he was able, "It is unfortunate, Capataz, but no one would think of blaming you. Very unfortunate. To begin with, the treasure ought never to have left the mountain, but it was Decoud who... However, he is dead. There is no need to talk of him." "No," assented Nostromo as the doctor paused. "There is no need to talk of dead men. But I am not dead yet." "You are all right. Only a man of your intrepidity could have saved himself." In this, Dr. Monyghan was sincere. He esteemed highly the intrepidity of that man, whom he valued but little, being disillusioned as to mankind in general, because of the particular instance in which his own manhood had failed. Having had to encounter single-handed during his period of eclipse many physical dangers, he was well aware of the most dangerous element common to them all, of the crushing, paralysing sense of human littleness, which is what really defeats a man struggling with natural forces, alone, far from the eyes of his fellows. He was eminently fit to appreciate the mental image he made for himself of the Capataz, after hours of tension and anxiety, precipitated suddenly into an abyss of waters and darkness, without earth or sky, and confronting it not only with an undismayed mind, but with sensible success. Of course, the man was an incomparable swimmer, that was known, but the doctor judged that this instance testified to a still greater intrepidity of spirit. It was pleasing to him. He augured well from it for the success of the arduous mission with which he meant to entrust the capataz, so marvellously restored to usefulness. And in a tone vaguely gratified, he observed, "It must have been terribly dark." "It was the worst darkness of the Golfo," the capataz assented briefly. He was mollified by what seemed a sign of some faint interest in such things as had befallen him, and dropped a few descriptive phrases with an affected and curt nonchalance. At that moment he felt communicative. He expected the continuance of that interest which, whether accepted or rejected, would have restored to him his personality, the only thing lost in that desperate affair. But the doctor, engrossed by a desperate adventure of his own, was terrible in the pursuit of his idea. He let an exclamation of regret escape him. "I could almost wish you had shouted and shown a light." This unexpected utterance astounded the capataz by its character of cold-blooded atrocity. It was as much as to say, "I wish you had shown yourself a coward. I wish you had had your throat cut for your pains." Naturally, he referred it to himself, whereas it related only to the silver, being uttered simply and with many mental reservations. Surprise and rage rendered him speechless, and the doctor pursued, practically unheard by Nostromo, whose stirred blood was beating violently in his ears. "For I am convinced Sotillo in possession of the silver would have turned short round and made for some small port abroad. Economically it would have been wasteful, but still less wasteful than having it sunk. It was the next best thing to having it at hand in some safe place and using part of it to buy up Sotillo. But I doubt whether Don Carlos would have ever made up his mind to it. He's not fit for Costaguana, and that is a fact, capataz." The capataz had mastered the fury that was like a tempest in his ears in time to hear the name of Don Carlos. He seemed to have come out of it a changed man, a man who spoke thoughtfully in a soft and even voice. "And would Don Carlos have been content if I had surrendered this treasure?" "I should not wonder if they were all of that way of thinking now," the doctor said grimly. "I was never consulted. Decoud had it his own way. Their eyes are open by this time, I should think. I for one knew that if that silver turned up this moment miraculously ashore, I would give it to Sotillo, and as things stand I would be approved." "Turned up miraculously," repeated the capataz very low, then raised his voice. "That, signor, would be a greater miracle than any saint could perform." "I believe you, capataz," said the doctor dryly. He went on to develop his view of Sotillo's dangerous influence upon the situation. And the capataz, listening as if in a dream, felt himself of as little account as the indistinct, motionless shape of the dead man whom he saw upright under the beam, with his air of listening also, disregarded, forgotten, like a terrible example of neglect. "What is it for an unconsidered and foolish whim that they come to me then?" he interrupted suddenly. "Had I not done enough for them to be of some account, por Dios? Is it that the hombres finos, the gentlemen, need not think as long as there is a man of the people ready to risk his body and soul? Or perhaps we have no souls, like dogs." There was Decoud too, with his plan, the doctor reminded him again. "See, and the rich man in San Francisco had something to do with that treasure too. What do I know? No, I have heard too many things. It seems to me that everything is permitted to the rich." "I understand, capataz," the doctor began. "What capataz?" broke in Nostromo in a forcible but even voice. "The capataz is undone, destroyed. There is no capataz. Oh no, you will find the capataz no more." "Come, this is childish," remonstrated the doctor, and the other calmed down suddenly. "I have been indeed like a little child," he muttered. And as his eyes met again the shape of the murdered man, suspended in his awful immobility, which seemed the uncomplaining immobility of attention, he asked, wondering gently, "Why did Sotillo give the estrapade to this pitiful wretch? Do you know? No torture could have been worse than his fear. Killing, I can understand. His anguish was intolerable to behold. But why should he torment him like this? He could tell no more." No, he could tell nothing more. Any sane man would have seen that. He had told him everything. But I tell you what it is, capataz, Sotillo would not believe what he was told. Not everything. What is it that he would not believe? I cannot understand. I can, because I have seen the man. He refuses to believe that the treasure is lost. What? The captain cried out in a discomposed tone. That startles you, eh? Am I to understand, Signor, Nostromo went on in a deliberate and, as it were, watchful tone, that Sotillo thinks the treasure has been saved by some means? No, that would be impossible, said the doctor with conviction, and Nostromo emitted a grunt in the dark. That would be impossible. He thinks that the silver was no longer in the lighter when she was sunk. He has convinced himself that the whole show of getting it away to sea is a mere sham got up to deceive Camacho and his nationals, Pedrito, Montero, Senor Fuentes, Año Jefe Politico, and himself too. Only he says he is no such fool. But he is devoid of sense. He is the greatest imbecile that ever called himself a colonel in his country of evil, growled Nostromo. He is no more unreasonable than many sensible men, said the doctor. He has convinced himself that the treasure can be found because he desires passionately to possess himself of it. And he is also afraid of his officers turning upon him and going over to Pedrito, whom he has not the courage either to fight or trust. Do you see that, Capataz? He need fear no desertion as long as some hope remains of that enormous plunder turning up. I have made it my business to keep this very hope up. You have? The Capataz de Cargadores repeated cautiously. Well, that is wonderful. And how long do you think you are going to keep it up? As long as I can. What does that mean? I can tell you exactly. As long as I live, the doctor retorted with a stubborn voice. Then, in a few words, he described the story of his arrest and the circumstances of his release. I was going back to that silly scoundrel when we met, he concluded. Nostromo had listened with profound attention. You have made up your mind, then, to a speedy death, he muttered through his clenched teeth. Perhaps, my illustrious Capataz, the doctor said testily, you are not the only one here who can look an ugly death in the face. Not that, mumbled Nostromo, loud enough to be overheard. There may be even more than 2 fools in this place. Who knows? And that is my affair, said the doctor curtly. As taking out the accursed silver to sea was my affair, retorted Nostromo. I see. Bueno. Each of us has his reasons. But you were the last man I conversed with before I started, and you talked to me as if I were a fool. Nostromo had a great distaste for the doctor's sardonic treatment of his great reputation. Decoud's faintly ironic recognition used to make him uneasy, but the familiarity of a man like Don Martin was flattering, whereas the doctor was a nobody. He could remember him a penniless outcast, slinking about the streets of Sulaco without a single friend or acquaintance, till Don Carlos Gould took him into the service of the mine. You may be very wise, he went on thoughtfully, staring into the obscurity of the room, pervaded by the gruesome enigma of the tortured and murdered Hirsch. But I am not such a fool as when I started. I have learned one thing since, and that is that you are a dangerous man. Dr. Monningham was too startled to do more than exclaim, What is it you say? If he could speak, he would say the same thing, pursued Nostromo, with a nod of his shadowy head silhouetted against the starlit window. I do not understand you, said Dr. Monningham faintly. No? Perhaps if you had not confirmed Sotillo in his madness, he would have been in no haste to give the estrapade to that miserable Hirsch. The doctor started at the suggestion, but his devotion, absorbing all his sensibilities, had left his heart steeled against remorse and pity. Still, for complete relief, he felt the necessity of repelling it loudly and contemptuously. Bah, you dare to tell me that with a man like Sotillo? I confess I did not give a thought to Hirsch. If I had, it would have been useless. Anybody can see that the luckless wretch was doomed from the moment he caught hold of the anchor. He was doomed, I tell you, just as I myself am doomed, most probably. This is what Dr. Monningham said in answer to Nostromo's remark, which was plausible enough to prick his conscience. He was not a callous man, but the necessity, the magnitude, the importance of the task he had taken upon himself dwarfed all merely humane considerations. He had undertaken it in a fanatical spirit. He did not like it. To lie, to deceive, to circumvent even the basest of mankind was odious to him. It was odious to him by training, instinct and tradition. To do these things in the character of a traitor was abhorrent to his nature and terrible to his feelings. He had made that sacrifice in a spirit of abasement. He had said to himself bitterly, "I am the only one fit for that dirty work." And he believed this. He was not subtle. His simplicity was such that, though he had no sort of heroic idea of seeking death, the risk deadly enough to which he exposed himself had a sustaining and comforting effect. To that spiritual state, the fate of Hirsch presented itself as part of the general atrocity of things. He considered that episode practically. What did it mean? Was it a sign of some dangerous change in Sotillo's delusion? That the man should have been killed like this was what the doctor could not understand. "Yes, but why shot?" he murmured to himself. Nostromo kept very still. End of Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 8. Part 3 of Nostromo by Joseph Conrad, The Lighthouse, Chapter 9. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, The Lighthouse, Chapter 9. Distracted between doubts and hopes, dismayed by the sound of bells pealing out the arrival of Pedrito Montero, Sotillo had spent the morning in battling with his thoughts, a contest to which he was unequal from the vacuity of his mind and the violence of his passions. Disappointment, greed, anger and fear made a tumult in the colonel's breast, louder than the din of bells in the town. Nothing he had planned had come to pass. Neither Sulaco nor the silver of the mine had fallen into his hands. He had performed no military exploit to secure his position, and had obtained no enormous booty to make off with. Pedrito Montero, either as friend or foe, filled him with dread. The sound of bells maddened him. Imagining at first that he might be attacked at once, he had made his battalion stand to arms on the shore. He walked to and fro all the length of the room, stopping sometimes to gnaw the fingertips of his right hand with a lurid sideways gesture fixed on the floor. Then, with a sullen, repelling glance all round, he would resume his tramping in savage aloofness. His hat, horsewhip, sword and revolver were lying on the table. His officers, crowding the window giving the view of the town gate, disputed amongst themselves the use of his field glass, bought last year on long credit from Anzani. It passed from hand to hand, and the possessor for the time being was besieged by anxious inquiries. There is nothing to see," he would repeat impatiently. There was nothing. And when the picket in the bushes near the Casa Viola had been ordered to fall back upon the main body, no stir of life appeared on the stretch of dusty and arid land between the town and the waters of the port. But late in the afternoon, a horseman issuing from the gate was made out riding up fearlessly. It was an emissary from Senor Fuentes. Being all alone, he was allowed to come on. Dismounting at the great door, he greeted the silent bystanders with cheery impudence, and begged to be taken up at once to the muy valiente colonel. Senor Fuentes, on entering upon his functions as jefe politico, had turned his diplomatic abilities to getting hold of the harbour, as well as of the mine. The man he pitched upon to negotiate with Sotillo was a notary public, whom the Revolution had found languishing in the common jail on a charge of forging documents. Liberated by the mob, along with other victims of Blanco tyranny, he had hastened to offer his services to the new government. He set out determined to display much zeal and eloquence in trying to induce Sotillo to come into town alone for a conference with Pedrito Montero. Nothing was further from the colonel's intentions. The mere fleeting idea of trusting himself into the famous Pedrito's hands had made him feel unwell several times. It was out of the question. It was madness. And to put himself in open hostility was madness too. It would render impossible a systematic search for that treasure, for that wealth of silver, which he seemed to feel somewhere about, to scent somewhere near. But where? Heavens, where? Oh, why had he allowed that doctor to go, imbecile that he was? But no, It was the only right course, he reflected distractedly, while the messenger waited downstairs, chatting agreeably to the officers. It was in that scoundrelly doctor's true interest to return with positive information. But what if anything stopped him? A general prohibition to leave the town, for instance. There would be patrols. The colonel, seizing his head in his hands, turned in his tracks as if struck with vertigo. A flash of craven inspiration suggested to him an expedient not unknown to European statesmen when they wished to delay a difficult negotiation. Booted and spurred, he scrambled into the hammock with undignified haste. His handsome face had turned yellow with the strain of weighty cares. The ridge of his shapely nose had grown sharp. The audacious nostrils appeared mean and pinched. The velvety, caressing glance of his fine eyes seemed dead and even decomposed, for these almond-shaped, languishing orbs had become inappropriately bloodshot with much sinister sleeplessness. He addressed the surprised envoy of Senor Fuentes in a deadened, exhausted voice. It came pathetically feeble from under a pile of ponchos which buried his elegant person right up to the black moustaches, uncurled, pendant, in sign of bodily prostration and mental incapacity. Fever, fever, a heavy fever had overtaken the muy valiente colonel. A wavering wildness of expression, caused by the passing spasms of a slight colic which had declared itself suddenly, and the rattling teeth of repressed panic, had a genuineness which impressed the envoy. It was a cold fit. The colonel explained that he was unable to think, to listen, to speak. With an appearance of superhuman effort, the colonel gasped out that he was not in a state to return a suitable reply or to execute any of His Excellency's orders. But tomorrow, let His Excellency Don Pedro be without uneasiness. The brave Esmeralda regiment held the harbour, and, closing his eyes, he rolled his aching head like a half-delirious invalid under the inquisitive stare of the envoy, who was obliged to bend down over the hammock in order to catch the painful and broken accents. Meantime, Colonel Sotillo trusted that His Excellency's humanity would permit the doctor, the English doctor, to come out of town with his case of foreign remedies to attend upon him. He begged anxiously his worship, the caballero, now present, for the grace of looking in as he passed the Casa Gould, and informing the English doctor, who was probably there, that his services were immediately required by Colonel Sotillo, lying ill of fever in the custom-house. Immediately, most urgently required, awaited with extreme impatience. 1,000 thanks. He closed his eyes wearily and would not open them again, lying perfectly still, deaf, dumb, insensible, overcome, vanquished, crushed, annihilated by the fell disease. But as soon as the other had shut after him the door of the landing, the colonel leapt out with a fling of both feet in an avalanche of woollen coverings. His spurs having become entangled in a perfect welter of ponchos, he nearly pitched on his head, and did not recover his balance till the middle of the room. Concealed behind the half-closed jalousies, he listened to what went on below. The envoy had already mounted, and turning to the morose officers occupying the great doorway, took off his hat formally. "Caballeros," he said in a very loud tone, "allow me to recommend you to take great care of your colonel. It has done me much honour and gratification to have seen you all. A fine body of men exercising the soldierly virtue of patience in this exposed situation, where there is much sun and no water to speak of, while a town full of wine and feminine charms is ready to embrace you for the brave men you are. Caballeros, I have the honour to salute you. There will be much dancing tonight in Sulaco. Goodbye." But he reined in his horse and inclined his head sideways on seeing the old major step out, very tall and meagre, in a straight narrow coat coming down to his ankles, as it were the casing of the regimental colours rolled round their staff. The intelligent old warrior, after enunciating in a dogmatic tone the general proposition that the world was full of traitors, went on pronouncing deliberately a panegyric upon Sotillo. He ascribed to him, with leisurely emphasis, every virtue under heaven, summing it all up in an absurd colloquialism current amongst the lower classes of Occidentals, especially about Esmeralda. "And," he concluded, with a sudden rise in the voice, "a man of many teeth, hombre de muchos dientes, si, senor. As to us, he pursued, portentous and impressive, your worship is beholding the finest body of officers in the Republic, men unequalled for valor and sagacity, y hombres de muchos dientes. What, all of them? Inquired the disreputable envoy of Senor Fuentes, with a faint derisive smile. Todos, si, senor, the major affirmed gravely, with conviction. Men of many teeth. The other wheeled his horse to face the portal resembling the high gate of a dismal barn. He raised himself in his stirrups, extended one arm. He was a facetious scoundrel, entertaining for these stupid Occidentals a feeling of great scorn natural in a native from the central provinces. The folly of Esmeraldians especially aroused his amused contempt. He began an oration upon Pedro Montero, keeping a solemn countenance. He flourished his hand as if introducing him to their notice, and when he saw every face set, all the eyes fixed upon his lips, he began to shout a sort of catalogue of perfections. Generous, valorous, affable, profound. He snatched off his hat enthusiastically. A statesman, an invincible chief of partisans. He dropped his voice startlingly to a deep, hollow note. And a dentist. He was off instantly at a smart walk. The rigid straddle of his legs, the turned-out feet, the stiff back, the rakish slant of the sombrero above the square, motionless set of the shoulders, expressing an infinite, awe-inspiring impudence. Upstairs, behind the jalousies, Sotillo did not move for a long time. The audacity of the fellow appalled him. What were his officers saying below? They were saying nothing. Complete silence. He quaked. It was not thus that he had imagined himself at that stage of the expedition. He had seen himself triumphant, unquestioned, appeased, the idol of the soldiers, weighing in secret complacency the agreeable alternatives of power and wealth open to his choice. Alas, how different! Distracted, restless, supine, burning with fury or frozen with terror, he felt a dread as fathomless as the sea crept upon him from every side. That rogue of a doctor had to come out with his information, that was clear. It would be of no use to him alone. He could do nothing with it. Malediction! The doctor would never come out. He was probably under arrest already, shut up together with Don Carlos. He laughed insanely. It was Pedro Montero who would get the information. And the silver. Ha! All at once, in the midst of the laugh, he became motionless and silent, as if turned into stone. He, too, had a prisoner who must know the real truth. He would have to be made to speak. And Sotillo, who all that time had not quite forgotten Hirsch, felt an inexplicable reluctance at the notion of proceeding to extremities. He felt a reluctance, part of that unfathomable dread that crept on all sides upon him. He remembered reluctantly, too, the dilated eyes of the hide merchant, his contortions, his loud sobs and protestations. It was not compassion or even mere nervous sensibility. The fact was that though Sotillo did never for a moment believe his story, he could not believe it, nobody could believe such nonsense, yet those accents of despairing truth impressed him disagreeably. They made him feel sick. And he suspected also that the man might have gone mad with fear. A lunatic is a hopeless subject. Bah! A pretence. Nothing but a pretence. He would know how to deal with that. He was working himself up to the right pitch of ferocity. His fine eyes squinted slightly. He clapped his hands. A barefooted orderly appeared noiselessly, a corporal, with his bayonet hanging on his thigh and a stick in his hand. The colonel gave his orders, and presently the miserable Hirsch, pushed in by several soldiers, found him frowning awfully in a broad armchair, hat on head, knees wide apart, arms akimbo, masterful, imposing, irresistible, haughty, sublime, terrible. Hirsch, with his arms tied behind his back, had been bundled violently into one of the smaller rooms. For many hours he remained apparently forgotten, stretched lifelessly on the floor. From that solitude, full of despair and terror, he was torn out brutally, with kicks and blows, passive, sunk in hebetude. He listened to threats and admonitions, and afterwards made his usual answers to questions with his chin sunk on his breast, his hands tied behind his back, swaying a little in front of Sotillo, and never looking up. When he was forced to hold up his head by means of a bayonet point prodding him under the chin, his eyes had a vacant, trance-like stare, and drops of perspiration as big as peas were seen hailing down the dirt, bruises and scratches of his white face. Then they stopped suddenly. Sotillo looked at him in silence. "Will you depart from your obstinacy, you rogue?" he asked. Already a rope, whose one end was fastened to Senor Hirsch's wrists, had been thrown over a beam, and 3 soldiers held the other end, waiting. He made no answer. His heavy lower lip hung stupidly. Sotillo made a sign. Hirsch was jerked up off his feet, and a yell of despair and agony burst out in the room, filled the passage of the great buildings, rent the air outside, caused every soldier of the camp along the shore to look up at the windows, started some of the officers in the hall babbling excitedly, with shining eyes. Others, setting their lips, looked gloomily at the floor. Sotillo, followed by the soldiers, had left the room. The sentry on the landing presented arms. Hirsch went on screaming, all alone behind the half-closed jalousies, while the sunshine, reflected from the water of the harbour, made an ever-running ripple of light high up on the wall. He screamed with uplifted eyebrows and a wide-open mouth, incredibly wide, black, enormous, full of teeth, comical. In the still burning air of the windless afternoon, he made the waves of his agony travel as far as the OSN Company's offices. Captain Mitchell, on the balcony, trying to make out what went on generally, had heard him faintly but distinctly, and the feeble and appalling sound lingered in his ears after he had retreated indoors with blanched cheeks. He had been driven off the balcony several times during that afternoon. Sotillo, irritable, moody, walked restlessly about, held consultations with his officers, gave contradictory orders in this shrill clamour pervading the whole empty edifice. Sometimes there would be long and awful silences. Several times he had entered the torture chamber where his sword, horsewhip, revolver and field-glass were lying on the table, to ask with forced calmness, "Will you speak the truth now? No? I can wait?" But he could not afford to wait much longer. That was just it. Every time he went in and came out with a slam of the door, the sentry on the landing presented arms and got in return a black, venomous, unsteady glance, which in reality saw nothing at all, being merely the reflection of the soul within, a soul of gloomy hatred, irresolution, avarice and fury. The sun had set when he went in once more. A soldier carried in 2 lighted candles and slunk out, shutting the window without noise. "Speak, thou Jewish child of the devil! The silver, I say, where is it? Where have you foreign rogues hidden it? Confesso!" A slight quiver passed up the taut rope from the racked limbs, but the body of Senor Hirsch, enterprising businessman from Esmeralda, hung under the heavy beam perpendicular and silent, facing the colonel awfully. The inflow of the night air, cooled by the snows of the Sierra, spread gradually a delicious freshness through the close heat of the room. "Speak, thief, scoundrel, picaro, or—" Sotillo had seized the riding whip and stood with his arm lifted up. For a word, for one little word, he felt he would have knelt, cringed, grovelled on the floor before the drowsy, conscious stare of those fixed eyeballs starting out of the grimy, dishevelled head that drooped very still, with its mouth closed askew. The colonel ground his teeth with rage and struck. The rope vibrated leisurely to the blow, like the long string of a pendulum starting from a rest. But no swinging motion was imparted to the body of Senor Hirsch, the well-known hide merchant on the coast. With a convulsive effort of the twisted arms, it leapt up a few inches, curling upon itself like a fish on the end of a line. Senor Hirsch's head was flung back on his straining throat, his chin trembled. For a moment the rattle of his chattering teeth pervaded the vast shadowy room, where the candles made a patch of light round the 2 flames burning side by side. And as Sotillo, staying his raised hand, waited for him to speak, With a sudden flash of a grin and a straining forward of the wrenched shoulders, he spat violently into his face. The uplifted whip fell, and the colonel sprang back with a low cry of dismay, as if aspersed by a jet of deadly venom. Quick as thought, he snatched up his revolver and fired twice. The report and the concussion of the shot seemed to throw him at once from ungovernable rage into idiotic stupor. He stood with drooping jaw and stony eyes. What had he done? Sangre de Dios! What had he done? He was basely appalled at his impulsive act, sealing forever these lips from which so much was to be extorted. What could he say? How could he explain? Ideas of headlong flight somewhere, anywhere, passed through his mind. Even the craven and absurd notion of hiding under the table occurred to his cowardice. It was too late. His officers had rushed in tumultuously in a great clatter of scabbards, clamouring with astonishment and wonder. But since they did not immediately proceed to plunge their swords into his breast, the brazen side of his character asserted itself. Passing the sleeve of his uniform over his face, he pulled himself together. His translucent glance turned slowly here and there, checked the noise where it fell, and the stiff body of the late Senor Hirsch, merchant, after swaying imperceptibly, made a half-turn, and came to rest in the midst of the awed murmurs and uneasy shuffling. A voice remarked loudly, "Behold the man who will never speak again." And another from the back row of faces, timid and pressing, cried out, "Why did you kill him, mi colonel?" "Because he has confessed everything," answered Sotillo with the hardihood of desperation. He felt himself cornered. He brazened it out on the strength of his reputation with very fair success. His hearers thought him very capable of such an act. They were disposed to believe his flattering tale. There is no credulity so eager and blind as the credulity of covetousness, which in its universal extent measures the moral misery and the intellectual destitution of mankind. Ah, he had confessed everything, this fractious Jew, this bribon. Good. Then he was no longer wanted. A sudden, dense guffaw was heard from the Senor Capitan, a big-headed man with little round eyes and monstrously fat cheeks which never moved. The old major, tall and fantastically ragged like a scarecrow, walked round the body of the late Senor Hirsch, muttering to himself with ineffable complacency that like this there was no need to guard against any future treacheries of that scoundrel. The others stared, shifting from foot to foot and whispering short remarks to each other. Sotillo buckled on his sword and gave curt, peremptory orders to hasten the retirement decided upon in the afternoon. Sinister, impressive, his sombrero pulled right down upon his eyebrows, he marched first through the door in such disorder of mind that he forgot utterly to provide for Dr. Monygham's possible return. As the officers trooped out after him, one or two looked back hastily at the late Senor Hirsch, merchant from Esmeralda, left swinging rigidly at rest, alone with the two burning candles. In the emptiness of the room, the burly shadow of head and shoulders on the wall had an air of life. Below, the troops fell in silently and moved off by companies, without drum or trumpet. The old scarecrow major commanded the rearguard, but the party he left behind with orders to fire the custom-house and burn the carcass of the treacherous Jew where it hung failed somehow in their haste to set the staircase properly alight. The body of the late Senor Hirsch dwelt alone for a time in the dismal solitude of the unfinished building, resounding weirdly with sudden slams and clicks of doors and latches, with rustling scurries of torn papers and the tremulous sighs that at each gust of wind passed under the high roof. The light of the two candles burning before the perpendicular and breathless immobility of the late Senor Hirsch threw a gleam far over land and waters like a signal in the night. He remained to startle Nostromo by his presence and to puzzle Dr. Monyghan by the mystery of his atrocious end. "But why shot?" the doctor asked again himself audibly. This time he was answered by a dry laugh from Nostromo. "You seem much concerned at a very natural thing, Senor Doctor. I wonder why.
It is very likely that before long we shall all get shot one after another, if not by Sotillo, then by Pedrito, or Fuentes, or Camacho. And we may even get the estrapade too, or worse, quien sabe, with your pretty tale of the silver you put into Sotillo's head.
It was in his head already, the doctor protested.
Yes, and you only nailed it there, so that the devil himself—
That is precisely what I meant to do, caught up the doctor.
That is what you meant to do. Bueno, it is as I say. You are a dangerous man.
Their voices, which without rising had been growing quarrelsome, ceased suddenly. The late Senor Hirsch, erect and shadowy against the stars, seemed to be waiting attentive, in impartial silence. But Dr. Monaghan had no mind to quarrel with Nostromo. At this supremely critical point of Sulaco's fortunes, it was borne upon him at last that this man was really indispensable, more indispensable than ever the infatuation of Captain Mitchell, his proud discoverer, could conceive. Far beyond what Decoud's best dry raillery about my illustrious friend the unique Capataz de Cargadores had ever intended. The fellow was unique. He was not 1 in 1,000. He was absolutely the only one. The doctor surrendered. There was something in the genius of that Genoese seaman which dominated the destinies of great enterprises and of many people, the fortunes of Charles Gould, the fate of an admirable woman. At this last thought the doctor had to clear his throat before he could speak. In a completely changed tone he pointed out to the Capataz that, to begin with, he personally ran no great risk. As far as everybody knew, he was dead. It was an enormous advantage. He had only to keep out of sight in the Casa Viola, where the old Garibaldino was known to be alone with his dead wife. The servants had all run away. No one would think of searching for him there, or anywhere else on earth for that matter.
That would be very true, Nostromo spoke up bitterly, if I had not met you.
For a time the doctor kept silent.
Do you mean to say that you think I may give you away? He asked in an unsteady voice.
Why? Why should I do that?
What do I know? Why not? To gain a day, perhaps? It would take Sotillo a day to give me the estrapade and try some other things, perhaps, before he puts a bullet through my heart, as he did to that poor wretch here. Why not?
The doctor swallowed with difficulty. His throat had gone dry in a moment. It was not from indignation. The doctor, pathetically enough, believed that he had forfeited the right to be indignant with anyone, for anything. It was simple dread. Had the fellow heard his story by some chance? If so, there was an end of his usefulness in that direction. The indispensable man escaped his influence because of that indelible blot which made him fit for dirty work. A feeling as of sickness came upon the doctor. He would have given anything to know, but he dared not clear up the point. The fanaticism of his devotion, fed on the sense of his abasement, hardened his heart in sadness and scorn.
Why not, indeed? He re-echoed sardonically. Then the safe thing for you is to kill me on the spot. I would defend myself, but you just may as well know I am going about unarmed.
Por Dios, said the captain passionately. You fine people are all alike, all dangerous, all betrayers of the poor who are your dogs.
You do not understand, began the doctor slowly. I understand you all, cried the other with a violent movement as shadowy to the doctor's eyes as the persistent immobility of the late Senor Hirsch. A poor man amongst you has got to look after himself. I say that you do not care for those that serve you. Look at me. After all these years, suddenly, here, I find myself like one of these curs that bark outside the walls without a kennel or a dry bone for my teeth. Caramba! But he relented with a contemptuous fairness. Of course, he went on quietly, I do not suppose that you would hasten to give me up to Sotillo, for example. It is not that. It is that I am nothing. Suddenly, he swung his arms downward. Nothing to anyone, he repeated. The doctor breathed freely. Listen, Capataz, he said, stretching out his arm almost affectionately towards Nostromo's shoulder. I'm going to tell you a very simple thing. You are safe because you are needed. I would not give you away for any conceivable reason, because I want you.
In the dark, Nostromo bit his lip. He had heard enough of that. He knew what that meant. No more of that for him. But he had to look after himself now, he thought, and he thought too that it would not be prudent to part in anger from his companion. The doctor, admitted to be a great healer, had among the populace of Sulaco the reputation of being an evil sort of man. It was based solidly on his personal appearance, which was strange, and on his rough, ironic manner, proofs visible, sensible, and incontrovertible of the doctor's malevolent disposition. And Nostromo was of the people, so he only grunted incredulously. "You, to speak plainly, are the only man," the doctor pursued. "It is in your power to save this town, and everybody, from the destructive rapacity of men who—" "No, senor," said Nostromo sullenly. "It is not in my power to get the treasure back for you, to give up to Sotillo, or Pedrito, or Camacho. What do I know?" "Nobody expects the impossible," was the answer. "You have said it yourself. Nobody," muttered Nostromo in a gloomy, threatening tone. But Dr. Monaghan, full of hope, disregarded the enigmatic words and the threatening tone. To their eyes, accustomed to obscurity, the late Senor Hirsch, growing more distinct, seemed to have come nearer. And the doctor lowered his voice in exposing his scheme, as though afraid of being overheard. He was taking the indispensable man into his fullest confidence. Its implied flattery and suggestion of great risks came with a familiar sound to the capataz. His mind, floating in irresolution and discontent, recognized it with bitterness. He understood well that the doctor was anxious to save the San Tome mine from annihilation. He would be nothing without it. It was his interest, just as it had been the interest of Senor Decoud, of the Blancos, and of the Europeans to get his cargadores on their side. His thought became arrested upon Decoud. What would happen to him? Nostromo's prolonged silence made the doctor uneasy. He pointed out, quite unnecessarily, that though for the present he was safe, he could not live concealed forever. The choice was between accepting the mission to Barrios with all its dangers and difficulties, and leaving Sulaco by stealth, ingloriously, in poverty. "None of your friends could reward you and protect you just now, Capataz, not even Don Carlos himself." "I would have none of your protection and none of your rewards. I only wish I could trust your courage and your sense. When I return in triumph, as you say, with Barrios, I may find you all destroyed. You have the knife at your throat now." It was the doctor's turn to remain silent in the contemplation of horrible contingencies. "Well, we would trust your courage and your sense, and you too have a knife at your throat." "Ah, and whom am I to thank for that? What are your politics and your minds to me? Your silver and your constitutions, your Don Carlos this and Don Jose that." "I don't know," burst out the exasperated doctor. "There are innocent people in danger whose little finger is worth more than you or I and all the Ribierists together." "I don't know. You should have asked before you allowed Decoud to lead you into all this. It was your place to think like a man, but if you did not think then, try to act like a man now. Did you imagine Decoud cared very much for what would happen to you?" "No more than you care for what will happen to me," muttered the other. "No, I care for what will happen to you as little as I care for what will happen to myself." "And all this because you are such a devoted Ribierist?" Nostromo said in an incredulous tone. "All this because I am such a devoted Ribierist," repeated Dr. Monaghan grimly. Again, Nostromo, gazing abstractedly at the body of the late Senor Hirsch, remained silent, thinking that the doctor was a dangerous person in more than one sense. It was impossible to trust him. "Do you speak in the name of Don Carlos?" he asked at last. "Yes, I do," the doctor said loudly, without hesitation. "He must come forward now." "He must," he uttered in a mutter which Nostromo did not catch. "What did you say, senor?" The doctor started. "I say that you must be true to yourself, Capataz. It would be worse than folly to fail now." "True to myself," repeated Nostromo. "How do you know that I would not be true to myself if I told you to go to the devil with your propositions?" "I do not know. Maybe you would," the doctor said, with a roughness of tone intended to hide the sinking of his heart and the faltering of his voice.
All I know is that you had better get away from here. Some of Sotillo's men may turn up here looking for me." He slipped off the table, listening intently. The Capataz, too, stood up. "Suppose I went to Caita, what would you do meantime?" he asked. "I would go to Sotillo directly you had left, in the way I am thinking of." "A very good way, if only that engineer-in-chief consents. Remind him, senor, that I looked after the old rich Englishman who pays for the railway, and that I saved the lives of some of his people that time when a gang of thieves came from the south to wreck one of his pay trains. It was I who discovered it all, at the risk of my life, by pretending to enter into their plans, just as you are doing with Sotillo." Yes, of course, but I can offer him better arguments," the doctor said hastily. "Leave it to me." "Ah, yes, true. I am nothing." "Not at all. You are everything." They moved a few paces towards the door. Behind them the late Senor Hirsch preserved the immobility of a disregarded man. "That will be all right. I know what to say to the engineer," pursued the doctor in a low tone. "My difficulty will be with Sotillo." And Dr. Monaghan stopped short in the doorway as if intimidated by the difficulty. He had made the sacrifice of his life. He considered this a fitting opportunity, but he did not want to throw his life away too soon. In his quality of betrayer of Don Carlos's confidence, he would have ultimately to indicate the hiding place of the treasure. That would be the end of his deception, and the end of himself as well, at the hands of the infuriated colonel. He wanted to delay him to the very last moment, and he had been racking his brain to invent some place of concealment at once plausible and difficult of access. He imparted his trouble to Nostromo and concluded, "Do you know what, Capataz? I think that when the time comes and some information must be given, I shall indicate the Great Isabel. That is the best place I can think of. What is the matter?" A low exclamation had escaped Nostromo. The doctor waited, surprised, and after a moment of profound silence heard a thick voice stammer out, "Utter folly," and stop with a gasp. "Why folly?" "Ah, you do not see it," began Nostromo scathingly, gathering scorn as he went. "3 men in half an hour would see that no ground had been disturbed anywhere on that island. Do you think that such a treasure can be buried without leaving traces of the work? Eh, Senor Doctor? Why, you would not gain half a day more before having your throat cut by Sotillo. The Isabel, what stupidity, what miserable invention. Ah, you are all alike, you fine men of intelligence. All you are fit for is to betray men of the people into undertaking deadly risks for objects that you are not even sure about. If it comes off, you get the benefit. If not, then it does not matter. He is only a dog. Ah, Madre de Dios, I would—" He shook his fists above his head. The doctor was overwhelmed at first by this fierce, hissing vehemence. "Well, it seems to me on your own showing that the men of the people are no mean fools, too," he said sullenly. "No, but come, you are so clever. Have you a better place?" Nostromo had calmed down as quickly as he had flared up. "I am clever enough for that," he said quietly, almost with indifference. "You want to tell him of a hiding place big enough to take days in ransacking? A place where a treasure of silver ingots can be buried without leaving a sign on the surface?" And close at hand the doctor put in, "Just so, senor. Tell him it is sunk." "This has the merit of being the truth," the doctor said contemptuously. "He will not believe it." "You tell him that it is sunk where he may hope to lay his hands on it, and he will believe you quick enough. Tell him it has been sunk in the harbour in order to be recovered afterwards by divers. Tell him you found out that I had orders from Don Carlos to lower the cases quietly overboard, somewhere in a line between the end of the jetty and the entrance. The depth is not too great there. He has no divers, but he has a ship, boats, ropes, chains, sailors, of a sort. Let him fish for the silver. Let him set his fools to drag backwards and forwards and crossways, while he sits and watches till his eyes drop out of his head." "Really, this is an admirable idea," muttered the doctor. "See, you tell him that, and see whether he will not believe you. He will spend days in rage and torment, and still he will believe. He will have no thought for anything else. He will not give up till he is driven off, while he may even forget to kill you. He will neither eat nor sleep. The very thing, the doctor repeated in an excited whisper. Capataz, I begin to believe that you are a great genius in your way. Nostromo had paused, then began again in a changed tone, sombre, speaking to himself as though he had forgotten the doctor's existence. There is something in the treasure that fastens upon a man's mind. He will pray and blaspheme and still persevere, and will curse the day he ever heard of it, and will let his last hour come upon him unawares, still believing that he missed it only by a foot. He will see it every time he closes his eyes. He will never forget it till he is dead, and even then. Doctor, did you ever hear of the miserable gringos on Azuera that cannot die? Sailors like myself. There is no getting away from a treasure that once fastens upon your mind. You are a devil of a man, Capataz. It is the most plausible thing. Nostromo pressed his arm. It will be worse for him than thirst at sea or hunger in a town full of people. Do you know what that is? He shall suffer greater torments than he inflicted upon that terrified wretch who had no invention. None. Not like me. I could have told Satio a deadly tale for very little pain. He laughed wildly and turned in the doorway towards the body of the late Signor Hirsch, an opaque long blotch in the semi-transparent obscurity of the room between the two tall parallelograms of the windows full of stars. "You man of fear," he cried, "you shall be avenged by me, Nostromo." "Out of my way, doctor. Stand aside, or by the suffering soul of a woman dead without confession, I will strangle you with my 2 hands. He bounded downwards into the black, smoky hall. With a grunt of astonishment, Dr. Monaghan threw himself recklessly into the pursuit. At the bottom of the charred stairs he had a fall, pitching forward on his face with a force that would have stunned a spirit less intent upon a task of love and devotion. He was up in a moment, jarred, shaken, with a queer impression of the terrestrial globe having been flung at his head in the dark. But it wanted more than that to stop Dr. Monaghan's body, possessed by the exaltation of self-sacrifice, a reasonable exaltation, determined not to lose whatever advantage chance had put into its way. He ran with headlong, tottering swiftness, his arms going like a windmill in his effort to keep his balance on his crippled feet. He lost his hat, the tails of his open gabardine flew behind him. He had no mind to lose sight of the indispensable man. But it was a long time and a long way from the custom-house before he managed to seize his arm from behind, roughly, out of breath. "Stop! Are you mad?" Already Nostromo was walking slowly, his head dropping as if checked in his pace by the weariness of irresolution. "What is that to you? Ah, I forget, you want me for something. Always. Siempre Nostromo." "What do you mean by talking of strangling me?" panted the doctor. "What do I mean? I mean that the king of the devils himself has sent you out of this town of cowards and talkers to meet me tonight, of all the nights of my life." Under the starry sky, the Albergo d'Italia Una emerged, black and low, breaking the dark level of the plain. Nostromo stopped altogether. "The priests say he is a tempter, do they not?" he added, through his clenched teeth. "My good man, you drivel. The devil has nothing to do with this. Neither has the town, which you may call by what name you please. But Don Carlos is neither a coward nor an empty talker. You will admit that." He waited. "Well? Could I see Don Carlos?" "Great heavens, no. Why? What for?" exclaimed the doctor in agitation. "I tell you it is madness. I will not let you go into the town for anything." "I must." "You must not," hissed the doctor fiercely, almost beside himself with the fear of the man doing away with his usefulness for an imbecile whim of some sort. "I tell you, you shall not. I would rather—" He stopped for loss of words, feeling fagged out, powerless, holding on to Nostromo's sleeve, absolutely for support after his run. "I am betrayed," muttered the Capataz to himself. And the doctor, who
who overheard the last word, made an effort to speak calmly. "That is exactly what would happen to you. You would be betrayed." He thought with a sickening dread that the man was so well known that he could not escape recognition. The house of the Senor Administrador was beset by spies, no doubt, and even the very servants of the casa were not to be trusted. "Reflect, Capataz," he said impressively. "What are you laughing at?" "I am laughing to think that if somebody that did not approve of my presence in the town, for instance, you understand, Senor Doctor, if somebody were to give me up to Pedrito, it would not be beyond my power to make friends even with him. It is true. What do you think of that?" "You are a man of infinite resource, Capataz," said Dr. Monygham dismally. "I recognize that. But the town is full of talk about you, and those few cargadores that are not in hiding with the railway people have been shouting 'Viva Montero' on the plaza all day." "My poor cargadores," muttered Nostromo. "Betrayed, betrayed." "I understand that on the wharf you were pretty free in laying about you with a stick amongst your poor cargadores," the doctor said in a grim tone, which showed that he was recovering from his exertions. "Make no mistake, Pedrito is furious at Senor Ribiera's rescue and at having lost the pleasure of shooting Decoud. Already there are rumours in the town of the treasure having been spirited away. To have missed that does not please Pedrito either, but let me tell you that if you had all that silver in your hand for ransom, it would not save you." Turning swiftly and catching the doctor by the shoulders, Nostromo thrust his face close to his. "Maladetta! You follow me, speaking of the treasure. You have sworn my ruin. You were the last man who looked upon me before I went out with it, and Sodoni, the engine driver, says you have an evil eye." "He ought to know. I saved his broken leg for him last year," the doctor said stoically. He felt on his shoulders the weight of these hands, famed amongst the populace for snapping thick ropes and bending horseshoes. "And to you I offer the best means of saving yourself. Let me go, and of retrieving your great reputation. You boasted of making the Capataz de Cargadores famous from one end of America to the other about this wretched silver. But I bring you a better opportunity. Let me go, hombre." Nostromo released him abruptly, and the doctor feared that the indispensable man would run off again, but he did not. He walked on slowly. The doctor hobbled by his side till, within a stone's throw from the Casa Viola, Nostromo stopped again. Silent in inhospitable darkness, the Casa Viola seemed to have changed its nature. His home appeared to repel him with an air of hopeless and inimical mystery. The doctor said, "You will be safe there. Go in, Capataz." "How can I go in?" Nostromo seemed to ask himself in a low, inward tone. "She cannot unsay what she said, and I cannot undo what I have done. I tell you, it is all right. Viola is all alone in there. I looked in as I came out of the town. You will be perfectly safe in that house till you leave it to make your name famous on the Campo. I am going now to arrange for your departure with the engineer-in-chief, and I shall bring you news here long before daybreak." Dr. Monygham, disregarding or perhaps fearing to penetrate the meaning of Nostromo's silence, clapped him lightly on the shoulder and, starting off with his smart, lame walk, vanished utterly at the third or fourth hop in the direction of the railway track. Arrested between the two wooden posts for people to fasten their horses to, Nostromo did not move, as if he too had been planted solidly in the ground. At the end of half an hour he lifted his head to the deep baying of the dogs at the railway yards, which had burst out suddenly tumultuous and deadened as if coming from under the plain. That lame doctor with the evil eye had got there pretty fast. Step by step Nostromo approached the Albergo d'Italia Una, which he had never known so lightless, so silent before. The door, all black in the pale wall, stood open as he had left it 24 hours before, when he had nothing to hide from the world. He remained before it, irresolute, like a fugitive, like a man betrayed. Poverty, misery, starvation. Where had he heard these words? The anger of a dying woman had prophesied that fate for his folly. It looked as if it would come true very quickly, and the leperos would laugh, she had said. Yes, they would laugh if they knew that the Capitas de Cargadores was at the mercy of the mad doctor whom they could remember only a few years ago buying cooked food from a stall on the plaza for a copper coin, like one of themselves. At that moment the notion of seeking Captain Mitchell passed through his mind. He glanced in the direction of the jetty and saw a small gleam of light in the OSN Company's building. The thought of lighted windows was not attractive. 2 lighted windows had decoyed him into the empty custom house, only to fall into the clutches of that doctor. No, he would not go near lighted windows again on that night. Captain Mitchell was there, and what could he be told? That doctor would worm it all out of him as if he were a child. On the threshold he called out, "Giorgio," in an undertone. Nobody answered. He stepped in. "Hola, viejo, are you there?" In the impenetrable darkness his head swam with the illusion that the obscurity of the kitchen was as vast as the placid Gulf, and that the floor dipped forward like a sinking lighter. "Hola, viejo," he repeated falteringly, swaying where he stood. His hand, extended to steady himself, fell upon the table. Moving a step forward, he shifted it and felt a box of matches under his fingers. He fancied he had heard a quiet sigh. He listened for a moment, holding his breath, then, with trembling hands, tried to strike a light. The tiny piece of wood flamed up quite blindingly at the end of his fingers, raised above his blinking eyes. A concentrated glare fell upon the leonine white head of old Giorgio against the black fireplace, showed him leaning forward in a chair in staring immobility, surrounded, overhung by great masses of shadow, his legs crossed, his cheek in his hand, an empty pipe in the corner of his mouth. It seemed hours before he attempted to turn his face. At the very moment the match went out, and he disappeared, overwhelmed by the shadows, as if the walls and roof of the desolate house had collapsed upon his white head in ghostly silence. Nostromo heard him stir and uttered dispassionately the words, "It may have been a vision." "No," he said softly, "it is no vision, old man." A strong chest voice asked in the dark, "Is that you I hear, Giovan Battista?" "Si, viejo, steady, not so loud." After his release by Sotillo, Giorgio Viola, attended to the very door by the good-natured engineer-in-chief, had re-entered his house, which he had been made to leave almost at the very moment of his wife's death. All was still. The lamp above was burning. He nearly called her out by name, and the thought that no call from him would ever again evoke the answer of her voice made him drop heavily into the chair with a loud groan, wrung out by the pain as of a keen blade piercing his breast. The rest of the night he made no sound. The darkness turned to grey, and on the colourless, clear, glassy dawn the jagged Sierra stood out flat and opaque as if cut out of paper. The enthusiastic and severe soul of Giorgio Viola, sailor, champion of oppressed humanity, enemy of kings, and, by grace of Mrs. Gould, hotel-keeper of the Sulaco harbour, had descended into the open abyss of desolation amongst the shattered vestiges of his past. He remembered his wooing between 2 campaigns, a single short week in the season of gathering olives. Nothing approached the grave passion of that time but the deep, passionate sense of his bereavement. He discovered all the extent of his dependence upon the silenced voice of that woman. It was her voice that he missed. Abstracted, busy, lost in inward contemplation, he seldom looked at his wife in those later years. The thought of his girls was a matter of concern, not of consolation. It was her voice that he would miss. And he remembered the other child, the little boy, who had died at sea. Ah, a man would have been something to lean upon, and alas, even Gian Battista, he of whom and of Linda his wife had spoken to him so anxiously before she dropped off into her last sleep on earth, he on whom she had called aloud to save the children just before she died, even he was dead. And the old man, bent forward, his head in his hand, sat through the day in immobility and solitude. He never heard the brazen roar of the bells in town. When it ceased, the earthenware filter in the corner of the kitchen kept on its swift musical drip, drip into the great porous jar below. Towards sunset he got up and with slow movements disappeared up the narrow staircase. His bulk filled it, and the rubbing of his shoulders made a small noise as of a mouse running behind the plaster of a wall. While he remained up there, the house was as dumb as a grave. Then, with the same faint rubbing noise, he descended. He had to catch at the chairs and tables to regain his seat. He seized his pipe off the high mantel of the fireplace, but made no attempt to reach the tobacco, thrust it empty into the corner of his mouth, and sat down again in the same staring pose. The son of Pedrito's entry into Sulaco, the last son of Senor Hirsch's life, the first of Decoud's solitude on the Great Isabel, passed over the Albergo d'Italia Una on its way to the west. The tinkling drip-drip of the filter had ceased, the lamp upstairs had burnt itself out, and the night beset Giorgio Viola and his dead wife with its obscurity and silence that seemed invincible, till the Capataz de Cargadores, returning from the dead, put them to flight with the sputter and flare of a match. "Si, viejo, it is me. Wait." Nostromo, after barricading the door and closing the shutters carefully, groped upon a shelf for a candle and lit it. Old Viola had risen. He followed with his eyes in the dark the sounds made by Nostromo. The light disclosed him standing without support, as if the mere presence of that man who was loyal, brave, incorruptible, who was all his son would have been, were enough for the support of his decaying strength. He extended his hand, grasping the briarwood pipe, whose bowl was charred on the edge, and knitted his bushy eyebrows heavily at the light. "You have returned," he said, with shaky dignity. "Ah, very well, He broke off. Nostromo, leaning back against the table, his arms folded on his breast, nodded at him slightly. "You thought I was drowned? No. The best dog of the rich, of the aristocrats, of these fine men who can only talk and betray the people, is not dead yet." The garibaldino, motionless, seemed to drink in the sound of the well-known voice. His head moved slightly once, as if in sign of approval. But Nostromo saw clearly that the old man understood nothing of the words. There was no one to understand, no one he could take into the confidence of Decoud's fate, of his own, into the secret of the silver. That doctor was an enemy of the people, a tempter. Old Giorgio's heavy frame shook from head to foot with the effort to overcome his emotion at the sight of that man who had shared the intimacies of his domestic life as though he had been a grown-up son. "She believed you would return," he said solemnly. Nostromo raised his hand. "She was a wise woman. How could I fail to come back?" He finished the thought mentally. "Since she has prophesied for me an end of poverty, misery, and starvation." These words of Teresa's anger, from the circumstances in which they had been uttered, like a cry of a soul prevented from making its peace with God, stirred the obscure superstition of personal fortune from which even the greatest genius among men of adventure and action is seldom free. They reigned over Nostromo's mind with the force of a potent malediction. And what a curse it was, that which her words had laid upon him. He had been orphaned so young that he could remember no other woman whom he called mother. Henceforth there would be no enterprise in which he would not fail. The spell was working already. Death itself would elude him now. He said violently, "Come, viejo, get me something to eat. I am hungry. Sangre de Dios, the emptiness of my belly makes me light-headed." With his chin dropped again on his bare breast above his folded arms, barefooted, watching from under a gloomy brow the movements of old Viola foraging amongst the cupboards, he seemed as if indeed fallen under a curse, a ruined and sinister Capataz. Old Viola walked out of a dark corner and, without a word, emptied upon the table out of his hollowed palms a few dry crusts of bread and half a raw onion. While the Capataz began to devour this beggar's fare, taking up with stony-eyed voracity piece after piece lying by his side, the garibaldino went off and, squatting down in another corner, filled an earthenware mug with red wine out of a wicker-covered demijohn. With a familiar gesture, as when serving customers in the cafe, he had thrust his pipe between his teeth to have his hands free. The Capataz drank greedily. A slight flush deepened the bronze of his cheek. Before him, Viola, with a turn of his white and massive head towards the staircase, took his empty pipe out of his mouth and pronounced slowly, "After the shot was fired down here, which killed her as surely as if the bullets had struck her oppressed heart, she called upon you to save the children. Upon you, Gian Battista." The Capataz looked up. "Did she do that, Patrone? To save the children? They are with the English Signora, their rich benefactress. Ay, old man of the people, thy benefactress." "I am old," muttered Giorgio Viola. "An English woman was allowed to give a bed to Garibaldi lying wounded in prison. The greatest man that ever lived, a man of the people too, a sailor. I may let another keep a roof over my head. See, I am old. I may let her. Life lasts too long sometimes. And she herself may not have a roof over her head before many days are out, unless What do you say? Am I to keep a roof over her head? Am I to try and save all the Blancos together with her?" "You shall do it," said old Viola with a strong voice. "You shall do it as my son would have." "Thy son, Viejo? There never has been a man like thy son. Ah, I must try, but what if it were only a part of the curse to lure me on? And so she called upon me to save, and then—" She spoke no more. The heroic follower of Garibaldi, at the thought of the eternal stillness and silence fallen upon the shrouded form stretched out on the bed upstairs, averted his face and raised his hand to his furrowed brow. "She was dead before I could seize her hands," he stammered out pitifully. Before the wide eyes of the Capataz, staring at the doorway of the dark staircase, floated the shape of the great Isabel, like a strange ship in distress, freighted with enormous wealth and the solitary life of a man. It was impossible for him to do anything. He could only hold his tongue, since there was no one to trust. The treasure would be lost, probably, unless Decoud... And his thought came abruptly to an end. He perceived that he could not imagine in the least what Decoud was likely to do. Old Viola had not stirred, and the motionless Capataz dropped his long, soft eyelashes, which gave to the upper part of his fierce, black-whiskered face a touch of feminine ingenuousness. The silence had lasted for a long time. "God rest her soul," he murmured gloomily. End of Part 3rd, The Lighthouse, Chapter 9.